Take a long, hard look at a company like Apple. How is it possible that they have achieved not just commercial success, but a kind of cultural reverence? Let's be clear, they are, at their core, just a computer company, a manufacturer of electronics. Their structure is the same as their competitors. They have access to the very same pool of talented designers, engineers, and marketers. They use the same advertising agencies, the same consultants, the same media outlets to get their message across. So how can we explain the profound difference in the results they achieve? Why do their product launches resemble rock concerts? With people eagerly camping out on sidewalks for days, not just hours, simply to be the first to own their new phone. A phone that, if we're being honest, might only be incrementally different from the one in their pocket, and functionally similar to dozens of others they could buy without any weight at all. Why do devoted fans permanently ink the Apple logo onto their skin, a symbol of corporate identity, as if it were a sacred tribal marking? You simply do not see this level of devotion for other highly successful tech companies. There's a missing piece to the puzzle here, a variable in the equation of success that standard business textbooks fail to account for. We feel, somehow, that we are part of their tribe, that they get us. This isn't just brand loyalty, it's a form of identity. A bond so powerful it seems to operate outside the normal rules of commerce. Apple isn't just selling us a product. They are offering us a vision of who we could be, a tool to express our own creativity and individuality. And we embrace it with a passion that borders on the spiritual. What is the architecture of this extraordinary influence? Where does this deep, human connection come from? Now, let us rewind the clock, leaving the world of silicon and glass for a defining moment in human history. Consider the monumental legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In the sweltering heat of August 1963, 250,000 people descended upon the National Mall in Washington, D.C. This was an era before the internet, before email, before social media could amplify a message in an instant. There were no digital invitations, no viral campaigns. So how did he summon this sea of humanity, Dr. King was not the only person in America who felt the sting of injustice in a segregated nation. He was, by all account, a brilliant orator, but he was not the only one. He was a visionary. But many others shared his dream of equality. So what set him apart? What was his unique gift? Critically, he did not tour the country presenting a detailed, pragmatic plan for legislative change. He didn't focus on the what and the how. Instead, he shared a part of his soul. He told America what he believed. He gave the world his dream, not his blueprint. "I have a dream," he declared, and those words resonated not just in the ears, but in the hearts of millions. People who shared that fundamental belief, who saw that same vision of a better world. They adopted his cause as their own. They didn't show up in Washington for him. They showed up for themselves, for the values they held dear. They came to stand shoulder to shoulder with others who believed to be part of something larger than themselves. What was this invisible current of inspiration that could pull together 250,000 individuals into a singular, powerful force for change? Let's explore one more story, this one born in the dust and grease of a humble workshop. At the dawn of the 20th century, the quest for powered, controlled human flight was the ultimate technological frontier. It was the moonshot of its time. And the race was on paper. Samuel Pierpont Langley was the undisputed favorite. He had everything going for him. The U.S. War Department had invested $50,000 in his project, an astronomical sum for the time. He was a senior official at the prestigious Smithsonian Institution and a professor at Harvard. His network was a who's who of the scientific and political elite. The era's most respected newspaper, the New York Times, chronicled his every move, creating a public expectation of imminent success. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Dayton, Ohio, Orville and Wilbur Wright were a world apart. They possessed none of Langley's advantages. Their venture was funded entirely by the meager profits from their small bicycle shop. No one on their team had a university degree, let alone a prestigious one. They were outsiders, tinkerers driven by an obsessive passion. The press ignored them. But they had something Langley lacked: an unshakable, deeply personal belief. They believed that if they could unlock the secret of flight, it would not just be a technical achievement, but a gift that would connect humanity and alter the course of history. On a windswept morning in December 1903, the Wright brothers achieved the impossible. The world, however, barely noticed for days. Langley, upon hearing the news and after his own final, failed attempt, simply quit. He could have recognized their breakthrough and used his vast resources to advance the technology, but he didn't. His motivation was tied to fame and funding. When those disappeared, so did his drive. The Wrights were driven by something internal, something that could not be taken away. So here we stand, having examined three vastly different scenarios: a 21st century corporation, a 20th century social movement, and a turn-of-the-century invention, and yet an undeniable pattern connects them all. A golden thread runs through these stories of improbable success. This forces us to confront a fundamental question. Why do certain leaders and organizations inspire such profound loyalty and achieve things that seem to defy all rational explanation? Why do their followers, employees, and customers commit with a passion that money cannot buy? It's clearly not just about having more capital. Samuel Langley's story debunks that myth. It's not about possessing the most impressive credentials. The Wright brothers are a testament to that. It's not simply about creating a superior product or service. History is littered with the wreckage of technically brilliant failures. We're conditioned to think in terms of tangible metrics: price, quality, features, promotion. We believe success can be engineered with the right business plan. But the loyalty we've seen here, the unshakable faith, it doesn't stem from a spreadsheet. It's not logical. It's a deeply human, emotional response. The answer, it turns out, is astonishingly simple and profoundly biological. There is a consistent, unpredictable pattern at play. These remarkable leaders and organizations, whether consciously or intuitively, all think, act, and communicate in the exact same way. And it is the complete opposite of how everyone else operates. This pattern has little to do with market demographics and everything to do with the fundamental architecture of the human brain. It taps directly into the neurobiology of decision-making. Our brains evolved over millions of years, and the oldest, most powerful part is the limbic system. This is where our feelings reside: trust, loyalty, love, fear. It's responsible for all of our behavior and decision-making. Crucially, it has no capacity for language. This is why we can have a strong gut feeling about a decision but struggle to explain it rationally. It's why we can fall in love when a leader communicates from their why, their purpose, their cause, their belief. They are speaking directly to this ancient, non-verbal part of our brain. It bypasses the analytical noise and creates a direct, emotional connection. We feel a sense of shared identity, a powerful feeling of belonging. We trust them not for what they do, but for why they do it. This is the biological code of inspiration. When we learn to communicate from this place, we tap into the very core of what makes us human. We stop just motivating people and start truly inspiring them. So, how do they do it? That question from our last discussion, it's the one that kept me up at nights. How do some leaders and organizations command a loyalty so profound it almost defies logic, while others, armed with more funding, better products, and smarter people, still falter for the longest time? I was convinced the answer lay in the what. What brilliant product they sold, what innovative service they offered, what complex strategy they meticulously deployed. My entire early career was built on this misguided foundation. I was the master of what. I could deconstruct any project into its component parts, build an airtight plan, define every deliverable with crystalline clarity, and hit every deadline. My world was a landscape of spreadsheets, Gantt charts, and milestones, and I was good at the what. Terribly good. I vividly remember the peak of my what-driven world. It was a massive software launch for a flagship client, a project with zero margin for error. The pressure was immense. For 6 months, my team and I lived in a pressure cooker fueled by stale coffee and takeout. We worked weekends, pulled all-nighters, and optimized every conceivable process. And on paper, it was a triumph of execution. We delivered on time, under budget, and the technical specifications were met to the letter. My bosses were ecstatic. The client was satisfied. My team received handsome bonuses, and I was handed a promotion and a shiny plaque for excellence in project management. We had a sterile celebration with cheap champagne in the conference room. But later that night, as I sat alone in my quiet apartment, the plaque on my coffee table seemed to mock me. I felt nothing. Not pride, not joy, not even relief. Just a profound, hollow emptiness. It was another box ticked on an endless checklist. Another what conquered. The initial thrill of the challenge had long ago dissolved into the grinding monotony of execution. I felt like I was running faster and faster on a high-tech treadmill, generating impressive stats but going absolutely nowhere meaningful. I was a textbook example of external success, and yet internally, I was bankrupt of inspiration. This disconnect, this feeling of being professionally competent but personally unfulfilled, then became a quiet, persistent hum of discontent in the background of my life. I was fluent in the language of tasks and results, but I had completely forgotten how to speak the language of purpose. I knew what I was doing every single day. I even knew how to do it better than most. But for the life of me, I couldn't answer the one question that was beginning to scream for an answer. Why? This nagging, pervasive why sent me on a quest. I devoured books on leadership, psychology, and business strategy, searching for a clue, for a different way of seeing things. And that's when I stumbled upon him, a man named Simon Sinek, in a now famous TED Talk. Standing in front of a humble flip chart and drawing 3 simple concentric circles. He called it the Golden Circle. The concept was so elegant, so deceptively simple. It felt like a fundamental truth I had always known but never been able to articulate. At the very center, the starting point of everything. He wrote the word why. In the next circle radiating outward, he wrote how. And in the largest, outermost circle, he wrote what. Sinek's argument struck me like a bolt of lightning. He explained that almost every person and every organization on the planet knows what they do, the products they sell, the services they offer. Some know how they do it. These are their differentiators, their unique selling propositions or proprietary processes. But very, very few people or organizations can clearly articulate why they do what they do. And he was clear why is not about making a profit. That's a result. The why is something much deeper. It's the purpose, the cause, or the belief that inspires you. It's the very reason your organization exists beyond its commercial function. And here was the critical insight all the great, inspiring leaders and organizations in the world, regardless of their size or industry, all think, act, and communicate from the inside out. They start with why. It was a complete inversion of how I had operated my entire life. I had been living professionally from the outside in, focusing on the clearest, most tangible thing, the what, and secretly hoping it would magically lead to a sense of fulfillment. It never did. Sinek then connected this idea to the very structure of our brains. Our neocortex, our newest brain, corresponds with the what level. It's responsible for all our rational and analytical thought and language. The middle two sections, the how and why, correspond with our limbic brain, which is responsible for all of our feeling, like trust and loyalty. It's also responsible for all human behavior and decision-making. Yet it has no capacity for language. It's the source of our gut feelings. So when we communicate from the outside in, when we lead with facts and figures, people can understand what we're saying. But it doesn't drive their behavior. But when we communicate from the inside out, when we start with our why, we are speaking directly to the part of the brain that controls behavior. And then we allow people to rationalize that feeling with the tangible things we say and do. That profound sense of loyalty and inspiration wasn't an intangible mystery after all. It was biology. It was the human response to a clearly articulated and authentic why. This singular idea, the golden circle, was the game changer. It was the key that unlocked the door to that room I had been fumbling to find. And it's the entire reason this series exists. So, let me be perfectly clear about what we're going to do here. This is not going to be a sterile book summary. We are not here to just skim the surface and give you a bulleted list of takeaways from Start With Why. You can find that in 1,000 5-minute videos. No. We're embarking on a much deeper expedition. We are going to deconstruct this paradigm-shifting idea piece by piece. We will dissect the biology. We will study the real-world examples of companies and leaders who are the living embodiment of their why. And just as importantly, we will analyze the cautionary tales of those who lost their way. This journey is about internalizing a concept so powerful it can fundamentally recalibrate the way you see your business, your career, and your life. Think of it as installing a new operating system for inspiration, one that works with human nature, not against it. So here is my promise to you. If you stick with me through this journey, you will leave with more than just interesting information. You will possess a new framework, a powerful lens for understanding your own life and your capacity to lead. Are you an entrepreneur struggling to make your company stand out in a crowded market? Are you a manager trying to light a fire in a disengaged team? Are you, as I once was, an individual simply searching for a deeper sense of meaning and purpose in your work? This is for you. We are going to learn, together, how to find and articulate our own why, and then how to use it to inspire action in ourselves and in others. This is the path to moving beyond the endless what that occupies so much of our daily attention and tapping into the profound, enduring power of why. This framework is the difference between a job and a calling, between managing and leading, between fleeting success and a lasting legacy. It's time to begin our journey from the inside out. Before I truly understood the profound simplicity of starting with why, my world, and I suspect yours as well, was largely governed by a very different, more immediate set of forces. It's a world we all intuitively recognize because we navigate its currents every single day. It's the landscape of commerce, of politics, of our daily interactions. Simon Sinek gives it a name, a world dominated by manipulations. Now, that word itself sounds sinister, doesn't it? It conjures images of puppet masters pulling strings and convoluted schemes hatched in secret. But the reality is far more mundane and pervasive. Manipulations are the standard operating procedure, the default setting for the vast majority of businesses and organizations today. They represent the common, universally accepted, and frankly, the path of least resistance when it comes to convincing people to do what you want. When you strip everything else away, there are fundamentally only two ways to influence human behavior. You can either manipulate it, or you can inspire it. One is a short-term tactic, the other is a long-term strategy. And for now, let's dissect the world we know best, the world of carrots and sticks. Let's begin with the most ubiquitous tool in the manipulator's toolkit, the most common carrot dangled before us: price. We are bombarded with it from the moment we wake up. 20% off everything. Buy one, get one free. Massive end-of-season sale. Dropping the price is arguably the most reliable and immediate way to capture a customer's attention and, more often than not, their wallet. It's an appeal made directly to the rational, calculating part of our brain. This part loves a good deal. It's wired to seek value, to feel a sense of victory when we pay less for something than we believe it's worth. And businesses have mastered this science. They use price as a powerful, albeit blunt, lever, pulling it whenever they need to inject a quick surge of cash flow or clear out inventory. But this reliance on price comes with a hidden, corrosive cost. When you compete primarily on price, you are implicitly teaching your customers that your value is inextricably tied to how little they have to pay. The moment a competitor down the street offers a slightly deeper discount, the customer who came to you for the deal will inevitably leave you for the better deal. There is no bond, no connection, no sense of belonging. There is only a transaction, as fleeting and impersonal as the exchange of cash itself. Next in line is another popular carrot, a slightly more dressed-up cousin of the price drop, the promotion. This is the art of adding perceived value to a transaction. It's the free premium gift with any purchase over $50. The 3 extra features at no additional cost, or the complimentary upgrade to the deluxe version for a limited time. It's an attempt to sweeten the pot, to make us feel like we're not just buying a product, but gaining an advantage. Think about the last time you chose a particular brand of coffee just because it came with a reusable mug, or upgraded your software subscription because they threw in a bundle of templates you'll likely never use. It works, doesn't it? That little extra something is often just enough to nudge us over the finish line of a decision. But just as with price, a dependency on promotions creates a dangerous precedent. It conditions the consumers known to constantly expect something more, something extra. The core product or service, the very thing the business was created to provide, is no longer sufficient on its own. The conversation shifts from the intrinsic quality and value of what's being sold to the novelty and appeal of the add-on. It delivers a short-term sugar rush of sales, but it often masks a deeper, long-term problem, a fundamental lack of genuine preference or affection for the product itself. Now, let us turn from the alluring pull of carrots to the sharp poke of sticks. If rewards are designed to pull us forward, then sticks are designed to push us from behind with the uncomfortable pressure of consequence. And the oldest, most powerful stick in the arsenal is thus, without a doubt, fear. Fear is a primal biological motivator that bypasses logic. It can be loud, visceral, and obvious, like a home security company showing unsettling footage of a home invasion in their commercials. But more frequently in modern marketing, it's a quieter, more insidious force. It's the limited time offer that weaponizes our inherent fear of missing out, our FOMO. It's the only 2 seats left at this price and banner that flashes urgently on an airline website, creating a false sense of scarcity. It's the consulting firm that subtly suggests that if you don't adopt their new complex platform, your entire business will be rendered obsolete, left in the dust by more forward-thinking competitors. This type of messaging effectively hijacks our higher-level decision-making process. It replaces calm, rational thought with a churning sense of urgency and anxiety. We are compelled to buy not because we have identified a true want or need, but because we are fundamentally afraid of the negative consequences of inaction. It's an effective, but deeply cynical and ultimately stressful method for generating a response. Of course, the spectrum of manipulation is broad and includes other, more nuanced tactics. Consider peer pressure, which cleverly leverages our deep-seated human need to belong and conform. Phrases like, "join millions of satisfied customers," or "the #1 choice for leading dentists," aren't really about the product. They're about assuaging our fear of making the wrong choice. They tell us it's safe to jump on the bandwagon. Then there is aspirational messaging, a tactic that sells not a product but an identity. It uses impossibly beautiful celebrities or wildly successful influencers to suggest that if we just buy this particular watch, drive this specific car, or wear this exclusive fragrance, we will somehow absorb a fragment of their success, their charisma, their glamour. All of these tactics, from the blunt instrument of price to the sophisticated allure of aspiration, absolutely work. They generate clicks, they drive traffic, they boost quarterly earnings, they can build a company, even a very large and highly profitable one. On paper, by all conventional metrics, they look like the very definition of success. But herein lies the critical, fatal flaw in this entire paradigm, the central point that Simon Sinek illuminates so powerfully. Not a single one of these tactics can build loyalty. Loyalty is not when a customer simply chooses you again. Loyalty is when a customer is willing to suffer an inconvenience, pay a premium, or turn down a demonstrably better product or a lower price, all to continue doing business with you. Manipulations, by their very design, are incapable of forging this kind of profound emotional bond. They are engineered to produce one-time events transactions, not enduring relationships. A customer won over by a steep discount is not a loyal customer. They are, at best, a customer of discounts. A person who makes a purchase out of fear is not a brand evangelist. They are a temporary hostage to their own anxiety. This is where the most potent analogy for this entire system comes into play. Running a business or leading a team through a constant stream of manipulations is strikingly similar to a drug addiction. A big price drop gives you that quick, exhilarating hit, a spike in sales that makes the charts look great and feels fantastic, but the effect is fleeting. The high wears off. So next quarter, to get that same euphoric rush, you need a bigger, more potent dose. The discount needs to be deeper. The promotion must be more outrageously enticing. The fear-based messaging has to be dialed up to an even higher level of urgency. It becomes a relentless, downward spiral, a race to the bottom. You are perpetually chasing the next hit, placing ever-increasing stress on your profit margins, your team's morale, and your company's integrity. Meanwhile, your customers become progressively conditioned, even jaded. They learn to wait for the next sale because they know it's coming. They learn to tune out the manufactured hype. This constant cycle of carrots and sticks is financially costly. It is emotionally exhausting. And most critically, it actively prevents the formation of the one thing that can provide long-term stability and success: genuine trust. It keeps businesses and their customers locked in a shallow, transactional dance, forever preventing them from building the kind of deep relationship that inspires true loyalty and creates real, lasting, and meaningful value. And it is this alternative, this less traveled path of inspiration that we will begin to explore next. In the world we've just explored, the world of carrots and sticks. Manipulation is the common currency. It's fast, it's often effective in the short term, and it produces measurable results. A price drop, a limited time offer, a promise of a free gift. These tactics work. They get people to act, and for a business under pressure, for a marketing team chasing quarterly targets, that immediate result feels like a victory. It's a quick fix, a potent painkiller for the headache of sluggish sales. But like any potent drug, the quick fix has side effects, and its long-term cost is dangerously high. The very foundation of this approach is built on a transactional relationship, not a loyal one. Let's dissect the true price of that quick fix. Think about the most common manipulation of all: the price-based promotion. A company slashes its prices by 30% for a weekend. The doors open, and customers flood in. The sales charts spike, executives smile, and the marketing team celebrates a successful campaign. On the surface, it's a resounding success. But who are these customers who just bought your product? Are they believers in your brand? Do they value your quality, your service, your mission? The hard truth is that most of them don't. They are loyal not to you, but to the deal. They are customers of the 30% off sticker. And as soon as your competitor offers 35% off, they will flock there without a second thought. You haven't earned a customer. You've rented one. You are perpetually filling a bucket with a massive hole in the bottom. The effort to keep it full is immense, requiring a constant stream of new promotions just to maintain the status quo. This leads directly to the second, more insidious cost: the crushing stress and expense of the manipulation cycle. The high from one successful promotion inevitably fades. Sales figures return to their baseline, or worse, they dip even lower because you've now anchored your product's value to a discounted price. So, what's the answer? Another manipulation, but this time, it has to be stronger. The last carrot wasn't sweet enough, so the next one must be bigger. The last stick wasn't sharp enough, so the next one must be more threatening. This is the hamster wheel of manipulation. It's an addiction. Businesses become so focused on engineering the next hit, the next short-term spike, that they lose sight of the long game. Immense creative energy, financial resources, and human talent are poured not into innovation, not into improving the product or serving the customer better, but into concocting the next gimmick. It is a profound and tragic waste of potential, a constant state of stressful invention that adds no real, lasting value. For a stark, real-world example of this destructive cycle, we need look no further than the American automotive industry in the latter part of the 20th century. Facing fierce competition and needing to move massive amounts of inventory, U.S. carmakers unleashed one of the most powerful manipulations ever conceived, the cashback rebate. The offer was simple and seductive: buy our car, and we will literally give you a check for $1, $2, or even $3,000. It worked like magic. Cars flew off the dealership lots. It was the ultimate quick fix, but in solving one problem, they created a far larger, more systemic one. They had inadvertently trained their entire customer base to never pay the sticker price again. Why would anyone buy a car in May when they knew from experience that a massive rebate program was likely coming in June? The rebate ceased to be a special, exciting incentive and became an expected, non-negotiable part of the transaction. The manufacturers were now trapped in a prison of their own making. If they stopped the rebates, sales would plummet as customers waited for a deal that would never come. If they continued, they would hemorrhage profits and fundamentally devalue their own products in the eyes of the consumer. The sticker price became a joke, a fictional starting point for a negotiation centered entirely around the size of the discount. They were no longer selling the quality of their engineering or the legacy of their brand, they were selling the deal. This decades-long reliance on incentives fostered a cynical, transactional relationship with buyers and forced the industry into a brutal race to the bottom, where loyalty was a forgotten currency. The lesson from the auto industry, and countless others like it, is clear and unforgiving. Manipulation is a short-term strategy with devastating long-term costs. It is a loan taken out against the future of your brand, with trust as the collateral. Each price drop erodes your pricing power. Each fear-based tactic dissolves a little more of the customer's faith. You create a customer base of savvy deal hunters rather than a community of loyal fans. The price of the quick fix is the slow, painful death of loyalty. It's the creation of a cynical marketplace where relationships are shallow and transactions are king. You may win the battle for the quarterly report, but you will almost certainly lose the war for the customer's heart. And that is a price no successful business can afford to pay. In our last discussion, we pulled back the curtain on the quick fix, the crude, overt tactics of manipulation that promise immediate results but ultimately leave a trail of broken trust and hollow, transactional relationships. They are the loud, obvious cons, but what happens when the manipulation is quieter, more elegant? What if it's woven so seamlessly into the fabric of our culture and our own aspirations that we welcome it with open arms? This is where we venture now, into the sophisticated and pervasive world of peer pressure and aspirational marketing. This is influence as a high art, a strategy that doesn't just sell you a product, it sells you a perfected version of yourself. A future you that you desperately want to believe is attainable through a simple purchase. It's a manipulation that feels like a helping hand. At its very core, this strategy hijacks one of the most powerful drivers of human behavior, our innate need to belong and to conform. We are social creatures, evolutionarily wired to look to the pack for cues on how to behave, what to value, and who to be. This instinct, which once ensured our survival in a hostile world, is now the fertile ground where modern marketers plant their seeds. The most direct and potent application of this is the celebrity endorsement. When we see an actor we admire for their gravitas, a musician whose art moves us to our core, or an athlete who embodies the pinnacle of human discipline, showcasing a product, our rational brain often takes a back seat. We don't engage in a logical cost-benefit analysis of the product's features. Instead, our mind performs a subconscious act of transference. We project the qualities we admire in the celebrity, their success, their beauty, their talent, their confidence onto the inanimate object in their hands. The unspoken, insidious message isn't, "This watch is a feat of precision engineering." It's, "This is the watch worn by someone who commands respect and lives a life of consequence. Wear it, and you will absorb a fragment of that power." It offers a form of borrowed confidence, a tangible shortcut to an intangible status. This tactic preys on the quiet, universal fear that we are not enough on our own. It amplifies our insecurities, suggesting that our current self is a before picture, and this product is the key to the after. The endorsement manufactures a powerful, yet invisible social pressure, a feeling that if the people I look up to use it, I must too if I am to be part of the successful, the admired, the in crowd. It's a silent consensus, expertly engineered to guide our choices without our conscious consent. This, however, is merely the opening act. Aspirational marketing takes this same principle of transference and magnifies it. Building an entire universe around a product, it moves beyond a single famous face to craft a complete lifestyle. An idyllic state of being that is perpetually just one purchase away. Think of the advertisements that feel more like short films, where the product itself is almost an afterthought, appearing only in the final fleeting seconds. We are shown breathtaking scenes of rugged individuals conquering mountain peaks, of effortlessly cool friends sharing intimate moments in a chic urban loft, of families basking in the golden glow of perfect harmony. The SUV, the craft beer, the designer sofa, they are meticulously positioned not as mere objects, but as the sacred keys to unlocking these idealized existences. The message is intoxicatingly seductive and deeply personal. Be like me, be this person, live this life. It is a direct and potent promise to transform not just your circumstances, but the very essence of your identity. It zeroes in on the gap between the person we are in our mundane reality and the person we dream of becoming in our most private fantasies. It whispers to our deepest insecurities about not being adventurous enough, sophisticated enough, or loved enough. It then offers a deceptively simple, tangible solution to these complex internal struggles. You aren't just buying a performance vehicle. You're buying the raw thrill of the open road and the unshakable confidence of its driver. You aren't just buying a bottle of fragrance. You're buying the allure and mystery it promises to bestow upon you. This form of marketing is masterful precisely because it refuses to argue with our logic. Instead, it seduces our emotions. It sidesteps our critical faculties entirely and speaks the native tongue of our hopes and fears. And herein lies the profound, slow-acting poison of this approach. What happens after the transaction is complete, when the ephemeral magic of the advertisement fades? You drive the new performance car home, only to find yourself stuck in the same monotonous morning traffic. You wear the new fragrance out, but your fundamental feelings of social anxiety remain. The idealized reality promised in the marketing campaign fails to materialize. The reality of the product, a functional object, can never live up to the emotional fantasy it was used to sell. This collision creates a vast, jarring chasm between the promise and the reality. With each purchase that fails to deliver on its implicit promise of personal transformation, a seed of cynicism takes root and grows. We slowly begin to see all marketing, all communication from institutions, as a potential lie. We become guarded, distrustful not just of specific brands but of aspirational messages in general. The erosion of trust we spoke of earlier metastasizes from a personal, one-to-one level to a pervasive societal malaise. The constant bombardment of impossible promises creates a culture of deep-seated disillusionment, where authenticity is a rare commodity and every message is suspected of concealing a hidden agenda. The very language of hope, improvement, and aspiration becomes devalued, tainted and corroded by its relentless commercial exploitation. The tragic long-term consequence is an audience that is harder to inspire, more skeptical of genuine connection, and less willing to believe in anything at all. So, is all branding an inevitable descent into this sophisticated manipulation? Is it impossible to sell a product by appealing to higher values without being deceptive? Absolutely not. The critical, fundamental distinction lies in the origin and direction of the values themselves. Manipulative brands treat values as a costume. They bolt on a desirable ideal like community or freedom to a product as a sales tactic. Authentic brands, however, are born from a set of core values. For them, a product's values are the cause, not a manufactured effect. Consider a company genuinely dedicated to environmental sustainability. They don't simply run television ads with beautiful nature shots while their factories quietly pollute rivers. Instead, their commitment is the bedrock of their entire operation. Evident in every action they take, they pioneer the use of recycled materials. They invest heavily in clean energy for their facilities. They design products for longevity and repairability, not for the landfill. Their marketing doesn't need to invent a false aspiration. It simply needs to clearly and honestly communicate their genuine mission. The message is not buy our jacket to look like you care about the planet. It is, we made this jacket because we care deeply about the planet, and it is designed for people who share that foundational value. The connection they forge with a customer isn't based on an ephemeral fantasy, but on a solid, shared belief system. Trust is built not through a single slick campaign, but through years of consistency, transparency, and a product that genuinely embodies the principles it stands for. These are the brands that cultivate loyal, passionate communities, not just transient customer bases. Their relationship with their audience ceases to be transactional. It becomes a partnership rooted in mutual respect and a deeply shared identity. They do not prey on insecurity, they appeal to conviction. They do not sell you a hollow dream of who you could be. They affirm the deeply held values of who you already are. This path is undoubtedly harder. It requires unwavering commitment, patience, and a long-term vision that transcends quarterly profit reports. But unlike the quick fix of aspirational fantasy, it builds a foundation of trust that is resilient, meaningful, and in the end, unshakably powerful. We've just explored how the machinery of marketing preys on our deepest insecurities, convincing us that a product can fill a void that it never could. This relentless pressure to aspire, to acquire, to become something more creates a powerful engine for consumption. But what happens when we turn this lens inward, not on the consumer, but on the corporations themselves? We find a startling mirror image. The very companies that exploit our insecurities are often driven by a profound insecurity of their own. The desperate, all-consuming fear of not being seen as innovative. Innovation. The word has become a hollow mantra, chanted in boardrooms and plastered across keynote presentations. It's the sacred cow of modern capitalism, a term so overused and misapplied that it has been rendered almost meaningless. It's slapped onto every new product iteration, every minor software update, every trivial design tweak. It's the modern business world's equivalent of a magic word, meant to signal progress, relevance, and superiority. But if everything is innovative, then nothing is. This obsession reveals a deep corporate anxiety, a fear of being left behind in a marketplace that worships novelty. But we, as consumers and thinkers, must learn to distinguish the signal from the noise. We must remember what true innovation is. It isn't about adding another bell or whistle. It isn't about a slightly faster processor or a new shade of brushed aluminum. True innovation is a tectonic shift. It's an idea or a creation so fundamental that it permanently alters the course of an industry, a culture, or even human behavior itself. The printing press was an innovation. It decentralized knowledge, broke the monopolies on information, and sparked revolutions in thought and governance. The advent of the assembly line was an innovation. It didn't just make cars. It redefined the nature of labor, manufacturing, and the global economy. The internet was an innovation. It redefined communication, community, and the very concept of place. These things didn't just offer a new way of doing an old task. They created entirely new tasks to be done, new ways of thinking to be had. They changed the very fabric of our reality. The fallacy of modern innovation lies in its obsession with the what at the expense of the why. Most companies are locked in a frantic, cyclical race to answer the question, what can we add? This is the intellectual hamster wheel that leads to feature stacking. Consider the smartphone, a truly innovative product in its inception. Yet, its evolution has become a masterclass in this fallacy. The phone now needs a better camera, and then another camera for zooming, and then a third for wide angles, and a fourth that can measure depth for portrait mode. Each edition is heralded in a lavish press event as a breakthrough, a game changer. But these are what-level changes? They are additions, modifications, incremental improvements on an existing platform. They rarely, if ever, emerge from the deeper, more powerful question, why does this matter? A true Y-level innovation for the phone camera wasn't just about megapixels, it was the fundamental idea of democratizing photography, of putting a high-quality creative tool in every pocket, of making the act of capturing and sharing a moment instantaneous and universal. That was a cultural shift. Adding a fourth lens that slightly improves night shots is not. It's an incremental change masquerading as a revolution, a distraction designed to make us feel like we are participating in progress when, in reality, we are just being sold a slightly different version of the same core experience. There is perhaps no greater cautionary tale on this subject than the story of TiVo. For those who remember, TiVo was nothing short of miraculous when it first appeared in 1999. It was a digital video recorder, a DVR that performed a kind of magic. It allowed you to pause live television, rewind a play you missed in a football game, and, most terrifyingly for the entire broadcast industry, skip entire blocks of commercials with a few clicks of a button. This was not feature stacking. This was a genuine, paradigm-shifting innovation. It fundamentally changed the relationship between the viewer and the broadcast. It was a declaration of independence for the audience, handing control from the network schedule to the living room couch. TiVo had a brilliant product, a revolutionary what, but they failed catastrophically at communicating their why. Their marketing focused on the features, on the mechanics. You can pause live TV. You can record your favorite shows. They sold the tool, not the freedom it provided. They sold the what, not the why. They failed to build a movement around the idea of reclaiming one's own time and attention from the grip of advertisers and programmers. And so, what happened? The massive cable and satellite companies, initially caught off guard by this upstart, simply created their own good-enough DVRs. Their products were often clunky, with slow interfaces and less intuitive controls compared to TiVo's elegant system. But they had one massive, unassailable advantage: they were bundled into the existing cable subscription for a few extra dollars a month. The customer didn't have to research and buy a separate, expensive box or learn a new system. The cable companies sold a simple what, a box that records shows, and it was convenient, integrated, and cheap. TiVo, the true innovator, the company that invented the category, was left behind. They had changed the world, but they failed to explain why that change mattered beyond the features themselves. They had the first-mover advantage with a superior product. But as the history of business so often teaches us, a great product is never enough. Their innovation, lacking a clear and resonant why, was reduced to a set of functions that could be, and were, easily copied by lumbering giants who understood distribution and bundling far better than they understood revolution. This brings us to the core of the fallacy. Innovation without a clear, driving purpose, a profound why, is ultimately just a novelty. It's a temporary trick, a fleeting spectacle that captures our attention for a moment before the next one comes along. It can be reverse-engineered, imitated, and integrated by competitors who are faster, bigger, or cheaper. The company that adds a folding screen to its phone is celebrated for a season, but soon, every company has a folding screen. The race then degrades into a meaningless competition over who can make the screen fold more elegantly, or who can add a second screen on the outside. The what continues to stack up, while the why is never addressed. Why do we need a folding screen? Does it fundamentally change how we connect, work, or live? Or is it simply a new, more expensive way to do what we were already doing, designed to trigger another upgrade cycle? When purpose is absent, innovation becomes a hollow pursuit, an arms race of features that adds complexity without adding meaning. It becomes a reflection of that same corporate insecurity, a desperate attempt to look busy, to look progressive, without ever having to do the hard work of discovering a genuine reason for being. True, lasting change doesn't come from a new feature. It comes from a new perspective. It comes from a why so powerful that it makes the what inevitable and, more importantly, makes it meaningful. We have journeyed through the great illusion of our modern economy, peeling back the layers of the fallacy of innovation. We've seen how the relentless, breathless pursuit of what we call progress is often just a sophisticated mask for something far less inspiring, a series of clever tactical maneuvers, meticulously engineered to nudge us, to entice us, to manipulate us into making a choice in their favor. Right now, it's the new, exclusive color for a smartphone that is functionally identical to last year's model. It's the slightly redesigned cereal box promising new and improved taste when nothing inside has changed. It's the limited time offer that seems to return with the predictability of the seasons. These are not acts of creation, they are acts of persuasion. But what is the true, accumulating cost of this endless, frantic game of features and promotions? The price we pay is not just in dollars spent on things we don't need. It's a deficit that is hollowing out our culture, a profound and growing hole in the very fabric of business and human connection. It is the loyalty deficit. So what, then, is real, unshakable loyalty? It is the most valuable currency in any relationship, personal or professional, yet it cannot be found on any balance sheet. It is not a metric that can be neatly tracked in a spreadsheet or a quarterly sales report. It is certainly not the same as repeat business, though they are so often and so tragically confused. True loyalty is a choice. It is an act of faith. And often, from a purely rational standpoint, it is a beautifully irrational act. It is the conscious, heartfelt decision to turn down a better product, a lower price, or a more convenient option, simply to continue doing business with a company or a person you believe in. Think of the person who drives 10 extra minutes, past 3 brand new, shiny coffee chains with seamless mobile ordering and aggressive digital reward programs, just to go to their small, local cafe. It's a place where the floorboards might creak and the Wi-Fi is spotty, but the barista knows their name, remembers their order without being asked, and genuinely inquires about their day. That small cafe may not have the fanciest new brewing machine or a global marketing budget, but they possess something far more powerful, something priceless, a genuine human connection. That connection, that feeling of being known and valued, is the fertile ground where loyalty grows. This is because loyalty is not born in the neocortex, the highly evolved, analytical part of our brain that calculates value and compares features. It doesn't live in the cold, rational land of pros and cons lists and price comparisons. Loyalty is an emotion. It is a feeling. It resides deep within the limbic brain, the ancient, powerful core of our nervous system responsible for all of our feelings, like trust, love, and belonging. It is a gut feeling. It's a sense of safety, of being seen, of being part of a tribe that shares your values and beliefs. When a company, a leader, or a brand clearly and consistently communicates its purpose, its fundamental reason for being, its why, it bypasses the analytical mind and speaks directly to this primal, powerful part of our being. Manipulative tactics, by their very nature, can only speak to our rational mind. They offer a deal, a logical reason, a compelling argument to buy now. They are a siren's call to our wallets, but these appeals are as fleeting and ephemeral as the discount itself. They create transactions, not trust. They secure a sale, but they never capture a heart. And here, in this distinction, we uncover the critical, foundational misunderstanding that plagues so many modern organizations. They relentlessly pursue repeat business and foolishly call it loyalty. They pour millions, even billions, into complex loyalty programs that are, in reality, just frequency programs. They reward behavior, not belief. A customer who returns because you sent them a 20% off coupon is not loyal. They are a repeat customer, yes, but their allegiance is to the deal, not to you. They are loyal to the discount. The moment your competitor offers 25% off, they are gone without a second thought, and you are left scratching your head, wondering why your loyal customer base is so fickle. The truth is, It was never loyal to begin with. You bought their transaction. You never earned their devotion. Loyalty cannot be bought. It can only be earned, slowly and deliberately, or through shared values and consistent action over time. Let's be perfectly, unequivocally clear. Repeat business is when a customer chooses to transact with you multiple times. Loyalty is when that same customer is willing to suffer an inconvenience, pay a premium, or turn a blind eye to a competitor's shiny new feature, all for the privilege of continuing to do business with you. One is a calculated action, the other is a heartfelt feeling. When we build an entire economy on this fragile foundation of manipulation, we create a perpetual motion machine of anxiety and transactions. Businesses are forced into a constant, exhausting arms race of price wars and feature stacking, a downward spiral to the bottom. They burn precious resources, time, money, and human creativity not to create real, lasting value, but to create the perception of value for a fleeting moment. Customers, in turn, are conditioned to be perpetually dissatisfied, always on the hunt for the next best thing, their decisions guided by opportunism and FOMO, the fear of missing out, rather than by faith and connection. This system is a race to the bottom, and it is exhausting for everyone involved. It creates immense chronic stress for the seller and deep-seated, corrosive distrust for the buyer. It's a world where relationships are shallow and commitments are conditional, always subject to a better offer. It is a world drowning in a profound and dangerous loyalty deficit. So if this world of manipulation is a dead end, a beautifully decorated, gilded path that can never lead to the ultimate prize of unwavering loyalty, where do we turn? What is the alternative if we cannot coerce, nudge, or trick people into trusting us and standing by us through thick and thin? How do we build these powerful, lasting bonds that can withstand better prices and newer features? The answer lies not in tweaking what we do or refining how we do it. It's not about a cleverer marketing campaign or a slicker app. It requires a fundamental, non-paradigm-shifting change in perspective, away from the short-term gains of manipulation and towards something far more potent, far more human, and ultimately, far more durable. It requires a complete shift in our starting point, a shift away from what we do and towards why we do it, a shift towards inspiration, and it is only in that world, a world built on a shared cause and a clear purpose, a world built on inspiration, that true and lasting loyalty can finally be found. We have spent time in a world governed by manipulation, a world of dropping prices, running promotions, using fear, peer pressure, and aspirational messages to motivate behavior. And we've seen its fundamental flaw: it does not breed loyalty. It generates transactions, temporary gains, and a constant, exhausting cycle of repeat performances. It leaves us with a deficit of the one thing that truly matters for long-term success, both in business and in life: loyalty. So if manipulation is a flawed and short-term strategy, what is the alternative? If pushing people and dangling carrots only gets you so far, how do the great leaders inspire action? How do they command loyalty that lasts, that withstands bumps in the road, that feels less like a business transaction and more like a shared identity? The answer, it turns out, is beautifully simple. It's not a complex formula or a secret marketing trick. It's a framework grounded in how we, as human beings, are wired to act. This idea is best explained by something called the golden circle. Imagine a target, or a dartboard. It consists of 3 concentric circles. The outermost circle, The largest one is the what. The middle circle is the how, and the very center, the bullseye, is the why. This simple diagram holds the key to influential communication and inspirational leadership. Every single organization on the planet, without exception, knows their what. This is the easiest thing to identify and explain. It's the products a company sells or the services it offers. It's what you do. If you ask a company what they do, they'll tell you we sell computers, we build cars, we provide legal services. Now, moving one layer in, we come to the how. Some companies and some people know how they do what they do. These are the things that are often used to differentiate an idea or a product. It might be a proprietary process, a unique selling proposition, or a specific set of values that guides their actions. We have a patented engineering process, or we hire only the brightest minds from the top universities. This is where companies explain how they are different or better. But then we arrive at the center, the bullseye, the why. This is the most elusive layer. Very few people or organizations can clearly articulate why they do what they do. And this isn't about making money that's a result. The why is about your purpose, your cause, or your belief. It's the very reason your organization exists. Why did you get out of bed this morning and why should anyone care? It's the core belief that drives every decision, every product, every single action. The problem is, most of us communicate from the outside in. We go from the clearest thing to the fuzziest thing. We start by telling people what we do. Then we might explain how we do it differently. And we expect some sort of behavior, like a purchase or a vote or support. But it rarely inspires loyalty. The inspired leaders, the inspired organizations, regardless of their size or industry, all think, act, and communicate in the exact opposite way. They start from the inside out. They start with why. There's a biological reason for this. The levels of the golden circle correspond perfectly with the major levels of the human brain. The outer layer, the what, corresponds with our neocortex. This is the part of our brain responsible for all of our rational and analytical thought and language. It allows us to look through vast amounts of facts and figures, but it doesn't drive behavior. The middle two sections, the how and the why, correspond with our limbic brains. This is the part of our brain responsible for all of our feelings, like trust and loyalty. It's also responsible for all human behavior and all our decision-making. But here's the fascinating part: the limbic brain has no capacity for language. This is where gut feelings come from. When we have a gut feeling about a decision, it feels right. But we often struggle to articulate the exact reasons. It's because the decision-making part of our brain doesn't control language. So, when we communicate from the outside in, when we lead with what we do, we are speaking to the analytical part of the brain. People can understand vast amounts of complicated information, features, benefits, and facts. It just doesn't drive their behavior. But when we communicate from the inside out, starting with why, we're talking directly to the part of the brain that controls decision-making. We're allowing people to rationalize their gut feelings with the tangible things we say and do. The whats. This is where loyalty is born. This is where trust is formed. Let's consider a generic example. If a company communicates from the outside in, it sounds like this: we make great products. They are beautifully designed, user-friendly, and built with the highest quality materials. Want to buy one? It's a perfectly reasonable pitch. It's logical. but it's not inspiring. Now let's imagine that same company starting with why, communicating from the inside out. In everything we do, we aim to challenge the status quo. We believe in thinking differently, in empowering the individual to achieve the impossible. The way we challenge the status quo is by making our products beautifully designed, user-friendly, and built with the highest quality materials. We just happen to make great products. Want to buy one? See the difference. The first is a sales pitch. The second is a statement of purpose. I'm not just buying a product, I'm buying into a cause. The product simply serves as the tangible proof of that cause. The goal is not just to sell to people who need what you have. The goal is to sell to people who believe what you believe. The goal is not just to hire people who need a job. It's to hire people who believe what you believe. When you start with why, those who believe what you believe are drawn to you for their own reasons. And these people, these customers and employees, are the ones who will stand by you. They are the ones who exhibit true loyalty. They don't just work for a paycheck, they work for a cause. They don't just buy a product, they embrace an identity. This is the alternative to manipulation. It's not about coercion, it's about inspiration. It's about starting with that simple, central question, why? Of the 3 layers in the golden circle, one is instantly familiar to us all. It's the surface, the most visible and tangible part, the aspect we can see, touch, and easily describe. This is the realm of what. Every single organization on the planet, regardless of its size or industry, knows what it does. This is precisely why it's the easiest layer for us to grasp and articulate. The what is the products a company sells or the services it offers. For a car company, the what is cars. For a law firm, the what is legal counsel. For a bakery, the what is bread and pastries. For an individual, your what is often your job title: software engineer, marketing manager, teacher, doctor. It's the tangible output of your effort, the specific function you perform within a system. This layer is the domain of clarity, of facts and figures. It corresponds to the newest part of our brain, the neocortex, which is responsible for our rational and analytical thought and language. The neocortex is brilliant at processing complexity. It can understand features, benefits, data, and specifications. It can build spreadsheets, compare prices, and analyze performance metrics. The what is comfortable because it's concrete. There's no ambiguity. A product has these features. A service costs this much. The numbers are either better or they are not, because the what is so easy to identify and explain. It's the default starting point for the vast majority of communication, especially in business. Think about the advertisements you see and hear every single day. A tech company boasts about its new phone having the most megapixels and the fastest processor. A car manufacturer leads with its 0% financing and best-in-class fuel economy. A supermarket chain shouts about its lower prices on 100 different items. This is communication from the outside in. This is a what-led message. The underlying logic seems sound, present a rational, feature-based case for why your product is superior, and customers will make the logical choice to buy it. Companies list what they do, how they are different, and then expect a behavior, like a purchase. They tell us what they have and expect us to be moved. But here lies the profound flaw in this approach. The reason so many messages fail to resonate or inspire lasting loyalty. While the what is easy for our brains to understand, it's incredibly difficult for our hearts to love. It speaks to our rational mind but completely bypasses the part of us that actually drives behavior. The what doesn't inspire action. At best, it can manipulate it through short-term incentives like price drops or promotions. A what can always be copied. A competitor can always build a cheaper product. They can match your service, add another feature, or offer a better warranty. If a customer is only with you for your what, your price, your features, your convenience, then your relationship is purely transactional. There is no loyalty. There is no emotional bond. This creates a constant, exhausting race to the bottom. The customer who came for your discount will inevitably leave for the next, slightly better discount. Decisions, especially those related to loyalty and trust, are not made in the rational part of our brain. They are born in the limbic system, the same part of the brain that governs our feelings, our emotions, and our gut instincts. This part of the brain has no capacity for language. It's why we can have a strong feeling about a decision but struggle to articulate exactly why. We say things like, "It just feels right." That feeling, that gut instinct, is where true loyalty is built. Leading with the what is like trying to build a deep friendship by only listing your physical attributes and your salary. You might describe your height, your job title, and the car you drive. But you've said absolutely nothing about your character, your values, your beliefs, the very things that inspire connection and trust. The what simply serves as the tangible proof of something deeper. The car is the proof of the company's belief in innovation. The software is the proof of a belief in empowering creativity. By itself, the what is just noise in an overwhelmingly crowded marketplace. It's a commodity. It can certainly lead to a transaction, but it cannot, on its own, build a following. It cannot create a tribe. To understand how to forge that lasting, resilient connection, we must begin our journey not on the surface, but at the very core of the circle. We left off in the realm of the tangible, the easily defined what. We saw that companies almost universally know what they do. They can list the products they sell or the services they offer with perfect clarity. But we also discovered that in a world saturated with options, a world of near infinite choice, communicating from this outer layer is like shouting your name into a hurricane. The words are correct, but the message is lost in the noise of 1,000 other voices shouting their own names. It's a message of features, specifications, and facts in a marketplace that is increasingly and irrevocably driven by feelings, beliefs, and a search for identity. To simply state what you are is to be just another voice in a deafening crowd, another product on an endless shelf. To truly begin to separate from the pack, to create something that resonates on a more meaningful, more permanent level, we must peel back that first superficial layer and journey inward to the next circle of influence, the how. The how is where the magic begins to take shape. It's your differentiating process, your unique methodology, your operational philosophy made manifest. If the what is the finished meal served at the table, beautiful and satisfying, the how is the proprietary recipe, the unique combination of farm-fresh ingredients, the generations of tradition, and the masterful techniques used in the kitchen. The how describes the specific, often disciplined actions you take to realize what you do. For many of the world's most admired organizations, their how is the very foundation of their strategic advantage. It's not just a mission statement hanging on a wall. It's the living, breathing system of behaviors and values that dictates how they do what they do. And often, it's what they do better, more ethically, or more creatively than anyone else. This is where competence is forged and where an organization's true character is revealed. Let's make this concrete with a few powerful examples. Your how could be a proprietary manufacturing process, an ecosystem of innovation developed over decades of relentless research and development. Think of a company that doesn't just assemble parts, but designs the very machines that make the parts, creating a closed loop of quality control that competitors simply cannot access. The final product, the what, may be a smartphone, but the how is a symphony of materials science, miniature engineering, and logistical precision that is nearly impossible to copy. It is this painstakingly crafted process that justifies the premium, builds a global mystique, and ensures a legacy of innovation that feels like magic to the user. This is a tangible, defensible how that creates a chasm between itself and its rivals. Or perhaps your how is less about technology and more about humanity. It could be a unique service culture, a deeply ingrained philosophy of human interaction that transforms a mundane transaction into a defining, memorable experience. Zappos, in its heyday, sold shoes a clear what, but their legendary how was a fanatical, almost irrational devotion to customer service. They empowered their team members to spend hours on the phone with a single customer, not to maximize sales per hour, but to create a genuine, lasting human connection. The Ritz-Carlton's what is providing luxury accommodation, but their how is a set of service values known as the gold standards, which empower every single employee, from housekeeping to management, to spend up to $2,000 to resolve a guest's problem on the spot, without seeking a manager's approval. This how creates word-of-mouth legends and fosters a cult-like loyalty that a simple list of hotel amenities, the what, could never ever hope to achieve. This brings us directly to the world of Ray Dalio and the core of his life's work. At his firm, Bridgewater Associates, the what is straightforward investment management. They manage capital for large institutional clients. But their how is what has made them one of the most successful and scrutinized hedge funds in history. It is a disciplined, codified set of principles. Most famously, the principles of radical truth and radical transparency. Their entire organization is an idea meritocracy, built around a how that involves systematically recording and scrutinizing every meeting, every decision, and every mistake, making them available for all to see. They practice believability-weighted decision-making, where the opinions of proven, credible individuals carry more weight. It's a culture where open, evidence-based disagreement is not just allowed but is a mandatory part of the process, all in the relentless pursuit of the best possible ideas. This rigorous, principle-driven operating system for human collaboration is their unique, differentiating how. This is precisely why the how is so much more powerful than the what. A competitor can often reverse engineer your product. They can build a hotel with fancier rooms. They can start an online store selling the exact same shoes. But to copy your how, that is a monumental, if not impossible, task. How do you replicate a culture of radical transparency that took 40 years to build, with all its painful lessons and hard-won wisdom? How do you instill a set of deeply held service principles into the hearts and minds of thousands of employees when your organization was built on a foundation of pure efficiency? You can't. not without starting from scratch. A strong how creates a deep, wide, protective moat around your organization. It's the reason customers will choose you and pay a premium to do so, even if a competitor offers a slightly cheaper what. They are buying into your process, your discipline, your culture, your unique way of bringing value to the world. It builds a reputation for excellence that becomes your most valuable asset. But even with all this differentiating power, the how remains incomplete. It is a powerful persuader, but it speaks primarily to our logic, to the cerebral, analytical part of our brain. We can admire a clever manufacturing process. We can respect a company with a strong service culture. We can be intellectually impressed by a disciplined, principles-based approach to business. A well-articulated how makes people feel smart and secure for choosing you. It proves your worth with evidence. It validates their decision on a rational and a practical level. It definitively answers the important question: how are you better or different from the others? And these are powerful drivers of behavior that build trust, confidence, and repeat business. Yet, they do not inspire true devotion. They do not create a movement. Respect and admiration are not the same as belief and belonging. A how, no matter how unique or effective, is ultimately a description of a process. It is about the organization itself, its systems, its values, its operations. It's a message that says, look at how great we are. It does not inherently connect to the customer's own identity, their own beliefs, or their own sense of purpose in the world. It's like admiring the intricate gears of a beautiful watch. You can appreciate the craftsmanship and precision. But this admiration doesn't tell you anything about your own relationship with time. The how explains the mechanics of greatness, but not the soul behind it. For the deep, emotional pull that turns customers into evangelists and employees into a dedicated tribe, we must go one level deeper. We must ask the most fundamental question of all, the one that ignites passion and sparks action unlike any other. We must uncover the why. In our last exploration, we delved into the how, the unique process, the proprietary method that distinguishes an organization. It's a powerful layer, providing structure and a repeatable path to success. But a process, no matter how brilliant, is merely a vehicle, and a vehicle without a destination, without fuel, is just a beautiful machine sitting idle, waiting for a purpose. This brings us to the very core, the heart of the golden circle, the final and most profound layer, the why. The why is the engine. It's the source of all power, the origin of all genuine passion and inspiration. Before we go any further, we must be crystal clear about what the why is not. Your why is not to make a profit. This is perhaps the most common and critical misunderstanding. Profit is not a cause. It is a result. It's an essential, vital outcome that validates you are running a healthy, sustainable enterprise. But it will never be the reason you exist. A relentless focus on profit as a why leads to short-term decision-making, commoditization, and ultimately, a transactional relationship with customers and employees, devoid of loyalty. So, what is the why? The why is your purpose, your cause, your fundamental belief. It is the very reason your organization exists. Beyond what you make or the services you provide, it has everything to do with why you get out of bed in the morning, and why anyone else should care. Your why is the contribution you seek to make to the lives of others. the positive impact you want to have on the world, the dent you want to put in the universe. It is the origin story that provides meaning to all the work that follows. Let's look at a powerful example, the Wright brothers. In the early 20th century, the pursuit of powered flight was a major race. The Wrights were not the best funded, they had no government contracts, and no one on their team had a college degree. A man named Samuel Pierpont Langley had all of that. He had the what, build a flying machine, and a well-resourced how. But his why was fame and fortune. He wanted to be the next great inventor. The Wright brothers, by contrast, had a crystal-clear why. They held an unwavering belief that if they could master flight, it would change the course of human history and benefit all mankind. This profound belief, this purpose, is what fueled them through countless failures, ridicule, and harsh conditions. When Langley's machine failed publicly and he was humiliated, he quit. His why wasn't strong enough to sustain him. When the Wright brothers crashed, they would simply wheel the wreckage back to their shed and begin again, because their purpose was bigger than any single failure. Or consider the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He didn't ignite the civil rights movement by presenting a detailed 12-point plan. He didn't focus on the how. He shared his belief. In the summer of 1963, 250,000 people gathered on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. to hear him speak. They didn't show up for him. They showed up for themselves, for what they believed in. Dr. King gave the I have a dream speech, not the I have a plan speech. He spoke of his why, a belief in a world of equality, a world where people would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. This why resonated at the deepest human level, inspiring people to make immense sacrifices for a cause they believed in. This is the biological magic of the why. When we communicate from the outside in, from what to why, we speak to the neocortex, the rational, analytical part of our brain. It understands facts, figures, and features. But when we communicate from the inside out, starting with why, we speak directly to the limbic brain. This is the part of the brain responsible for all our feelings, like trust and loyalty. It's also responsible for all human behavior and decision-making. It's the source of our gut feelings. This is why a leader's passion or a brand's purpose can inspire us. We feel a connection not because we've analyzed the data, but because their why aligns with our own. The why is the source of all genuine inspiration. It's the difference between manipulation and motivation. It's the foundation upon which trust is built. It's the compass that guides you through uncertainty and the magnet that attracts those who believe what you believe. Without it, success is fleeting. With it, you build something that lasts. We've explored the profound power of why, that central or pulsating core of purpose that fuels inspiration, but a lingering question might remain. Is this simply a compelling philosophy, a clever turn of phrase for leadership seminars? Or is there something more fundamental, more concrete, at work? The answer is not found in marketing textbooks or business case studies. It's found within the very architecture of our own minds. The power of the golden circle is not an opinion. It is, quite simply, biology. Let's journey inward, peeling back the layers of human consciousness to its biological roots. If you were to look at a cross-section of the human brain, you'd see a structure that evolved over millions of years. A beautiful and intricate organ built from the inside out. Our oldest, most primitive structures are at the center, with the newest, most advanced components wrapped around them. For our exploration, we'll focus on the two areas that perfectly align with our model of influence. The outermost layer, the evolutionary crown jewel, is the neocortex. This is our new brain. It is the home of Homo sapiens as we know ourselves, the center of all rational and analytical thought, of logic, and crucially, of language. The neocortex is what allows us to process vast amounts of complex information, to understand facts and figures, to weigh features and benefits, and to articulate our thoughts into coherent sentences. It is the brain of what? Now, let's travel deeper, beneath the wrinkled gray matter of the neocortex. Here we find the limbic brain. This is a much older, more primal part of our neurobiology, a system we share with all other mammals. The limbic brain is the wellspring of all our emotions. It is responsible for generating feelings of trust, loyalty, love, and belonging. It is also, and this is the critical piece of the puzzle, responsible for all human behavior and all decision-making. Every single choice you've ever made, from what to eat for breakfast to who you choose to marry, originates in this part of the brain. But here is the profound disconnect that explains everything. The limbic brain has absolutely no capacity for language. It cannot form words. It is entirely nonverbal. This is the biological seat of our gut feelings. That visceral, unexplainable certainty we get about a person or a situation. It's the feeling of it just feels right. A decision made from a place that has no words. So we have two distinct parts of the brain, operating in tandem but with fundamentally different functions. One thinks in words and logic, the other feels in emotions and drives action. Now, let's take the golden circle why, how, what, and lay it directly over this biological blueprint. The alignment is not just close, it is a perfect one-to-one correlation. The what level, the explicit, tangible aspect of an organization, the products it sells, the services it offers, corresponds flawlessly with the neocortex. This is the stuff we can easily describe and understand. But the how and the why, the guiding principles, the purpose, the cause, the belief their home is deep inside the limbic brain. This is not a metaphor, it's neurology. The structure of inspirational communication mirrors the very structure of the human brain. This biological blueprint reveals precisely why the vast majority of business communication feels so hollow and fails to inspire lasting action. Most organizations communicate from the outside in. They lead with their what. They shout about their superior features, their competitive pricing, their innovative technology. This information flows directly into the neocortex of the customer. The rational brain lights up. It can process the data, compare the specs, analyze the value proposition. A person can understand every single logical reason why they should buy your product or join your cause. But the decision-making part of the brain uttered the limbic system and has remained dormant, unengaged. It has heard nothing that speaks its language. And so, the potential customer is left in a state of paralysis. They might say, "It looks good on paper. Let me think about it." That thinking about it is the neocortex trying to wrestle with a decision it is not equipped to make, while the limbic brain remains silent, offering no gut feeling, no emotional confirmation. The connection was never made. Now, let's reverse the flow. Let's communicate as the brain is designed to decide, from the inside out. When you start with why, when you articulate your purpose, your reason for existing, you are not addressing the analytical mind. You are speaking directly to the limbic brain. You are sending a signal straight to the emotional core, the center of trust and decision-making. By starting with belief, you tap into the listener's own sense of identity and values. If your why resonates with their why, a profound connection is formed. It's a feeling of kinship, of shared understanding. Trust begins to bloom. The gut feeling says yes. The limbic brain has made its decision. It has decided to follow, to buy, to belong. At this point, the decision is already made on an emotional and instinctual level. Only then does the role of the neocortex become clear. Once the limbic brain is committed, it looks to the neocortex to make sense of it. The rational brain's job is not to make the decision, but to rationalize the decision that has already been made. The what, the products, the features, the price becomes the tangible evidence that allows the neocortex to articulate the emotional choice. We can now point to the better battery life or the sleek design and say, "This is why I chose it." But that's not the real reason. The real reason is that the company's why resonated with our own. The tangible features are simply the symbols that represent the intangible belief. They allow us to put our decision into words, both for ourselves and for others. This is why we say people don't buy what you do. They buy why you do it. This isn't a clever marketing slogan, it's a statement of biological fact. The most inspiring leaders and brands, whether they know the science or not, have intuitively understood this. They communicate in a way that is consistent with how the human brain functions. They don't try to sell you on facts and figures. They share a belief, a vision, a purpose. They invite you into a world that you already feel you belong to. The product is just a souvenir of that shared belief. This is the difference between a one-time transaction and lifetime loyalty. It's the difference between manipulation and inspiration. It is not an opinion. It's biology. We've just journeyed through the biology of the human brain, connecting the neocortex, our center for rational thought, with the whats of the world, and the limbic system, our source of feelings and trust, with the why. This isn't just a fascinating theory. It's the very mechanism behind our most profound decisions. And that brings us to a phenomenon we've all experienced, but often struggle to justify: the gut feeling. How many times have you made a choice, not because it made the most sense on paper, but because it simply felt right? I remember a time years ago, faced with two job offers. One was the sensible choice. It offered more money, a clearer career path, and the approval of everyone I asked. The spreadsheet I made, listing pros and cons, pointed overwhelmingly in its favor. The other offer was a risk. It was a younger company, a less defined role, and a smaller paycheck. By every rational metric, it was the inferior option. But deep within, there was a quiet, unshakable certainty, a pull, a voice that had no data to support it, yet it spoke with more authority than all the spreadsheets in the world. I couldn't articulate it then, but my limbic brain had made its decision. It recognized a shared belief, a common why, with the people at that smaller company. I took the risky job, and it became one of the most defining and rewarding experiences of my life. That decision, which looked irrational from the outside, was a gut decision. And gut decisions are not mystical whims. They are the limbic brain doing what it does best, making rapid, high-level assessments of trust and belonging. It's a feeling of rightness that precedes rational analysis. This is precisely the feeling that organizations that communicate their why can tap into. When a company like Apple presents a new product, they don't lead with processor speeds and gigabytes of RAM. They lead with a belief, a challenge to the status quo, a dedication to empowering the individual. They speak directly to your limbic brain. The purchase decision, for millions, isn't based on a feature-by-feature comparison with competitors. It's a gut feeling. It feels right. They trust Apple. They believe what Apple believes. The data and features only serve to rationalize the decision that has already been made on an emotional level. The challenge, of course, is that the limbic brain, for all its power in decision-making, has no capacity for language. This is why we find it so difficult to put our deepest feelings into words. Ask someone why they love their spouse. They might say, "She's funny, she's smart, she's kind." But those are attributes. Millions of people are funny, smart, and kind. Those are the whats. They don't explain the profound, unshakable connection. The real reason lies deep within the limbic brain, a feeling of trust, of safety, of home. It's a gut feeling. We can list the reasons, but the reasons aren't the cause. We can point to the data, but the data doesn't drive the decision. The same is true for our loyalty to leaders and brands. When we try to explain why we follow a certain leader or prefer a certain company, we often stumble, grasping for rationalizations for a choice that was fundamentally emotional. "I just like them," we might say. They get it. What we're really saying is, their why resonates with my why. This is the beautiful intersection of biology and leadership. Starting with why is not a tactic for manipulation. It is the art of communicating in a way that resonates with the part of the brain that governs behavior. It's about crafting a message that allows people to listen to their gut, to feel a sense of trust and alignment before their rational mind even begins to analyze the details. When you communicate from the inside out, from why to what, you speak directly to the decision maker. You are not trying to convince people with facts and figures. You are inviting them to join a cause they already feel is their own. The goal is not to sell to people who need what you have, but to find those who believe what you believe. And the most powerful way to do that is to give them something to believe in, allowing their gut to make the final and most authentic call. That powerful instinctual pull we feel in our gut, the one that operates without words but with absolute certainty, that is the voice of our why. As we've explored, this feeling emanates from the limbic brain, the ancient core of our decision-making. It is the genesis of every great movement, every lasting innovation, and every inspiring leader. But a feeling, however profound, is like a seed dormant in the earth. It holds the entire blueprint for a magnificent tree in the dun, but without soil, water, and sunlight, it remains just potential. Similarly, the golden circle provides the architectural drawing of our purpose, a map to our deepest beliefs. Yet no one has ever found shelter in a blueprint. A map is not the journey. The critical and often most difficult step is to transform that intangible feeling, that abstract why, into a tangible reality that others can see, feel, and trust. This transformation requires building a formidable bridge between our inner belief and our outer actions. This bridge doesn't rest on a single point of support. It is held aloft by three immense, inseparable pillars: clarity, discipline, and consistency. The first and foundational pillar is clarity. You must possess an unwavering clarity of why. This is not about crafting a clever marketing slogan or a generic mission statement filled with corporate buzzwords to be hung in a lobby. Clarity is the capacity to articulate your fundamental purpose in language so simple and direct that it resonates with the gut feelings of others. Why does this organization exist beyond its products and services? Why do you personally get out of bed in the morning, beyond the paycheck? And most importantly, why should anyone else care? A truly clear why acts as a powerful, uncompromising filter for all decision-making. Imagine you are at a grocery store. If your guiding principle is simply to get groceries, you'll wander the aisles, tempted by every special offer, your cart a jumble of disconnected items. But if your principle is to only buy things that are healthy and natural, your path becomes clear. You know which aisles to walk down and which to ignore. The Oreos, despite the sale, are no longer a temptation because they don't pass the filter. This is how a clear why functions. When faced with a strategic choice, a new product line, a potential partnership, a marketing campaign, you hold it up against your why. Does this decision amplify our core belief? Does it advance our cause? A clear why makes the complex simple. It allows leaders to reject opportunities that offer short-term profit but would dilute their long-term purpose. Without this clarity, organizations are adrift in a sea of tactics, chasing metrics, reacting to competitors, and then suffering from a kind of strategic schizophrenia. They may achieve sporadic success, but it's a hollow victory, because it isn't anchored to anything real or lasting. Clarity of why is the fixed point in a spinning world. The North Star that ensures every single step, every decision, is part of a deliberate journey toward a destination that matters. But knowing your destination with absolute clarity is only the first step. You must now walk the path. This brings us to the second pillar. You must have the unwavering discipline of how. If the why is your belief in your destination, the hows are your values in action. They are the guiding principles, the systems, and the very character of your organization that dictate how you will conduct yourselves on the journey. Hows are verbs. They are about integrity, innovation, collaboration, or service, and bringing them to life requires relentless discipline. Discipline is the most challenging part because it is about commitment in the face of temptation. It is the conscious and often difficult choice to adhere to your values when it is easier, faster, or more profitable not to. It's easy to claim quality as a value. The test of discipline comes when a supplier offers a cheaper, lower-grade material that could boost profit margins this quarter. Does the commitment to quality hold discipline as saying no to the lucrative client whose demands would compromise your team's integrity? It is the courage to be transparent about a mistake, even when it risks embarrassment. It is the relentless pursuit of your standards. Not just when people are watching, but in every small, unseen action. Without discipline, your values decay into mere suggestions on a poster. Your why becomes a hollow promise, a source of cynicism rather than inspiration. True discipline must be embedded in the culture. It is about hiring people who are a natural fit for your values, promoting those who embody them, and creating systems of accountability that don't just measure results, but also measure how those results were achieved. Discipline is the muscle that gives your why its strength. It is the bridge between noble intentions and meaningful actions. And when those disciplined actions are repeated, day after day, decision after decision, they manifest as our third and final pillar. You must have the absolute consistency of what. The what is the tangible output of the first two pillars. It is everything the outside world can see and experience: your products, your services, your marketing campaigns, your website, your social media posts, the way a phone is answered. The what is the irrefutable proof of your why. For this proof to be believed, it must be relentlessly consistent. Trust is not built in a single grand gesture. It is built in 1,000 small, consistent moments. It's like geology. Trust is formed over time, layer by layer, through repeated, predictable actions. When everything you do and say is a reflection of your core belief, you achieve authenticity. Authenticity is not something you can manufacture. It is the natural result of saying and doing the things you actually believe. A single inconsistency, a single what that contradicts the why, can create a crack in the foundation of trust. It's the environmentally conscious company using excessive plastic packaging. It's the brand that preaches innovation but releases the same product year after year. When your whats are consistent, they create a megaphone for your why. Every product becomes a symbol of your belief. Every customer interaction becomes a testament to your purpose. This consistency builds a powerful tribe. People are no longer just buying what you do. They are joining your cause. They become advocates, not because of a loyalty program, but because your consistency has proven that you share their values. They see your why as a living, breathing reality, and they want to be a part of it. Clarity, discipline, and consistency. These are not separate concepts to be addressed in order. They are a dynamic, interdependent system, a perfectly balanced three-legged stool. If you remove any one leg, the entire structure of trust and authenticity collapses. Clarity of why without the discipline of how is a beautiful but powerless dream. It inspires conversation but not action. The discipline of how without the clarity of why becomes a soulless, bureaucratic grind, a relentless pursuit of process without an ounce of passion or purpose. And consistency of what, without the foundation of a clear why and disciplined hows, is merely repetitive action. It's noise without a message, creating a brand that is recognizable and perhaps, but not resonant. It's only when these three forces work in perfect harmony that the extraordinary occurs. The intangible belief, the why, is articulated with piercing clarity. The guiding values, the hows, are upheld with unwavering discipline. And the tangible results, the whats, consistently and authentically prove the belief to the outside world. This is the architecture of inspiration. This is how that quiet, instinctual gut feeling we began with is amplified, transforming from a private conviction into a public movement capable of earning loyalty, commanding trust, and truly making a difference. We've spoken of the three great pillars that hold up the bridge between your dream and your reality: clarity, discipline, and consistency. Of these, clarity is the bedrock, the first and most essential foundation. It is the architect's detailed blueprint before a single stone is ever laid, the cartographer's precise map before a ship ever leaves the harbor. Without it, discipline becomes nothing more than fruitless, exhausting motion running hard in every direction but never arriving. Without clarity, consistency is merely the act of repeating the same fundamental mistakes with an unwavering and tragic commitment. A grand vision built upon a foundation of ambiguity is a structure destined to crumble into a ruin of good intentions. The real journey to bring your why to life, to manifest your deepest purpose, doesn't begin with a blind leap of faith into the unknown. It begins with a quiet, deliberate moment of profound, unshakable clarity. But what does it truly mean to be unclear? It's the dense, disorienting fog that settles over an organization or an individual's life, obscuring the path forward. It's the mission statement proudly displayed in a lobby, filled with impressive-sounding corporate jargon words like synergy, optimization, core competencies, and leveraging paradigms words that are designed to sound intelligent but fail to ignite a single spark of human passion. A fuzzy why is a statement you have to memorize for a company meeting, not one you feel resonating in your bones. It's the beautifully framed poster on an office wall that everyone walks past 100 times a day, but no one truly sees or internalizes. When your purpose is a blur, your execution will inevitably be a smudge. Every decision becomes a gamble, a shot in the dark. Every ounce of effort is diluted because it's not aimed at a single, precise target. You find yourself perpetually busy, but never truly productive. You are always in motion, but never truly advancing toward a meaningful destination. This is the quiet, insidious chaos that is born from a simple lack of clarity. It drains energy, kills morale, and ultimately ensures mediocrity. The antidote to this pervasive fog is not more information or greater complexity. It is a commitment to radical, ruthless simplicity. Your why, your core purpose, must be so fundamentally clear that it can be expressed in a single, simple sentence. A sentence that a child could not only understand but could also be inspired by. Yet, it must be a sentence that holds enough profound weight to guide your most complex and difficult decisions. And most importantly, it must be actionable. This is the ultimate litmus test. When you are faced with a crossroads, a difficult choice with competing priorities, does your why provide an immediate and intuitive filter? Does it act as a decisive tool, telling you what to say a wholehearted yes to, and perhaps more crucially, what to say a firm and guilt-free no to? If you have to pull out a 3-page strategic document or a PowerPoint presentation to remind yourself why you're doing what you're doing, your why has already failed the test. It is no longer a living and breathing guide. It has become a sterile artifact in a corporate museum. Your why should be a compass held firmly in your hand, its needle pointing true north in any storm. Not a dusty or forgotten map locked away in a vault. There is a common and seductive trap that many fall into during this quest for clarity, the temptation to define yourself by what you are not. We are not our slow, bureaucratic competitor. I am not going to be like my parents. Our product is not the expensive, complicated alternative. This is the language of opposition, not the language of creation. A why built upon a foundation of negation is inherently weak because its very existence, its entire identity, depends on the thing it opposes. It tethers you to the past or anchors you to your rivals, forcing you to constantly react to their moves instead of charting your own course. It's a defensive stance, one that requires you to be constantly looking over your shoulder. True, powerful clarity comes from a proactive and courageous declaration of what you are and what you stand for. It's a positive, forward-looking force that generates its own energy, pulling you toward a future you intend to create, independent of any external forces or competitors. It is the fundamental difference between running away from something and running toward something. One is an exhausting escape fueled by fear. The other is a purposeful journey fueled by deep conviction. Let's paint a picture of two technology companies, both ostensibly aiming for success in a competitive market. Company A adorns its website and annual reports with a mission statement that reads, "Our mission is to be a global leader in providing innovative technology solutions, maximizing value for our stakeholders through strategic integration and operational excellence." It's a perfectly constructed mouthful of nothing. Inside this company, the culture reflects this ambiguity. Teams operate in isolated silos. The marketing department doesn't quite understand the groundbreaking work the engineers are building. And the engineers feel utterly disconnected from the real-world problems of the customer. Employees work for a paycheck and the weekend, their creative passion reserved for their personal hobbies after 5 o'clock. Their why is a corporate slogan, a piece of text, not a shared, living belief. Now consider Company B. Its purpose, its why, is stated with breathtaking simplicity: to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. Every single employee, from the chief executive officer in the corner office to the intern cleaning the coffee machine, can understand, remember, and articulate this purpose. When a new product idea is proposed, the very first question asked in the meeting room isn't, "Will it be profitable?" or "What is the market share potential?" but "Will this truly empower people to achieve more?" This piercing clarity becomes the central nervous system of the entire organization. It fuels relentless innovation, attracts top-tier talent who are drawn to the mission, and creates a vibrant culture where people aren't just working. They are consciously contributing to something far larger and more meaningful than themselves. One company sells products, the other leads a movement. The critical difference is not found in their balance sheets or their resources, but in the undeniable, galvanizing power and clarity of their purpose. This principle is not confined to the world of corporations and business strategies. It is intimately, profoundly personal. This is about you, right now, in this moment. I invite you to pause and ask yourself the one question that cuts through all the external noise and internal confusion. Can you state your why in a single and compelling sentence, not a rambling paragraph? Not a bulleted list of your various aspirations? One single, powerful sentence. A sentence so clear and true it could be your epitaph. A sentence that, when you say it aloud, makes the hairs on your arm stand up because it resonates with such truth. A sentence that explains not what you do for a living, but why it matters that you do it. If you cannot, then that is your first and most important task. Forget the 5-year plans, the complex marketing strategies, the endless productivity hacks. Your real work begins here, in the quiet, sometimes difficult, and profoundly rewarding quest for absolute clarity. Because until your why is as clear as a bell ringing in a silent, empty room, every step you take, no matter how disciplined or consistent, will be a step in the dark. Find that sentence, meditate on it, refine it, live it. It is the solid ground upon which everything else of value will be built. So, you've found your North Star. You've journeyed inward to uncover that crystal-clear, resonant why that pulls you forward, the very purpose that fuels your engine. We've established that a fuzzy why leads only to fuzzy execution. But a destination, no matter how brightly it shines, is useless without a reliable path to get there. And that path isn't a map drawn in the sand, shifting with every passing breeze. It must be a bridge of steel, an unwavering structure forged from the second great pillar, the discipline of how. If the why is your destination, the hows are the non-negotiable rules of the road you travel. They are your values, your principles, the very character of your journey. But here we must make a critical distinction, one that separates lofty, hollow ideals from actionable, lived-in truths. Your hows must be verbs, not nouns. This might sound like a simple grammatical point, but its implications are profound. Consider the word integrity. It's a wonderful noun. It sounds noble, strong, respectable. We all want to have integrity. But what does it actually mean in the heat of a difficult moment? It's an abstraction. It's a destination without a roadmap. Now, contrast that with a how defined as a verb. Always tell the complete truth, even when it's difficult. Or honor every commitment made, no matter how small. Suddenly, the abstract becomes concrete. The principle is no longer something you have, it is something you do. It demands an action. It presents a clear choice in every situation. A company can put innovation on a poster in the lobby. It's a noun. It's passive. But a company that lives by the how of aggressively seek out and confront our own weaknesses is a company that will actually innovate. The first is a wish. The second is a system. Your hows are your personal operating system. By defining them as active verbs, treat every person with respect, regardless of their station. Always deliver more than is expected. Confront problems head-on instead of avoiding them. You remove the ambiguity. You leave no room for convenient reinterpretation when the pressure is on. This leads us directly to the core of this pillar: discipline. Discipline isn't about punishment or rigid, joyless restriction. In the context of principles, discipline is the quiet, consistent, and often difficult choice to adhere to your hows, especially when a tempting shortcut appears. And the shortcuts will always appear. They come disguised as practicality, as efficiency, as just this one time. Imagine you're a software developer. Your core how is ship only elegant, reliable code. You're behind on a deadline. The pressure is immense. The shortcut appears: you can use a sloppy, temporary patch to get the product out the door. It will probably work, for now. No one might even notice for months. The temptation is enormous. It promises immediate relief from the pressure. This is the moment of truth. Discipline is the force that allows you to pause. Look at that tempting shortcut and say no. It's the conscious choice to endure the short-term pain of explaining a delay to uphold the long-term value of your craftsmanship. It is choosing the harder right over the easier wrong. Every time you make that choice, you cast a vote for the person you want to be. Every time you give in to the shortcut, you weaken the foundation of your principles. Discipline is the act of choosing your hows over your moods, over your fears, and over your immediate desires. And what is the ultimate result of this relentless, disciplined adherence to your principles? The answer is the most valuable currency in human existence: trust. When your colleagues, your clients, your families, and your friends see that you are guided by a consistent set of actions, that your yes means yes and your no means no, they learn they can rely on you. Your word gains weight. Your character becomes a known quantity, a bedrock in a world of shifting sands. Trust is not built in grand, sweeping gestures. It is forged in the crucible of 1,000 small, disciplined choices made when no one is watching. It's the salesperson who advises a client against a purchase because it isn't a perfect fit. Upholding the how of always act in the client's best interest, even at the cost of a commission. It's the leader who takes public responsibility for a team's failure, upholding the how of embrace reality and deal with it, rather than shifting blame. People are drawn to consistency. We trust bridges that have held firm through countless storms. In the same way, we trust people whose actions consistently and predictably align with their stated values. There is perhaps no greater corporate example of this than Johnson & Johnson during the 1982 Tylenol crisis. When 7 people in Chicago died after taking cyanide-laced Tylenol capsules, the company faced an existential threat. Panic was sweeping the nation. The shortcut was obvious: limit the damage, issue a recall in the Chicago area, and engage in a public relations campaign. This would have saved the company hundreds of millions of dollars. But Johnson & Johnson's credo, their list of hows, was not just a plaque on the wall. Their very first line stated their primary responsibility was to the people who used their products. Their how was, in essence, protect our customers, no matter the cost. With breathtaking discipline when they chose to live by that principle. They made the terrifying and astronomically expensive decision to pull every single bottle of Tylenol, 31 million of them, from every shelf in America. They took an immediate loss of over 100 million. In the short term, it was a catastrophe. But in the long term, it was an act of genius. By making the hardest possible choice, they demonstrated their commitment to their hows in the most powerful way imaginable. They proved their values were real. As a result, they didn't just earn back the public's trust, they forged a bond of loyalty and respect that became a business legend. They showed the world that discipline, applied to the right principles, is the most powerful brand-building tool in existence. So, as you move forward from defining your why, look to your hows. Define them not as vague ideals, but as clear, actionable commands. Then practice the quiet discipline of choosing them, over and over again, especially when it's hard, because the clarity of your why shows you where to go, but the discipline of your hows ensures you arrive there as the person you intended to be. Having forged our values, our how, with the unyielding fire of discipline, we now arrive at the third and final pillar. This is the moment of truth. This is where belief meets reality, where the internal conviction we've so carefully cultivated is finally put on display for the entire world to see. This is the pillar of what, if your why is the purpose, the deeply held belief that ignites your journey, and your how are the principles that guide your actions. Then your what is the tangible proof of it all. It is the culmination, the physical manifestation of everything you stand for. It's the concrete evidence that you don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk. This isn't limited to a single item or a single action. The what encompasses the entirety of your output. It's in the products you meticulously design and build. It's in the services you offer and the way you treat every single customer. It's in the marketing messages you broadcast to the world. The stories you choose to tell, and the promises you choose to make. It is, crucially, in the very culture that breathes life into your organization every day. Each of these elements is a distinct voice, but they must all sing the same song, the song of your why. The danger arises when there is a disconnect, when the song becomes discordant. When your what you actually do, contradicts your why, a deep and damaging chasm of distrust opens up. Imagine a company that claims its why is to protect the environment, yet its products are built with unsustainable materials and its factories pollute local waterways. Their what is screaming a different message than their why. The result is not just confusion, it's cynicism. The promises feel hollow. The mission statement feels like a lie, and the entire organization is perceived as a hypocrite. This is how brands are broken. This is how loyalty dies. It is the quickest way to erode the trust of both your customers and your own employees, who see the glaring inconsistency between the values they are told to uphold and the actions the company actually takes. However, when the opposite occurs, when your what consistently, relentlessly, and authentically reflects your why, something powerful is born. That powerful result is authenticity. Authenticity isn't a strategy you can engineer in a marketing meeting. It isn't a buzzword you can slap onto a campaign. It is the natural, effortless resonance that occurs when what you believe, what you say, and what you do are in perfect, unwavering alignment. It's the feeling of truth, the palpable sense of genuineness that people are instinctively drawn to. There is no better example of this principle in action than Apple. For decades, Apple's fundamental why has been to challenge the status quo and to empower the individual. They believe in thinking differently, and their what is a masterclass in proving this belief at every conceivable touchpoint. It's not just in the revolutionary design of the iPhone or the Mac. Look closer. It's in the meticulous, almost ceremonial experience of unboxing a new product, where every flap and every layer is designed to build anticipation and communicate quality. It's in the clean, minimalist architecture of their retail stores, which feel less like commercial spaces and more like modern galleries for technology. It's in the intuitive, human-centric interface of their software, which consistently rejects needless complexity in favor of seamless user experience. From their iconic 1984 Super Bowl ad to the Think Different campaign, their marketing has never just sold a product, it has sold an ideology. Every product, every advertisement, every piece of packaging, and every customer interaction is a consistent, powerful declaration of their core belief. They don't just say they challenge the status quo. Their what is the challenge, made tangible. Ultimately, the what is the bridge connecting your internal conviction to the external world. It is the final, undeniable proof that your principles are not just aspirational words on a poster, but the very fabric of your organization's existence. Through this unwavering consistency in what you do, you transform a simple belief into a tangible reality. You earn more than just customers. You cultivate a tribe of true followers who see their own values and aspirations reflected in the work you put out into the world. We've firmly established that consistency is what breathes life into your purpose, making your why tangible and real to the world. It's the bridge between belief and action. But in the relentless storm of daily choices, opportunities, and pressures, how do you guard that consistency? How do you ensure that every step you take, every decision you make, remains true to your core? The answer lies in a remarkably simple yet profound mental model. The celery test. Imagine your why. Your most fundamental belief is to live a healthy and vibrant life. That's your guiding star. With this purpose in mind, you walk into a grocery store. It's a microcosm of the world of choice. You see celery, you pick it up. Does it align with your why of being healthy? Yes, unequivocally. It goes into your cart. The decision is instantaneous, effortless. A few aisles over, you encounter a vibrant display of M&Ms. At that exact moment, a friend or perhaps a well-meaning business advisor in this analogy taps you on the shoulder. They say, "You should get some M&Ms. They are incredibly popular, a market leader. From a distribution standpoint, They're guaranteed success. Now, is this good advice on its own? Perhaps. It's factually correct. M&Ms are a commercial powerhouse. But does this advice pass through the filter of your why? Does it align with your purpose of living a healthy life? Absolutely not. It fails the test spectacularly. So, you don't buy the M&Ms. The celery test isn't about judging whether an idea is good or bad in a vacuum. It's about judging whether it's right for you. Your clearly defined why becomes a powerful, unpractical filter when you are crystal clear on your purpose. Every decision, every piece of advice, every potential opportunity can be passed through it. The things that align the celery pass through effortlessly. The things that don't, the M&Ms are instantly rejected, regardless of their superficial appeal or external validation. This simple filter brings discipline and clarity to the complex art of decision-making. Now, let's elevate this from the grocery aisle to the corporate boardroom. Imagine your company's why is to empower small businesses to achieve digital independence. That is your noble cause. An investment bank presents a golden opportunity, a merger with a massive, highly profitable data analytics firm that specializes in monetizing user information for large corporations. Financially, the deal is a masterpiece. The synergies look incredible on spreadsheets, promising a huge boost to your bottom line. The market would love it. Your shareholders would celebrate. It is the biggest, most delicious bag of M&Ms you have ever seen. But you pause. You apply the celery test. Does acquiring a company whose entire model is built on serving large corporations and commodifying data align with your why of empowering small businesses to be independent? The answer is a resounding no. It fundamentally contradicts your core purpose. It would confuse your team, alienate your loyal customers, and dilute the very soul of your organization. The short-term financial gain, however tempting, fails the test. Instead, you might pursue a partnership with a smaller startup that develops affordable, open-source e-commerce tools. This opportunity might be less glamorous, the immediate ROI less certain. It's the celery. It doesn't make headlines, but it perfectly nourishes your why. It strengthens your brand's integrity and builds deep, lasting trust with the community you claim to serve. Over time, these celery decisions compound. They build a powerful, coherent, and authentic brand that becomes unshakable. Consistency achieved through this filter is what separates fleeting success from lasting legacy. Now, bring this tool into your own life. Think about a significant decision you've made recently. It could be a career move, a project you accepted, a relationship you entered, or a major purchase. First, articulate your personal why. What is the contribution you want to make? What is the impact you want to have now? Run that decision through your celery test. Did that choice align with your purpose? Did it feel like celery simple, nourishing, and fundamentally right? Or, if you're being honest, was it M&M's tempting, popular, maybe even logical from a certain point of view, but ultimately leaving you feeling slightly off course? This simple, powerful test provides the clarity to navigate the noise. It's a filter for authenticity, ensuring that what you do is always, consistently, the ultimate proof of what you believe. The power of the celery test lies in its beautiful simplicity. It provides a filter, a way to ensure that what we do is a true reflection of what we believe. When our actions consistently align with our purpose, we achieve a state of authenticity that is not only fulfilling for ourselves, but also incredibly magnetic to others. This authenticity acts like a beacon in a fog. It cuts through the noise and confusion of the world and signals our core convictions with unwavering clarity. And when that signal is clear and consistent, people who share those convictions, people who have been searching for that same light, are naturally drawn to it. This is the precise point where individual purpose blossoms into collective leadership. Leadership isn't a rank you achieve or a title bestowed upon you. It's a bond you form when your personal why becomes a shared our why. It's the profound moment, a single, clear note, played with passion and conviction, inspires others to join in, transforming a solitary melody into a powerful, resonant chord that moves everyone who hears it. This brings us to an undeniable principle: a leader must have a following. But we must be exquisitely careful with that word, following. It's not about commanding an army of subordinates or managing a list of employees on a spreadsheet. That's the cold language of authority and hierarchy. Leadership speaks the warm language of influence, connection, and shared struggle. It's about rallying people, not for a fleeting moment, but for the long, arduous, and meaningful journey ahead. Anyone can generate excitement for a single event, a product launch, a sales conference, a quarterly goal. That's a sprint, often fueled by the cheap adrenaline of urgency or the promise of a short-term reward. But true leadership is about preparing people for a marathon, a journey that has no finish line because it is a continuous pursuit of a vision. This requires a different, deeper kind of energy. It's not the frantic, anxious energy of a deadline. It's the steady, resilient, and life-giving energy of profound belief. A leader's job is to paint a picture of a future destination so compellingly that people are willing to endure the inevitable hardships of the journey simply to be a part of making that future a reality. They don't just sign up for a project, they enlist in a cause. This is why the greatest leaders throughout history did not primarily motivate their people, they inspired them. This distinction is not mere semantics, it is the fundamental difference between manipulation and empowerment. Motivation is external. It's a system of carrots and sticks. A bonus for high performance is a carrot. The fear of being reprimanded is a stick. These tools can certainly influence behavior. They can make people work faster or stay later. But they are temporary fixes that create a transactional relationship. You do this for me, and I'll give you that. It's effective for compliance, but it never earns commitment. It doesn't build loyalty, passion, or the kind of creative problem-solving that emerges when people feel truly invested. Motivation speaks to the rational brain, the neocortex, which understands logic and consequences. But it doesn't govern our deepest feelings or decisions. Inspiration, on the other hand, is internal. It comes from within. Inspiration speaks directly to the limbic brain, the ancient part of our neurobiology responsible for all our feelings, like trust and loyalty, and for all human behavior and decision-making. The limbic brain has no capacity for language, only for feeling. When a leader communicates their why, their core purpose, their belief, they bypass the rational filter and connect with others on this deeper, emotional, human level. An inspired person doesn't work hard because they are being pushed. They work hard because they are being pulled by a vision they have chosen to adopt as their own. They don't need external prodding because the drive is intrinsic. The leader hasn't given them something to do. The leader has given them something to believe in. This is the difference between an employee who punches the clock and a team member who gives their heart, mind, and soul to the mission. This dynamic naturally gives rise to the essence of true leadership. It is the art of creating a following of people who believe what you believe. The leader is simply the first person to stand up and articulate that belief with courage. They are the vessel for a shared idea. The goal is not to convince the skeptical or convert the non-believers. The goal is to find those who are already searching for the same cause, to give them a flag to rally around in a community where they finally belong. When you hire people, the aim is not just to fill a role with a skill set, it's to find someone who believes in your vision. When you market your product, the aim is not to sell to everyone, it's to connect with those who share your values. Your product or service becomes a tangible symbol of that shared belief. People don't buy what you do. They buy why you do it. This creates a culture that is more like a tribe than a corporation. In a tribe, people feel safe. They feel a sense of belonging. They look out for one another because they are bound by a shared identity and a transcendent purpose. This powerful bond fosters innovation, resilience, and discretionary effort that no amount of motivation could ever purchase. But how is this profound bond forged? How does a leader's articulation of a why transform into a follower's deeply held conviction? This connection isn't magic. It's not born from charisma alone, although that can help. It is built, brick by painstaking brick, upon a foundation that is both incredibly strong and tragically fragile. A beautifully articulated vision from someone we don't trust is, at best, entertaining and, at worst, manipulative. We can sense the disconnect between their words and their true intent. To build a true following, a tribe of believers, the leader's why must be perceived as authentic, and the bridge that connects the leader's vision to the follower's heart, the element that makes belief possible, is trust. Trust is the currency of leadership. It is the deep-seated biological feeling of safety and certainty that allows us to put our faith in another person and their ideas. Without trust, there is no influence, no connection, and no leadership. There is only authority. Therefore, understanding the mechanics of trust, how it is built through consistency and vulnerability, how it is maintained through action, and how it is shattered by hypocrisy is the most critical skill for anyone who aspires not just to be in charge, but to truly lead. We've established that great leaders rally a following by articulating their why, their core purpose. But what is the invisible force that truly binds that following together, especially when the path forward is shrouded in fog and doubt? It isn't the cold, hard logic of certainty. It's something far more primal, more human. It's trust. Let's first be clear about what we mean by certainty. Certainty is a product of the rational mind. It is the feeling of confidence that comes from having all the necessary data, all the facts, all the metrics aligned perfectly. It's when the spreadsheet confirms your hypothesis, when historical trends predict a 98% chance of success. We seek certainty because it eliminates risk and feels intellectually safe. It's a conclusion you can prove on paper, a decision defended by logic alone. Certainty is tangible. You can hold it, point to it, and analyze it. It's the comfort of knowing. Trust, on the other hand, operates in an entirely different dimension. Trust is not a number on a report. It is a feeling that emanates from our limbic brain, the ancient part of us that governs emotion, behavior, and decision-making, but has no capacity for language. Trust is the profound sense of safety and belief in someone or something. even in the absence of complete information. It's the quiet confidence that another person or an organization has our best interests at heart. Not because they've proven it with data, but because we believe they are driven by values that mirror our own. This is the critical link back to the golden circle. We don't truly trust people or organizations because their quarterly earnings are impressive or their performance reviews are flawless. That might give us a feeling of certainty about their competence. But it doesn't earn our trust. We extend our trust when we believe they share our fundamental worldview. When a leader's why resonates deep within our own sense of purpose, a powerful, emotional bond of trust is forged. This bond is what allows us to take risks for them, to go the extra mile, to stay loyal when things get tough. It's a connection that transcends mere transactions and performance metrics. Think about it in this deeply personal way. Imagine you need someone to look after your children, the most valuable people in your world. You interview two candidates. The first candidate presents a flawless resume, a 4.0 GPA in child development, certifications in CPR and advanced first aid, and a binder full of glowing written references from prestigious families. Every piece of data, every fact, points to this person being an objectively perfect choice. You can feel certain that they are qualified. The second candidate is the teenager who lives down the street. Her resume is practically empty. She has no formal certifications, but you've known her family for years. You've seen her, time and again, interact with her younger siblings with a patience and kindness that is both genuine and inspiring. You've observed her character in small, unguarded moments. You don't have the spreadsheet of qualifications, but you have a feeling, a deep-seated belief in who she is as a person. Which one do you choose overwhelmingly? Most of us would entrust our children to the teenager we know and trust, rather than the stranger we are merely certain about. Why? Because when the stakes are highest, we don't gamble on data points, we invest in character. We rely on the feeling of shared values. We rely on trust. This is the very essence of inspired leadership and the foundation of every great movement in history. People didn't march with Martin Luther King Jr. because he provided a detailed 10-point plan with a guaranteed statistical probability of success. They marched because they trusted him. They believed what he believed. They felt his why in their bones. Certainty can persuade people to comply with instructions, to perform a task, to show up for a paycheck. It's a tool for management. But only trust can inspire people to pour their hearts and souls into a shared vision, to navigate the terrifying ambiguity of the unknown, and to build something together that truly matters. Certainty makes things predictable, but trust is what makes the impossible possible. This profound foundation of trust we've discussed isn't merely an abstract feeling. It is the very currency of change, the invisible force that propels new ideas from a single mind into the fabric of society itself. But have you ever wondered how this actually happens? How does a revolutionary idea, born from a single, deeply held belief, actually spread and take root across an entire culture? It is not a matter of luck, nor is it a chaotic, unpredictable storm. In fact, there is a predictable, almost biological pattern to it. A law that governs how innovation moves through a population, a framework that explains why some ideas ignite a revolution while others flicker and die. This is known as the law of diffusion of innovations. At its heart, this law paints a picture of our society not as a single monolithic block, but as a dynamic spectrum of individuals, each with a different tolerance for risk and a different appetite for the new. When you map this spectrum of adoption, It forms a perfect bell curve, a statistical portrait of human nature. On the far left of this curve, representing a tiny but vital 2.5% of the population, we find the innovators. These are the venturesome souls, the creators and risk-takers who are obsessed with the new. They are drawn to novel ideas and technologies for the sheer thrill of discovery, often before the practical applications are even clear. They are the ones camping outside the store not for the finished product, but for the promise of the future it represents. Right next to them, making up a more substantial 13.5%, are the early adopters. This group is absolutely critical. Like the innovators, they are comfortable with new ideas, but they are not just technologists or hobbyists. They are visionaries and opinion leaders. They possess an intuitive ability to see the revolutionary potential of a new idea and how it can be applied to create a significant advantage. They rely on their own intuition and are willing to endure some imperfection in a product if they believe in its underlying purpose. Their endorsement is social proof. When they adopt something new, others take notice. Their voice carries immense weight and authority within their communities. Then we cross a threshold into the vast middle of the bell curve. This is where the bulk of the population resides, split almost evenly between the early majority and the late majority, each comprising about 34%. These groups are fundamentally different from the first two. They are the pragmatists. The early majority are thoughtful and deliberate. They are not comfortable being pioneers. They will only adopt a new idea once it has been tested and proven by others. They need references, case studies, and testimonials. They want to know that the innovation is reliable and will deliver real value without significant disruption. Following them are the late majority, who are even more conservative and skeptical. They will only adopt something new out of social pressure or economic necessity, long after it has become the established standard. They are less comfortable with technology and fear change. And finally, on the far right of the curve, we find the remaining 16%, the laggards. These are the ultimate skeptics. They are deeply suspicious of change and will only adopt a new technology when their old way of doing things is no longer viable. They are the people who only got a smartphone when their old flip phone finally broke and could not be replaced. The bell curve shows us that the population is segmented, and you cannot communicate with each segment in the same way. Herein lies the most crucial insight of the entire model, a concept so important it has been called the chasm. There is a vast psychological and communicational gap that exists between the early adopters and the early majority. It's a disconnect. The visionaries on the left are driven by what could be. The pragmatists in the middle are driven by what is. To try and sell a brand new, unproven idea directly to the pragmatic majority is an exercise in futility. They will not buy from you because they are waiting for a trusted recommendation. And who do they trust? They look to the early adopters. The ability to successfully cross this chasm is the definition of a tipping point. It is the magical moment when an idea or product stops being a niche interest and begins its inexorable march toward mass market success. And the law of diffusion is clear: the only way to cross that chasm, the only way to reach the tipping point, is to first win the unwavering loyalty of the innovators and, most critically, the early adopters. So, how do you capture the hearts and minds of these essential first groups? This is where everything we've learned about the power of why comes full circle. The majority in the middle of the curve make decisions based on tangible evidence. They care about what you do and how you do it. They read reviews, compare features, and look for the best price. Their decision-making process is largely rational. But the innovators and early adopters are different. Their decisions are not rooted in the rational, they are rooted in the emotional. They are not buying what you do, they are buying why you do it. They are drawn to your belief, your cause, your vision for the world. They see your products and services not merely as tools, but as tangible symbols of their own identity. When they buy your product, they are making a statement about who they are and what they believe in. To win them over, you cannot lead with features and benefits. You must lead with your purpose. You must articulate your why with such clarity and authenticity that it resonates with their own beliefs. There is no greater example of this principle in action than Apple. When Apple launched, they weren't trying to sell computers to the masses. The mass market was dominated by the pragmatic, rational world of IBM. So, Apple didn't compete on IBM's terms. They didn't publish charts comparing processor speeds or memory capacity, and instead, their marketing was a declaration of purpose, a manifesto. The iconic Think Different campaign was a clarion call, not to the world, but to a very specific tribe. It celebrated the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers. It was a message aimed squarely at the early adopters, the creative professionals, the educators, and the individuals who defined themselves by their challenge to the status quo. These people didn't just buy a Macintosh because it was a computer. They bought it because it was a symbol of their rebellion against conformity. They were buying Apple's why to challenge the status quo and empower the individual. These passionate believers, these early adopters, became Apple's most fervent evangelists. They were the ones who formed user groups, who patiently explained the graphical user interface to their skeptical friends, who proudly displayed the Apple logo as a badge of honor. Their trust and their vocal advocacy created the bridge across the chasm. Their passion made it safe for the more cautious early majority to take a look. The pragmatists saw that this wasn't just some fringe technology. It was a powerful tool being used by creative, successful people they admired. And so, the diffusion began. The idea cascaded through the population, from the rebels to the mainstream, until the iPhone was no longer a device for the creative class, but a device for nearly everyone. This is the law in action. You do not achieve mass market success by trying to convince the rational majority from day one. You achieve it by first inspiring the few who are predisposed to believe what you believe. You start with why. You build unwavering trust with those who share your cause, and they, in turn, will carry your message across the chasm and into the heart of the world. We've seen how the law of diffusion of innovations maps the seemingly smooth journey of an idea through society, moving from the passionate innovators to the skeptical laggards. But this beautiful bell-shaped curve that we draw in textbooks hides a dangerous and often fatal secret. It is not a smooth, continuous slope. There is a fracture, a deep and treacherous abyss that lies between the early market and the mainstream market. Most new ideas, brilliant products, and inspiring movements fall into this gap, never to be seen or heard from again. It is a graveyard of almosts and could-have-beens. This gap is known as the chasm, and successfully building a bridge to cross it is the single most critical and defining moment in achieving lasting, mass-market success. This is where an idea stops being a niche interest and starts changing the world. This is the tipping point, The chasm exists as a vast psychological and communicational divide between two fundamentally different groups of people on the adoption curve, the early adopters and the early majority. The early adopters are the visionaries. As we've discussed, they are comfortable living on the frontier of change. They are drawn to the revolutionary, the potential, the dream of what could be. They buy into your why because your vision of the future mirrors their own. They are willing to put up with bugs, a lack of features and higher costs because they are not buying what your product is. They are investing in what it will become. Their motivation is intrinsic, a gut feeling, a desire to be part of the future. First, they are the ones who will sleep outside a store for a product they believe in. On the other side of the chasm stand the early majority. They are the pragmatists. They are grounded, sensible, and deeply practical. They do not care about your dream. They care about how your idea can reliably solve a current problem for them, with minimal disruption and proven results. They aren't looking to lead a revolution. They are looking for a practical, verifiable improvement in their lives or work. Where visionaries are driven by future possibilities, pragmatists are driven by present realities, hard evidence, and a deep-seated aversion to risk. And here is the most crucial difference: they do not trust their own intuition to make adoption decisions about new technology. They trust the recommendations and experiences of others like them. They will not try something new until someone else has tried it first and validated its worth. This creates the fundamental conflict. The visionaries want to leap, but the pragmatists need a well-lit, sturdy bridge. So, how do you construct this bridge over the chasm? How do you persuade a group of inherently skeptical, risk-averse people to embrace something new and unproven in their world? It's a trick question. You don't. You cannot convince them with aggressive marketing, feature comparison, or discounted prices. The pragmatists aren't really listening to you, the creator. They are too skeptical of marketing claims. Instead, they are watching. They are observing the early adopters with cautious curiosity. The only bridge that can span this chasm is built from the girders of social proof, forged in the fire of the early adopters' unwavering conviction. And that powerful conviction is a direct, measurable product of your why. When your WHI is clear and resonant, it doesn't just attract customers, it builds a fervent tribe. The early adopters don't just use your product, they become its most vocal evangelists. Their passion isn't about the what, the physical object or the lines of code. It's about the why, the cause, the belief, the shared identity it represents. It becomes part of who they are. They talk about it, they write about it, they share it, they proudly display it. This organic, passionate advocacy is precisely what the pragmatists need to see. They start seeing people, colleagues, friends, respected peers succeeding with this new thing. They hear authentic stories of its benefits, not from an advertisement, but from a trusted source. The abstract risk begins to fade, replaced by tangible, human evidence. The fire of belief in your why, which you ignited in the visionaries, now burns so brightly that it serves as a beacon, providing the light and warmth the pragmatists need to feel safe enough to finally step onto the bridge and cross over. Let's look at the quintessential example: the Apple iPod. Before its launch in 2001, the digital music landscape was a chaotic mess of clunky devices, confusing software, and illegal file sharing. Several companies had already released MP3 players. From a purely technical standpoint, they existed, but none had tipped. Apple didn't enter the market by advertising a 5 GB hard drive and FireWire connectivity. Their why was a simple, elegant articulation of a purpose: 1,000 songs in your pocket. This wasn't just a feature, it was a declaration of freedom. It was a clear solution to the chaos and a challenge to the status quo of cumbersome CDs. This why resonated profoundly with the early adopters, the music lovers and tech-forward individuals who believed that their relationship with music should be more personal, portable, and seamless. They weren't just buying an MP3 player, they were buying into a cause, and what happened next was the magic of the chasm crossing. These believers became walking, talking billboards for this new philosophy. The key was the iconic, brilliant white earbuds. In a sea of black and gray electronics, they stood out. They became the crucial, visible piece of social proof. You saw them everywhere: on the subway, in the coffee shop, jogging in the park. Each pair of white earbuds was a silent, powerful recommendation. It was a signal to the pragmatists in the early majority, and it said, "This thing works. This is the future. People I see and respect are using it. It is safe to join." The early adopters, animated by Apple's why, created a visible, undeniable social momentum. That momentum was the bridge. The iPod didn't tip into the mainstream because it was the first or the most technically advanced device. It tipped because its WHI created a passionate, visible community whose belief became the ultimate, irrefutable proof for the rest of us. Without that clear purpose, that shared identity symbolized by a simple pair of white headphones, the iPod would have been just another gadget that tumbled into the chasm. A forgotten footnote loved only by a handful of visionaries. The bridge from niche to norm is never built from features. It is woven, thread by thread, from belief. To truly understand the bridge that a why creates, we need to look no further than the turn of the 20th century and the fervent race to achieve powered, manned flight. This wasn't just a technological challenge. It was a battle of philosophies, embodied by two competing camps. On one side, we have Samuel Pierpont Langley. If you were betting on success based on a resume, Langley was the clear favorite. He was a senior official at the Smithsonian Institution, held a professorship at Harvard, and had a vast network of powerful connections. The U.S. War Department had given him a $50,000 grant to figure out the flying machine, an astronomical sum for the time. He assembled a dream team, the greatest minds money could buy: engineers, mathematicians, and scientists. The press followed his every move, anticipating the moment he would conquer the skies. Langley had everything: the funding, the talent, the connections, the media attention. He was pursuing a noble goal, to be the first man to pilot an airplane. He was chasing a result, driven by the promise of fame and fortune that would accompany such a historic achievement. Now, a few hundred miles away in Dayton, Ohio, there was another team working on the exact same problem: Orville and Wilbur Wright. Their resume was the polar opposite of Langley's. They had no government funding. Their entire venture was financed by the modest profits from their small bicycle shop. No one on their team had a college degree, let alone a PhD from Harvard. They had no high society connections. The press barely knew they existed. But the Wright brothers possessed something Langley's well-funded project critically lacked: a deep, unwavering and passionate why. They weren't motivated by the promise of becoming famous or wealthy. They were driven by a belief, a cause. They believed that if they could unlock the secret of flight, it would be a gift to humanity, a technology that would change the world and connect people in ways never before imagined. Their dream was not for themselves, but for the future. While Langley's team worked for a paycheck, the Wright brothers' team worked for a cause, bound together by an optimistic belief in what was possible. This fundamental difference in motivation dictated their every action, and ultimately, their destinies. On October 7th, 1903, Samuel Langley was ready. He staged his great experiment on the Potomac River, with reporters and dignitaries watching. His magnificent flying machine, the aerodrome, was launched from a catapult atop a houseboat. It immediately snagged, flipped, and plunged into the river like a pile of bricks. The press was merciless. After a quick repair, they tried again on December 8th. The result was the same, another spectacular and humiliating failure. The War Department, seeing their investment sink twice, pulled his funding. And what did Samuel Langley do? He quit. He gave up. The moment the money and the positive press disappeared, his motivation vanished with them. The goal of being the celebrated first man to fly was no longer attainable in the way he had envisioned, and so he saw no reason to continue. Just 9 days later, on a cold and windswept beach in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. On December 17th, 1903, the Wright brothers prepared for their own attempt. There were no reporters, no cheering crowds, only 5 local townspeople as witnesses. They had endured years of failure, countless broken parts, and brutal weather. They had crashed and rebuilt their glider time and time again, but their why was independent of funding or public opinion. It was a fire that burned within them. That morning, Orville Wright lay flat on the wing of their machine, the Wright Flyer, and piloted it for 12 seconds over a distance of 120 feet. It wasn't much, but it was history. It was the first ever sustained, controlled, powered flight. They had done it. They persevered where Langley had quit because their mission was not about a single event or personal glory. It was about proving their belief was possible. When they came home, the world didn't immediately celebrate. But it didn't matter. They continued to work, to refine, to fly further and further, not because they had to, but because they believed they must. The story of Langley versus the Wrights is the ultimate parable of why versus what. It proves that innovation and success are not born from resources. They are not guaranteed by money, talent, or connections. Langley represents the pursuit of a result. The Wright brothers represent the pursuit of a cause. True, lasting, world-changing breakthroughs come from those who have a reason to persevere through the inevitable failures. A purpose that transcends personal gain. Passion, belief, and an unshakable why are the true engines of invention. They are the only currency that can purchase a ticket to the future. In the race for flight, the Wright brothers were not driven by the energy of fame or fortune, but by the quiet, unshakable conviction of their why. This deep sense of purpose created a pull, a form of leadership that doesn't shout, but beckons. This brings us to a common misconception about what it truly means to lead and inspire. We often confuse the fireworks of energy with the steady glow of charisma. Imagine a modern conference hall. The lights are low, the music is pumping. A motivational speaker sprints onto the stage. He's loud, he's animated, he's a whirlwind of energy. He yells affirmations, he tells you to high-five your neighbor. He gets the entire room on their feet, cheering. The feeling is electric, a powerful jolt of manufactured enthusiasm. For an hour, you feel like you can conquer the world. But what happens on Monday morning when the music has faded and the applause is a distant memory, the energy dissipates. It was a sugar rush, enjoyable in the moment. But it leaves no lasting nourishment. It excites. But it doesn't fundamentally change our direction. Now, picture a different scene. A leader stands before a group, not on a stage with flashing lights, but perhaps in a simple meeting room or on a humble platform. They don't shout. Their voice may be calm, even quiet, but their words carry an immense weight, a profound clarity that cuts through all the noise. They aren't telling you what to do. They are sharing with you what they believe. They are articulating a vision of the future so clearly that you can see it, feel it, and taste it. The room is not hyped, it is captivated. People are leaning in, not because of the volume, but because of the resonance. They feel a powerful sense of connection, a stirring of something deep within themselves. This is true charisma. Charisma is not a personality trait you are born with. It is not about being an extrovert or a natural entertainer. True charisma is the natural byproduct of having an absolute, unshakable clarity of why. It is the ability to put that belief into words. Energy is easy to see. It's on the surface. But charisma is something you feel. It is the palpable manifestation of a deep-seated conviction. And while energy can be faked, clarity of purpose cannot. It must be authentic, radiating from the very core of a person. When a leader communicates from their why, from that place of core belief, they do something remarkable. They don't give us their ideas, they give words to our own. They articulate the values we hold dear, the aspirations we secretly harbor. The connection feels so powerful because it isn't about them, it's about us. We are drawn to them not because of who they are, but because they are a reflection of who we want to be. Their vision validates our own beliefs. This is why charisma inspires, and while energy merely excites, excitement is external, but inspiration is internal. It's the spark that lights a fire within us to act, not for the leader, but for ourselves and for the cause we now share. There is no greater example of this than Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. On August 28, 1963, 250,000 people gathered at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. They did not travel from all corners of the country on a hot and humid day because of one man's energy. They came because they all shared a belief in a better, more just America. When Dr. King stood on those steps, he did not present a 12-point plan to end segregation. He did not give a speech titled, "I Have a Plan." He gave the world his why. He gave them his dream. He spoke not of policy, but of a deeply personal vision. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. In that single sentence, he articulated the hope of millions. He wasn't telling them something new. He was giving voice to the deepest desires they already held in their hearts. He painted a picture of a future America that was so clear, so compelling, that it became a destination everyone wanted to reach. He spoke of sons of former slaves and sons of former slave owners sitting down together at the table of brotherhood. His charisma did not come from his volume or his theatrics. It came from the absolute clarity and conviction of his belief. He believed in that dream so profoundly that his belief became tangible, an infectious force that swept through the crowd and across the nation. People did not leave that day saying, "What a charismatic speaker." They left saying, "I have that dream too." They left inspired. That is the power of charisma born from a clear why. Energy can fill a room for a night, but charisma, the ability to articulate a belief, can fuel a movement for generations. If charisma is indeed the natural result of an absolute clarity of why, an outward manifestation of a deeply held belief, then modern history offers no greater testament to this truth than Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He was a man whose energy was palpable. Yes, but it was the profound belief behind that energy that inspired a nation. On a sweltering August day in 1963, he stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial and delivered a speech that would echo through generations, not merely as a piece of powerful rhetoric, but as a masterclass in leadership. The most crucial lesson from that day lies not only in the words he spoke, but in the kind of message he chose to deliver. He did not, in front of 250,000 hopeful faces present, what could have been called the "I have a plan" speech. Let's pause and truly consider that alternative reality. Imagine a Dr. King who was purely a strategist, a tactician. He could have outlined a multi-phase legislative agenda, complete with detailed policy proposals for desegregation, voting rights, and economic equality. He could have presented charts and statistics, building a rational, airtight case for change. Such a speech would have been intelligent, well-researched, and logical. It would have appealed to the analytical minds in the audience, the part of our brain, the neocortex, that understands complex information and language. It might have convinced a few politicians and academics, but it would have utterly failed to start a revolution in the hearts of millions. Why? Because a plan, no matter how brilliant, is sterile. A plan is a sequence of actions, a list of what to do and how to do it. It speaks to the head, but it bypasses the heart. A plan does not compel someone to leave their home, board a bus for a grueling overnight journey, and stand for hours in the oppressive heat, simply to be a part of something larger than themselves. Plans don't build movements. Beliefs do. Instead, with the world watching, Dr. King gave the people his dream. He repeated the phrase, "I have a dream," turning it into a mantra, a creed. He offered a vision, not a blueprint. He shared a deeply personal belief in a future state that was so vivid, so tangible, it felt within reach. He started with why. He spoke of a future America where the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners could sit down together at the table of brotherhood. He painted a picture of his 4 little children living in a nation where they would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. This was not abstract political theory. This was a deeply human vision. By articulating this why, this dream, he bypassed the rational brain and spoke directly to the limbic system of every person listening, the part of the brain that governs feelings like trust, loyalty, and inspiration. It is the part of the brain that drives all human behavior and decision-making, and when he gave voice to his dream, he was simultaneously giving voice to the unspoken dream held in the hearts of every single person gathered before him, and countless more watching from home. This act of articulating a positive, attainable future is the essence of inspirational leadership. Dr. King's genius was in not just defining the enemy, the injustice, the hatred, the segregation. It's easy to unite people against something. It's far more difficult and infinitely more powerful to unite them for something. He gave the people a destination, a promised land they could all strive for. He didn't just describe the chains they needed to break. He described the world of freedom that awaited them. This created a magnetic pull, an irresistible force drawing people forward. His vision was inclusive. It was a dream for a better America for everyone. It allowed people to see themselves and their families and their future within that beautiful tapestry he wove with his words. He wasn't dictating a strategy. He was issuing an invitation to co-create a better reality. And that invitation was accepted on a scale that was, at the time, unimaginable. Consider the sheer spectacle of the March on Washington. 250,000 people. In an era before the internet, before social media could create viral trends overnight, before mass email lists could mobilize thousands with a single click. How did this happen? The call to gather was not a top-down directive from a central command post. It was a grassroots phenomenon, a testament to the power of a decentralized idea. The why, the dream of an equal and just America, was so clear and so powerful that it became the organizing principle itself. Information spread through whispers and sermons, through community meetings in church basements and conversations over kitchen tables. It was passed from one believer to another, a chain reaction of shared purpose. People organized their own charter buses from distant states. Families packed into cars and drove for days. They didn't need a detailed agenda or a celebrity endorsement. The idea itself was the celebrity. They were drawn not by the promise of a spectacle, but by the gravitational pull of a shared belief. And this reveals the ultimate truth about that historic day. The 250,000 people who stood shoulder to shoulder on the National Mall did not come for Dr. King. They came for themselves. They were the living, breathing proof that the dream was real. They showed up because in his powerful words, they heard the echo of their own silent prayers, their own fervent hopes. Dr. King was the focal point, the courageous leader who dared to articulate the collective yearning of a people. But he did not invent the desire for freedom, he simply uncorked it. He was the conductor, but they were the orchestra. Each person in that crowd was there to make a personal declaration. To say, this is my dream too. This is the world I want for my children. This is the belief for which I stand. They weren't there as passive followers of one great man. They were there as active participants in their own liberation, as stakeholders in the future of a nation. This is the profound outcome of leading with why. It doesn't rally followers who need to be told what to do. It awakens and empowers other leaders, creating a movement that can sustain itself far beyond the presence of a single individual. It doesn't just present a plan for a new building. It inspires millions to pick up a brick and build a cathedral, together. Martin Luther King Jr. did not have a vast corporate structure or a multi-million-dollar advertising budget. Yet his message, his deeply held belief, was amplified across a nation and echoed through generations. He was the speaker, and the civil rights movement became his megaphone. This raises a critical question for any leader, any entrepreneur, any person trying to build something lasting. How do you build a megaphone for your own why? How do you create a structure that doesn't just execute tasks, but amplifies a belief with clarity and consistency? The answer lies in visualizing your organization not as a flat, two-dimensional hierarchy chart, but as a three-dimensional cone. Think of it, literally, as a megaphone. This isn't just a clever analogy. It's a diagnostic tool for understanding the physics of leadership and influence. At the very tip of this cone, the small opening you speak into, is the mouthpiece. This is where the leader stands. But more importantly, this is where the why lives. The why is the source of all the sound, the genesis of the message that will travel through the entire structure. It's the core purpose, the fundamental belief, the reason the organization exists beyond making money. For a message to emerge from the other end, clear, crisp, and powerful, it must be pure and potent at this point of origin. It cannot be a vague mission statement cobbled together by a committee. It must be a single, resonant note of authentic conviction. This is the leader's most profound responsibility to ensure absolute clarity at the mouthpiece. Now, let's travel along the cone as it begins to widen. This expanding section represents the how. This is the realm of your senior executives, your department heads, your management team. Their role is monumentally important and often misunderstood. They are not simply taskmasters, they are the chief translators. Their primary function is to take the pure why from the mouthpiece and build the systems, processes, and culture that will bring it to life and prepare it for amplification. They devise the strategies, create the hiring criteria, establish the operational workflows, and set the cultural norms. They are the architects of the megaphone's internal structure. If the WHOI is to challenge the status quo, the how level is responsible for building a culture that rewards dissent, processes that encourage experimentation, and a hiring strategy that seeks out independent thinkers. They don't just hear the why. Their job is to engineer the very structure that will carry that belief forward without distortion, ensuring every internal component is aligned with that original resonant note. Finally, we arrive at the wide, open end of the megaphone, the bell. This is the what. This is the culmination of everything. It represents all the tangible things the organization says and does, that the outside world, the market, the customers, the community actually sees, hears, and experiences. The whats are your products, your services, your marketing campaigns, your press releases, your website design, your customer service scripts, your social media presence. Every single what that emerges from the bell of the megaphone is a manifestation of the why, amplified through the structure of the how. When this system is in perfect alignment, the message is unmistakable. Customers don't just buy a computer, they buy a tool to express their creativity. They don't just drink a soda, they partake in a moment of happiness. They hear the belief, not just the features and benefits. The what becomes the proof of the why. But what happens when the system is misaligned? What if the why at the mouthpiece is fuzzy, inconsistent, or inauthentic? What if the leader says one thing but their actions communicate another? The megaphone, as an amplifier, is brutally honest. It does not clarify a confusing message. It simply makes the confusion louder. Imagine a leader with an unclear why speaking into the mouthpiece. That muddled signal travels to the how level. The management team, lacking a clear North Star, receives a distorted message. They try their best to build systems and strategies, but they're building on a foundation of ambiguity. Different departments interpret the fuzzy why in different ways, leading to internal friction and conflicting priorities. The engineering department builds for durability, marketing sells on price, and customer service is measured on speed, all because the unifying purpose is a weak and wavering signal. And what comes out of the bell, the wide end? Not a clear, powerful message, but noise, loud, expensive, disorienting noise. The marketing promises innovation, but the product is derivative. The advertisements talk about community, but the customer service is impersonal. The market hears this cacophony. They sense the disconnect. They feel the inauthenticity. Trust, the most valuable asset any organization has, begins to erode. This erosion isn't caused by a single faulty product or a single bad ad campaign. It's a systemic failure that starts with a lack of clarity at the most fundamental level. The why. The megaphone does not create the message. It only ever amplifies what it is given. Your organization, its structure, its culture, its people, it is all a magnificent machine designed for one purpose: to amplify the message that comes from the leader. Clarity is not a luxury. It is a prerequisite for effective leadership. Authenticity is not a soft skill. It is the very foundation of trust. The megaphone is always on. The only question is your message a clear, resonant note, or is it just loud noise? And so, we have our leader, the speaker at the apex of the cone, ready to broadcast a vision. We have the organization, the megaphone, designed to amplify that vision, to carry it outward with clarity and force. But this image, as powerful as it is incomplete. It begs a fundamental question: who builds the megaphone? The speaker, brimming with ideas and purpose, is rarely the same person who possesses the technical skill, the meticulous patience, and the practical genius to construct the intricate machinery of amplification. The vision of the sound is not the same as the engineering of the sound system. This is where one of the most crucial partnerships in any successful enterprise is born: the partnership between the one who asks why and the one who figures out how. Ray Dalio identifies these two essential archetypes as why types and how types. The why type is the visionary, the strategist, the dreamer. They live in the future, seeing possibilities that others miss. They are the ones who look at a blank canvas and see a masterpiece, who look at an empty field and envision a city. Their minds operate on the plane of purpose and potential. They are driven by a deep, often unshakable belief in a different, better reality. They set the destination. They are the Steve Jobs of the world, one who didn't just want to build a computer, he wanted to put a ding in the universe. His why was revolutionary. He saw a future where technology wasn't just functional but beautiful, intuitive, and deeply personal. He was the speaker, with a message so radical it could change the world. But a message without a medium is just silent thought. This is where the how type enters the stage. The how type is the pragmatist, the implementer, the master builder. They are grounded in the present, in the tangible reality of what is possible right now, and how to stretch that possibility. They take the grand, abstract vision of the why type and ask the critical, grounding questions. What materials will we use? What's the first step? How do we engineer the circuits? How do we write the code? How do we make this dream a physical, functioning reality? They are the ones with the skill, the discipline, and the focus to build the bridge from the idea to the outcome. They don't just see the envisioned city, they draw the blueprints, lay the foundation, and erect the walls, brick by painstaking brick. They are the ones who build the megaphone. And for Steve Jobs' revolutionary why, there was a legendary how: Steve Wozniak. Wozniak was a pure engineering genius, a quintessential how type. While Jobs was dreaming of a digital revolution, Wozniak was the one who could sit down and, with extraordinary elegance and efficiency, design the circuit board for the Apple UI. He was the one who could translate the grand vision of a personal computer into the thousands of tiny, specific decisions that made it work. Jobs had the vision. Wozniak built the reality. Jobs was the speaker. Wozniak engineered the megaphone. This partnership is a classic, powerful illustration of the principle. One without the other would have been incomplete. Jobs, on his own, would have remained a brilliant but frustrated visionary, full of ideas with no outlet. Wozniak, on his own, would have been a brilliant hobbyist, building clever gadgets in his garage for the fun of it, likely never scaling his genius to a global level. It was the fusion, the dynamic tension and collaboration between their two mindsets, that created Apple. This is not a relationship of superior and subordinate. It is a partnership of equals. Each bringing a gift the other lacks. The visionary needs the pragmatist to prevent their ideas from floating away into the ether. The pragmatist needs the visionary to give their work purpose and direction, to lift their eyes from the workbench to the horizon. Success requires profound mutual respect between these two types. The Y type must respect the craft, the realism, and the incredible complexity of execution that the How type manages. They must understand that a vision is worthless if it cannot be built. Conversely, the How type must respect the courage, the foresight, and the often unpopular conviction of the Y type. They must understand that meticulous execution without a compelling purpose is just aimless activity. Great organizations are not built by a single visionary, nor are they built by an army of implementers alone. They are forged in the crucible of this partnership, where the soaring question of why is met with the grounded, powerful answer of how. It is the union of the dream and the deed, the architect and the engineer, the speaker and the builder of the megaphone. We've explored the essential partnership of the visionary why and the pragmatic how. This duo forms the nucleus of any great endeavor, the dreamer and the builder working in concert. But even the most brilliant partnership is finite. To build something that outlasts its founders, something that can truly scale and make a lasting impact on the world, that initial spark of shared belief must be nurtured into a blazing fire that engulfs an entire organization. The journey from a two-person mission to a global movement begins with a single, crucial decision, repeated over and over how you invite others to join your cause. This is the genesis of building a culture of belief. The conventional wisdom on hiring is tragically flawed. It's a mechanistic process, born from an industrial-era mindset. We create a detailed blueprint for a cog in the machine, a job description filled with required skills, years of experience, and specific qualifications. Then we sift through piles of resumes, which are nothing more than historical records of tasks performed. We're looking for a perfect match on paper, a candidate who ticks all the boxes. We hire for what they can do. This approach might fill a seat, but it will never capture a heart. It assembles a collection of individuals who have rented out their skills in exchange for a salary. They are mercenaries. They may be competent, even brilliant, but their loyalty is to the paycheck, not the purpose. When a competitor offers a slightly better package, their allegiance shifts without a second thought, because there was never any real allegiance to begin with. This model builds a fragile, transactional workforce, not a resilient, passionate tribe. The truly great organizations, the ones that inspire cult-like loyalty and achieve the seemingly impossible, invert this entire paradigm. They operate from a principle that is as simple as it is profound. Hire people who believe what you believe, The resume is secondary. Skills are secondary. What comes first is a gut-level, intuitive connection to the cause. They don't hire for skills. They hire for attitude, for a fundamental alignment of values. Why? Because you can teach a person with the right attitude almost any skill. You can send them to training, give them books, pair them with a mentor, and through time and effort, they will become competent. Skills are transferable, but belief is not. You cannot teach someone to care. You cannot create a training module for passion. You cannot force a person to see the world the way you see it. That sense of purpose, that intrinsic motivation is either there or it isn't. When you hire someone who already shares your why, you're not just filling a role. You are discovering a fellow traveler on the same journey, a partner in the cause. This shared belief forms the bedrock of a culture that transcends the 9 to 5. It creates an unspoken contract, a bond of trust and mutual commitment that is far more powerful than any written document. For employees who believe in the organization's purpose, work is no longer a chore or a means to an end. It becomes a vehicle for their own self-expression, a way to contribute to a world they want to live in. This is the source of what we call discretionary effort, the wellspring of true innovation and extraordinary service. These are the people who stay late to perfect a presentation, not because a deadline looms, but because they believe in the message and want it to be heard. They are the ones who will pick up a piece of trash in the hallway, not because it's their job, but because they feel a sense of ownership. They challenge the status quo and push for better solutions, not to climb the corporate ladder, but because they are relentlessly dedicated to advancing the shared mission. They go the extra mile, and then another, without ever being asked. Because their internal compass is perfectly aligned with the organization's true north. Look no further than the remarkable story of Southwest Airlines. In an industry defined by delays, frustration, and abysmal customer satisfaction, Southwest has been a beacon of positivity and loyalty for half a century. Their secret isn't a proprietary technology or a more efficient fleet. It's their people. From its inception, Southwest's why was to democratize air travel, to make it accessible and humane, to connect people with what's important in their lives with a sense of fun and warmth. They didn't just sell cheap tickets, they sold a feeling of freedom and care. And to deliver on that promise, they knew they couldn't just hire people with airline experience. They had to hire people who genuinely embodied that spirit. They hire for attitude, screening for empathy, optimism, and a sense of humor. As their founder, Herb Kelleher, famously said, "We can train you on the job, but we can't change your attitude." The result is a workforce of passionate ambassadors. The flight attendant who tells jokes during the safety briefing isn't following a script. They're expressing a personality that was selected because it fits the culture. They believe in making people happy, and Southwest gives them a platform to do just that. This principle echoes in the origin stories of many iconic companies. The early days of Google were fueled by more than just stock options. They attracted engineers who were true believers in the monumental mission to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. They were captivated by the sheer audacity and intellectual challenge of that why. This shared belief created an intense, collaborative culture that propelled them to global dominance. When you build an organization on this foundation, a magical thing happens. The culture becomes a self-sustaining ecosystem. Passion becomes contagious. The believers you hire become magnets, attracting more people just like them. The organization's why acts as a filter, naturally drawing in those who belong and gently repelling those who don't. It's no longer a company, it's a living, breathing movement. Ultimately, we must remember that an organization is nothing more than a collection of people united by a common idea. Your products will change, your strategies will evolve, and your market will shift. The only constant, the only true source of sustainable advantage is the quality and commitment of your people. Building a culture of belief is not a human resources initiative. It is the fundamental act of leadership. It is the deliberate, patient, and unwavering process of finding those who believe what you believe, and then creating an environment where they can do the best work of their lives in service of that shared cause. It is how you build something that truly lasts. In the abstract, a culture built on belief sounds powerful. But what does it look like, feel like, and sound like in the real world? To answer that, we don't look at a manual, we look to the skies. And specifically to an airline that decided to be more than just a transportation company. We look at Southwest Airlines. To understand Southwest, you have to transport yourself back to the early 1970s. Air travel was a luxury. It was expensive, stuffy, and reserved for business executives and the wealthy. The average person, the common man, saw it as an inaccessible dream. This is the world Herb Kelleher and Roland King stepped into, not with a business plan to create another airline, but with a cause. Their why was not to fly planes. Their why was to democratize the skies. They articulated it with beautiful clarity to be the champion of the common man. This wasn't about transportation, it was about freedom. It was about giving ordinary people, students, families, small business owners the freedom to go places, see people, and pursue opportunities they never could before. This single, powerful why became the filter through which every single decision was made. It dictated their hows, the actions they took to bring their cause to life. If their why was to serve the common man, then their service had to be affordable. So, their how was to be relentlessly low cost. But this wasn't just a pricing strategy, it was a moral imperative. To keep costs down, they used only one type of aircraft, the Boeing 737. This streamlined maintenance, training, and operations, creating massive efficiencies. They flew into smaller, less congested secondary airports to avoid high gate fees and delays. They eliminated assigned seating to speed up boarding and get planes back in the air faster. Every minute a plane sat on the ground, it was costing money that would ultimately be passed on to the customer, the very person they existed to serve. These weren't just clever business tactics. They were direct manifestations of their core belief. Another how was to be fun. This is perhaps their most famous characteristic, but it was never a gimmick. The fun, the humor, the humanity of the Southwest experience was a direct rebellion against the cold, impersonal nature of the airline industry. If you are the champion of the common man, you treat them with warmth and personality, not like a seat number. This philosophy started from the inside out. Southwest understood that you can't build a culture of belief with customers if you don't first build it with your own people. Their hiring mantra was legendary: hire for attitude, train for skill. They sought out people who weren't just looking for a job, but who were drawn to the cause. They looked for optimists, people with a servant's heart and a sense of humor. They were hiring believers. This created an internal culture where employees felt empowered to serve the cause. not just follow a rule book. The anecdotes are legion. The flight attendant who turns the safety announcement into a comedy routine. The gate agent who holds a plane for a grieving grandmother trying to get to a funeral. The pilot who helps load luggage to ensure an on-time departure. These weren't actions mandated from a corporate memo. They were the spontaneous acts of people who believed in the company's purpose and felt trusted to do the right thing for the customer. Kelleher famously said his priorities were employees first, customers second, and shareholders third. To outsiders, this seemed backward. But Kelleher knew it was the only sequence that worked. By treating employees as the most valuable asset, by creating a place where they felt respected, valued, and part of a shared mission, he cultivated a workforce that was fiercely loyal and motivated. These happy, empowered employees then naturally provided legendary service to customers. They weren't faking it. They were genuinely passionate about their work and the people they served. The result of this incredible service was, of course, fiercely loyal customers. People didn't just fly Southwest because it was cheap. They flew Southwest because of how it made them feel. They were loyal to the feeling, to the cause, to the belief that this airline actually cared about them. This deep well of loyalty from both employees and customers is what created lasting success. When competitors tried to copy Southwest by launching their own low-cost offshoots, they almost always failed. They copied the what, the low fares and single-plane model, but they couldn't copy the why. They couldn't replicate the culture, the trust, and the belief that had been cultivated over decades. Southwest Airlines stands as a testament to the fact that when you build an organization around a clear and noble purpose, you don't just build a successful company. You build a movement. You create a symbol of your belief, and you attract everyone, employees and customers alike, who wants to be a part of it. From the bustling terminals of Southwest Airlines, where a shared purpose creates a corporate family, we now journey to a place where culture is not just about success, but survival. We move from the world of commerce to the crucible of combat, to witness the most profound level of trust imaginable. This is not a trust built in boardrooms or through team-building exercises. This is a trust forged in fire, a bond sealed by the shared understanding that the person to your left and the person to your right would unhesitatingly give their life for you, as you would for them. This is the ultimate expression of a why-driven culture. The date is September 8th, 2009. The place, the Ganjgal Valley in Afghanistan, a landscape of stark, unforgiving beauty that, on this day, became a hell on earth for a column of American and Afghan forces. They were moving to meet with village elders when they walked directly into a meticulously planned, three-sided ambush. Insurgents opened fire with a terrifying intensity. The narrow valley became what soldiers call a kill zone, an inescapable trap. In an instant, chaos reigned. Radio communications failed. The command structure was shattered. Men were cut down, isolated, and surrounded. In this moment of utter collapse, when training and technology failed, something more fundamental took over. One individual's clarity of purpose cut through the deafening noise and the paralyzing fear. His name was Captain William D. Swenson. While others were pinned down, Swenson, an advisor to the Afghan border police, broke cover. Unarmed except for his pistol and a radio to direct air support that was being denied, he ran directly into the storm of bullets. The air was thick with flying metal, a swarm of deadly hornets. Yet he ran towards the danger, not away from it. His objective was simple: primal, an absolute bring his people home. He located his grievously wounded sergeants and Kenneth Westbrook. With the help of a comrade, Swenson pulled him from the line of fire, administering aid while simultaneously coordinating a counterattack. As a rescue helicopter finally descended through the hail of enemy fire, Swenson did something that reporters would later write about. A moment of profound humanity in the midst of inhuman violence. He leaned over, kissed his wounded brother in arms on the forehead, and helped place him on the medevac. But he wasn't finished. Though he could have boarded the helicopter to safety, he turned back. Again and again, he returned to the kill zone, evacuating the wounded and coordinating the recovery of his fallen comrades. His actions that day were directly responsible for saving more than a dozen American and Afghan lives. For his incredible bravery, William Swenson was awarded the Medal of Honor, the United States' highest military decoration. But the medal is just a symbol. The real question, the one central to our understanding of human principles, is this what drives a person to do that? What force compels someone to run towards almost certain death? Not once, but repeatedly. It isn't the salary. It isn't the promise of a promotion or a bonus. In those critical moments, it isn't even an abstract sense of patriotism. In the heat of battle, soldiers don't fight for a flag or a politician. They fight for each other. They fight for the person beside them. Captain Swenson didn't risk his life for an abstract idea. He risked his life for his people. His why was clear, immediate, and visceral. I will not leave my comrades behind. This is the ultimate form of trust. The trust that existed in that valley was absolute and implicit. Every soldier knew, without a single doubt, that they were part of something larger than themselves. They trusted that their leaders would do everything in their power to protect them, and they trusted that their fellow soldiers would never abandon them. This trust is not documented in an employee manual or taught in a classroom. It is earned through shared hardship, shared values, and a shared belief in their collective purpose. It's a chemical reaction, a biological imperative that binds a group together into a single organism. When you feel that you belong, when you feel with certainty that the people around you have your back, your natural human response is to reciprocate that trust and loyalty with everything you have. The story of Captain Swenson is an extreme and heroic example, but the principle is universal. Whether on a battlefield in Afghanistan or in the corporate offices of a company like Southwest, the strongest, most resilient, and most inspiring organizations are built on this same foundation of trust. It's the unwavering belief that we are all in this together, working towards a common vision. This trust is what allows individuals to take risks, to innovate, and to perform at their absolute best, because they know they are part of a team that will support them, no matter the outcome. This is not about blind obedience or mindless conformity. It is about a deep, resonant connection to a shared cause and to the people who share it with you. It is the invisible architecture that supports the greatest achievements of humankind, turning a group of individuals into a unified, unbreakable force. That profound, almost unbreakable trust we witnessed with Captain Swenson and his men that shared belief in a cause so powerful they would die for it, doesn't just exist in the abstract. It needs a form. It needs a focal point. Human beings are visual creatures. We crave tangible representations of our deepest convictions. This is where the power of symbols is born, and it leads us directly into understanding how a simple image can come to hold the weight of an entire belief system. A logo, a flag, a patch on a uniform. What are they? Really on their own. They are nothing. They are empty vessels, waiting to be filled. And they are only ever filled with one thing, a clear and resonant why. Consider the world of business. Companies spend fortunes, millions, sometimes billions of dollars crafting the perfect logo. They hire the best designers, conduct extensive market research, and debate endlessly over fonts and colors. But what they often forget is that a logo, no matter how aesthetically pleasing, is not a why. It is simply a picture. A beautiful logo attached to a company with a fuzzy sense of purpose is like a stunningly designed book with blank pages. It might catch your eye, but it offers no substance. It cannot inspire loyalty. It cannot build a tribe, and it certainly cannot command the kind of trust we saw on that battlefield. The logo doesn't create the meaning. It is merely the container for the meaning that already exists. Without a clear why, the container remains forever empty. Now, let's take this concept and apply it to one of the most powerful symbols in modern history, the American flag. What is it? Physically, it is a piece of cloth, a collection of threads woven together and dyed red, white, and blue. It has no inherent power. You could analyze its chemical composition or its tensile strength, and you would find nothing that explains why millions of people are willing to stand for it, fight for it, and even die for it. So where does that immense power come from? It comes from the meaning that has been poured into it for over 2 centuries. The flag is a symbol. It is the vessel that holds the collective American why. It represents a set of beliefs and values: freedom, liberty, opportunity, and the idea that all people are created equal. People don't pledge allegiance to a piece of fabric. They pledge allegiance to the ideals that the fabric represents. When a soldier salutes the flag, they are not saluting the cloth. They are saluting the nation and the shared purpose it stands for. The symbol has become a shorthand, an instant and powerful reminder of the why that unites them. The flag itself is meaningless without the belief system behind it. But with that belief system, it becomes one of the most potent icons on earth. This principle isn't confined to nations or armies. It works just as powerfully for brands that understand their purpose. Think about Harley-Davidson. Their logo, a simple bar and shield, is one of the most tattooed brand logos in the world. Why would someone permanently ink a corporate logo onto their skin? They are not doing it because they have a deep affection for the company's manufacturing process or its quarterly earnings reports. They are doing it because the Harley-Davidson logo has ceased to be just a logo. It has become a symbol. It is a vessel filled with a potent and specific why. For decades, Harley-Davidson has cultivated an identity built around freedom, rebellion, individualism, and the call of the open road. The logo is the badge of that tribe. It signifies a rejection of the conventional, a commitment to a certain way of life. When someone gets that tattoo, they are not declaring their brand preference. They are making a statement about who they are. They are aligning themselves with the values that the symbol represents. The logo is their flag. It's a powerful testament to the fact that when a WY is clear and compelling, the symbol that represents it can inspire a level of loyalty and personal identification that no amount of traditional marketing can ever buy. So, what is the ultimate lesson here? It is that clarity of purpose must always come first. Before you design a logo, before you choose a name, before you write a mission statement, you must first define your why. What is your cause? What is your belief? What is your reason for being that transcends the products you sell or the services you offer? Once that why is established when clear and consistently communicated, then and only then can a symbol begin to absorb its meaning. The symbol becomes the avatar for the belief. It acts as a beacon, attracting those who believe what you believe. A logo must be more than a piece of graphic design. It must be a symbol of a cause. Because in the end, people don't follow logos. They follow a purpose. They unite under a flag. They join a tribe. And the symbol is simply the visual proof that they belong. Our symbol, once an empty vessel, is now radiant with meaning. The logo, the flag, the brand, it has been filled with the substance of a clear and powerful why. It resonates. It pulls people in. It becomes a beacon for those who believe what you believe. And with this magnetic pull comes momentum. Growth. The tangible results begin to stack up. You hit your targets. You launch the product. You expand into new markets. The world sees this and calls it success. But precisely here, at the peak of this ascent, lies the most insidious challenge an organization will ever face. It's a danger that doesn't announce itself with a crash, but with a quiet, creeping pivot away from the very thing that made it all possible. The greatest threat to a why-driven organization is the moment the what starts to grow faster than the why. To understand this peril, we must first draw a sharp distinction between two words we often use interchangeably: achievement and success. Achievement is something you reach or attain, a measurable goal. It's quantifiable. It's finite. It's hitting a sales number, finishing a marathon, or getting a promotion. Achievements are the things you check off a list. They are the whats. You can achieve all of them and still not feel successful. Success, on the other hand, is not a destination. It is a feeling, a state of being. You don't achieve success, you feel successful. It's the profound sense of fulfillment that comes from waking up each day inspired to contribute to something larger than yourself. It's the feeling of value that comes from seeing your efforts make a real difference. Success is the direct emotional result of living your why. It is a constant, not a milestone. The danger arises when the intoxicating pursuit of achievement begins to eclipse the quiet, steady feeling of success. Imagine a young company, founded on a revolutionary why. Their purpose is clear. Their passion is infectious. This why inspires them to create a groundbreaking product, their first big what. The product is a hit. This is their first major achievement. Accolades pour in. Revenue climbs. The pressure mounts to do it again, but bigger. So they focus on the what. They analyze the successful product, break it down, and create processes to replicate it. They hire people who are good at executing the what. The language inside the company begins to change. Meetings are no longer about the founding purpose. They are about metrics, quarterly targets, and scaling the what. The what has become the star of the show, and the why has been relegated to a line in the mission statement, a poster on the wall from a bygone era. The organization is now achieving more than ever. The numbers on the spreadsheets are incredible. By all external measures, they are a phenomenal achievement machine. But inside, the feeling of success has begun to evaporate. The passion wanes. The work, once a calling, becomes just a job. The culture of innovation is replaced by a culture of optimization. They are no longer a cause. They are just a company. They are chasing the ghost of their first achievement, forgetting the spirit that gave it life. This is the split. It's the moment the tangible metrics of what you do become more important than the intangible feeling of why you do it. The symbol that once represented a belief now just represents a successful product. It becomes a symbol of past achievements, not a beacon for a future purpose. The greatest challenge, therefore, is not failure. Failure is a bruise. It teaches you and then it heals. The greatest challenge is a certain kind of success, the kind that makes you forget why you started in the first place. It's the slow drift from a journey of purpose to a series of destinations, each one leaving you feeling emptier than the last. The true, lasting victory lies in ensuring that no matter how big your what's become, they always remain in service to, and are always dwarfed by, the immeasurable scale of your why. We've journeyed through the perilous landscape where success itself becomes a threat, where the dazzling allure of what we do begins to eclipse the profound, foundational why we do it. This is the moment an organization, drunk on its own growth and metrics, starts to lose its soul. The what becomes a runaway train, and the why is left behind at the station, a fading memory. But what happens when the very architect of that why, the original visionary, is suddenly and irrevocably removed from the picture? This leads us to one of the most brutal, yet clarifying thought experiments in organizational leadership, the school bus test. The question is simple and stark. If your founder, your visionary leader, the person who embodies the company's entire reason for being, gets hit by a school bus tomorrow, does the organization's why die with them? Take a moment and apply this test. Think of Apple after Steve Jobs. Think of Microsoft without Bill Gates in his prime. Think of your own company. If the leader who holds the vision is gone, does the vision itself evaporate? Does the mission crumble into a set of rote tasks and financial targets if the answer is yes, or even a hesitant maybe? Then you haven't built a company. You've built a platform for one person's charisma. Your why was never truly the organization's. It was merely on loan from the leader. For a cause to be truly lasting, for a why to transcend a single lifetime, it cannot reside in the mind or heart of one individual. It must be woven into the very fabric of the organization's culture. It must become a living, breathing entity, independent of any single person. The why has to be so deeply embedded in the values, the language, the hiring practices, the decision-making processes, and the daily rituals that it becomes the organization's autonomic nervous system. It's what guides people when no one is watching. It's the filter through which every major strategic choice is passed. When the WHY is culture, the leader's role shifts from being the sole source of vision to being its chief guardian and amplifier. They are no longer just the storyteller. They are the architect of a system that allows the story to tell itself through every employee, every day. This brings us to the critical concept of succession. So many companies get this wrong. They search for a successor who has the best operational skills, the most impressive resume, the sharpest financial acumen. They look for a great what person. But passing the school bus test requires something entirely different. True succession planning isn't about finding the next CEO. It's about finding the next guardian of the why. It's about identifying someone who bleeds the cause, who understands the vision at a cellular level, and whose primary motivation is to see that cause flourish long after they are gone. The best successor is not a clone of the founder, but another true believer. Let's look at this through the lens of history. Consider Walmart after the passing of its legendary founder, Sam Walton. Sam was the living, breathing embodiment of Walmart's why to bring value to everyday people, to help them save money and live better. He was famous for his folksy wisdom, his relentless focus on the customer, and his frugality, all in service of that core mission. When he was gone, Walmart continued to be an unbelievably successful and efficient machine, a titan of the what. It mastered logistics, supply chains, and scale. But ask anyone who remembers the old Walmart, and they'll tell you something of the soul had changed. The intense personal connection to that founding why began to fade, replaced by a more corporate, numbers-driven culture. The organization survived, and even thrived by many metrics, but it arguably failed the school bus test in its purest form. The why became quieter. Now contrast this with the Walt Disney Company. Walt was not just the founder, he was the source of the magic. His why was to create a world of wonder and happiness that families could experience together. When he died in 1966, the company was thrown into a creative crisis. The what, making animated films, running theme parks, continued, but the innovation, the soul, the magic, faltered. For nearly 2 decades, the company drifted. It failed the initial school bus test. However, the story didn't end there. The eventual revitalization of Disney under leaders like Michael Eisner and Frank Wells, and later Bob Iger, was predicated on a conscious and deliberate return to Walt's original why. They didn't try to be Walt, but they made it their mission to be the guardians of his vision. They asked, what would Walt do, not as a literal instruction, but as a guiding principle to reignite the creative fire? Disney demonstrated that even if a company stumbles, it can pass a delayed version of the test by intentionally finding new leaders to champion the original cause. The school bus test, therefore, is not a morbid exercise in planning for disaster. It is a profound diagnostic tool. It forces us to confront the ultimate question of legacy. Have we built an organization, a movement, a cause that is bigger than any single one of us? Is our why so clear, so compelling, and so deeply integrated into our culture that it can withstand the loss of its most powerful voice? Because if it can, we haven't just built a successful company. We have built something that is truly, remarkably, and enduringly human. In our last chapter, we were left with a stark and unsettling question: the school bus test. If the visionary founder, the very heart of a company's why, is suddenly gone, does the purpose, the core belief, die with them? This question doesn't just hang in the air after a tragedy. It looms over a company's entire life cycle. It leads us directly to a more insidious, slower, and far more common threat, a phenomenon Simon Sinek calls the split. This isn't a sudden event like a bus crash. It's a gradual erosion, a slow fading of the very light that once guided the organization. The split is the moment when the WHI goes fuzzy. Imagine the beginning, a founder or a small group of founders that has a belief so powerful it feels like a physical force. It's not about making a product, it's about changing something, about offering the world a different way. Their why is crystal clear, not because it's written on a wall, but because it lives in their gut. They are the why. Every decision, from the color of the logo to the first person they hire, is an effortless, intuitive expression of this core purpose. This clarity is magnetic. It attracts employees who believe what they believe, customers who see a reflection of their own values in the company's work. The early growth isn't just fueled by a good product, it's fueled by passion, by a shared cause. The why is the language everyone speaks. It's the standard against which all actions are measured. In this vibrant, purpose-driven ecosystem, success is a natural byproduct of staying true to the cause. But then success itself introduces a new variable scale. The company grows. The handful of true believers becomes 100, then 1,000 employees. The single office in a garage expands to multiple floors in a skyscraper, then to campuses across continents. And with this scale, something crucial is lost: proximity. The founder, who once knew every employee by name and could articulate the why over a casual lunch, is now insulated by layers of management. Their calendar is filled with board meetings, investor relations, and high-level strategy sessions. They are no longer on the factory floor, no longer answering customer emails, no longer personally onboarding new hires. The personal, human-to-human transmission of the why begins to break down. The founder becomes a symbol, a portrait in the lobby, rather than a living, breathing source of inspiration. This is the fertile ground where the split begins to take root, and you can hear it before you can see it. The first and most telling symptom is a change in language. The conversations inside the company start to shift. Where people once talked about their impact on customers' lives, they now talk about hitting quarterly targets. Where they celebrated stories of making a difference, they now celebrate exceeding key performance indicators. The language of purpose is slowly but surely replaced by the language of metrics. The what the product sold, the services rendered becomes the singular obsession. And the how, the systems, the processes, the efficiencies becomes the unquestioned methodology. The focus shifts from the infinite, the long-term vision of the why, to the finite, the short-term gains measured in spreadsheets and dashboards. Suddenly, conversations are dominated by acronyms like ROI, CAC, and LTV. Success is no longer a feeling of shared purpose, but a number on a chart. This isn't because people have become bad or greedy. It's because in the absence of a clearly communicated and constantly reinforced why, metrics are the only tangible thing left to hold on to. They provide a false sense of clarity and progress. We achieved a 10% increase in user engagement. This feels like a victory. But what does it actually mean in the context of our original purpose? That question is rarely asked anymore. And this is the precise moment the split solidifies. The megaphone, which Sinek describes as the company's structure, its products, its marketing, its culture, was once a powerful tool. In the beginning, it took the founder's clear, resonant why and amplified it for the world to hear. The message was pure, coherent, and attractive, but now, with the why having gone fuzzy, the megaphone doesn't fall silent. It continues to amplify. But what is it amplifying? It amplifies the what's. It amplifies the metrics, and it amplifies a cacophony of conflicting priorities, short-term tactics, and hollow corporate jargon. It amplifies noise. From the outside, the company may still look successful. The numbers might even be going up. But inside, the soul is eroding. The clarity is gone. The split between the company's founding purpose and its daily operations has become a chasm. What was once a cause has become just a job. And without that why, the company is no longer defined by what it stands for, but merely by what it sells: vulnerable, directionless, and just one more player in a crowded market. Its unique voice lost in the static. We've spoken about the theory of the split, that slow, almost imperceptible drift when an organization's founding purpose, its why, begins to cloud over, leaving only the cold mechanics of what it does. But theory can feel abstract. What does this process actually look like in the real world, with real people and real consequences? Perhaps no story illustrates this phenomenon more starkly, or on a grander scale than the cautionary tale of Walmart. To understand Walmart's fall from grace, we must first understand the purity of its beginning. Sam Walton didn't just want to build a chain of discount stores. His why was far more profound, rooted in a deep-seated belief in service that was both ambitious and deeply personal. The mission was twofold, a delicate and powerful balance to help people save money, so they could live better. This wasn't a clever marketing slogan, it was the foundational ethos of the entire enterprise. Save money was the what, the tangible benefit. But live better was the why. It was the emotional core, the noble cause. It meant giving small-town communities access to the same variety of goods as big cities. It meant treating every customer with respect. It meant creating a shopping experience that wasn't just transactional, but that added value to people's lives. This powerful why was brought to life through a clear and consistent set of hows. Walton's methods were the tangible expressions of his core belief. He famously called his employees associates, a simple change in terminology that signified a monumental shift in perspective. They weren't cogs in a machine. They were partners in a shared mission. He instituted profit-sharing plans, a radical idea at the time, ensuring that when the company succeeded, its people did too. This fostered a sense of ownership and pride that couldn't be mandated from a corporate office. Customers weren't just data points on a sales chart, they were neighbors. The famous 10-foot rule requiring an associate to greet any customer within that radius wasn't a script for forced friendliness. It was an extension of the core idea that Walmart was a guest in the community, there to serve its people. The hows were clear: treat your people like family, treat your customers like neighbors, and the business will thrive because it is built on a foundation of genuine service. But after Sam Walton's passing in 1992, a subtle yet seismic shift began. The keepers of his flame, focused on scaling the business to unprecedented heights, began to lose sight of the delicate balance of his why. The live better part of the equation, the part that was harder to quantify, the part built on human connection and morale, began to fade into the background. It was seen as soft, inefficient, and difficult to measure. What remained was the clear, measurable, and relentless pursuit of the other half: save money. This was the beginning of Walmart's split. The why was no longer a dual-purpose mission. It was simplified, reduced, and ultimately corrupted into a single, obsessive what: lower prices at any cost. The entire organization, a marvel of logistics and efficiency, reoriented itself around this solitary goal. The question was no longer, how do we help our communities live better? But how can we shave another 1/10 of a cent off this product's cost? The consequences of this singular focus were profound and devastating to the company's soul. The associates who were once partners became line items on a spreadsheet. Their wages, their benefits, and their hours were systematically squeezed to drive costs ever lower. The pride and ownership Walton had so carefully cultivated evaporated, replaced by a culture of fear, overwork, and low morale. The legendary customer service, born from genuine care, decayed. Stores became understaffed, employees became disengaged, and the 10-foot rule became a hollow gesture if it was followed at all. The public narrative began to shift dramatically. For decades, Walmart was the story of an American dream. Now, stories of poor working conditions, anti-union tactics, and the devastating impact of its big box stores on local economies began to dominate the headlines. The company that set out to help people live better was now being widely accused of making life worse for its own employees and the small towns it entered. The magic was gone. The soul of the company, its vibrant two-part why, had been sacrificed at the altar of a singular, measurable what. Walmart became a retail behemoth, a titan of financial success and logistical efficiency, but it lost the very thing that had made it special in the first place. It serves as a powerful cautionary tale for any organization when the noble cause that inspires human effort is boiled down to a mere number on a balance sheet. The cost is always, inevitably, greater than the savings. The cautionary tale of Walmart's transformation from a service-driven community pillar to a price-obsessed leviathan reveals a deeper, more universal truth. It shines a light on a critical symptom that signals when a company's soul is in peril, a condition that manifests when the internal compass, the why, stops pointing true north. And one of the most glaring, undeniable signs of this existential drift is an unhealthy, all-consuming obsession with the competition. When you possess a clear and resonant why, your purpose becomes your primary benchmark. The goal isn't to beat the other players on the field. It's to outdo the person you were yesterday. Your mission, your cause, the value you aim to bring into the world that is your yardstick. In this mindset, the competition becomes largely irrelevant. Of course, you are aware of them. You understand the landscape, but their actions do not dictate your own. You operate from a place of profound internal conviction, not external reaction. Your only real competition is your own potential. It's a subtle but seismic shift in perspective. It's the difference between playing a finite game, where the objective is to win against others, and an infinite game, where the objective is to keep playing, to perpetuate your cause. A strong why anchors you in the infinite game. But what happens when that anchor is lost? When the why fades into a distant memory, a vacuum of purpose is created, and into that void rushes a desperate, panicked need for direction. Lacking an internal compass to guide their decisions, leaders and organizations begin to look outward. They start watching their rivals not for market awareness, but for their marching orders. Their entire strategy becomes a series of reactions. What is the leading company in our sector doing? We must do that too. What new feature did our competitor just launch? We need to build a version of it. Fast. What price point are they hitting? We have to match it or beat it, even if it destroys our margins and compromises our quality. They are forced to play a frantic, never-ending game of comparison and catch-up. This reactive state is a deeply stressful and unsustainable way to operate. Imagine a long-distance runner in the middle of a marathon. The truly great runner, the one with a clear purpose, is focused inward. They are attuned to their own breathing, their own pace, their own energy reserves. Their eyes are fixed on the path ahead, on the horizon. They are competing against their own limits, their own personal best. Their race is a personal journey of endurance and self-improvement. Now, picture another runner in that same race. This runner's head is on a swivel. They are constantly looking over their shoulder at who might be gaining on them. They crane their neck to see how far ahead the leaders are. Every time another runner makes a surge, they panic and break their own stride to react. burning precious energy in a desperate attempt to keep pace. Their form becomes sloppy. Their focus is shattered. They are so consumed with the position of others that they lose sight of their own race. They stumble. They tire. Not from the distance, but from the anxiety of comparison. This is the perfect analogy for a company that has lost its why. The constant glancing over the shoulder breeds a culture of fear, not a culture of innovation. Originality suffocates because the primary directive is no longer to create, but to copy. You are perpetually one step behind, a shadow of the industry leader. Your products and services start to feel generic, a diluted echo of whatever is currently trending, because you've forgotten the unique perspective that made you special in the first place. Your identity dissolves into a bland composite of your competitors. Chasing the competition is a fool's errand because in an infinite game, there is no finish line to cross before everyone else. The game never ends. The only way to truly succeed is to be so profoundly focused on your own why. So dedicated to advancing your own cause and serving those who believe what you believe, that you become the standard. You become the one others are forced to watch. You don't just play the game, you redefine it. You run your own race, with your eyes fixed firmly on the horizon, confident in the direction your internal compass is pointing. We've seen how organizations lose their way, their very soul, when their gaze shifts from their own purpose to the rearview mirror, fixated on what everyone else is doing. This obsession with competition is a symptom of a deeper loss, a forgotten why. But this raises a fundamental question. If an organization can lose its why, where did it come from in the first place? And more importantly for you, right now, where does your own personal why come from? The answer is both simpler and more profound than you might imagine. A why is not something you brainstorm on a whiteboard during a corporate retreat. It's not a clever marketing slogan you invent or a lofty mission statement you craft to sound impressive. It is not created at all. It is discovered. It's an act of archaeology, not architecture. You are not building something new from scratch. You are painstakingly uncovering something that has been there all along, buried under layers of societal expectations. The well-meaning but misguided advice of others, and the simple, overwhelming noise of daily life. The foundation of your why, its complete and unchangeable core, was poured and set long ago. It's fully formed, in its essence, by the time you reach your late teens. Think about that for a moment. The person you are at your core today, the fundamental drive that gives your life meaning and direction, was shaped during your most impressionable, formative years. It's a direct product of your upbringing. It's in the lessons your parents taught you, both through their words and, more powerfully, through their actions. It's in the values that were present in your home: honesty, hard work, compassion, curiosity. It's in the way you were treated, the challenges you faced as a family, the triumphs you celebrated together. It's in the encouragement of a favorite teacher who saw a spark in you that you couldn't yet see in yourself. It's in the sting of a childhood failure that taught you resilience, or the warmth of a first true friendship that taught you the meaning of loyalty. These experiences, these defining moments, are the raw materials of your purpose. They are the unique constellation of events and relationships that came together to form a distinct perspective on the world, your perspective. This is why you can't invent a new why. You cannot go back and change your childhood. You can't rewrite the narrative of your adolescence. The blueprint is already there. The journey, then, is not to draw a new one, but to learn how to read the one you've been given your entire life. So, how do you begin this deeply personal process of discovery? How do you excavate this truth that's embedded in your very being? The process is one of looking backward, of sifting through the stories of your life with intention. Not just any stories, but specific ones. Think about the moments in your life when you felt truly and completely alive. The times when you lost all track of the hours. When you were so absorbed in an activity that the world around you seemed to fade away. Think of the accomplishments that, even years later, bring a quiet, genuine smile to your face. These aren't necessarily the moments of greatest public recognition or financial success. Often they are quieter, more personal victories. It might be the time you helped a friend navigate a difficult period, the time you built something with your own hands, or the time you painstakingly taught someone a skill and saw their eyes light up with the spark of understanding. Gather these stories, write them down, tell them to a trusted friend, lay them out before you, and then look for the pattern. Look for the common thread that weaves through all of them. This is what we call the golden thread. It's the consistent theme, the underlying value, the recurring motivation that connects these seemingly disparate moments of joy and fulfillment. Finding this thread is the entire key. It might be a deep-seated desire to protect the vulnerable, a passion for bringing clarity and order to chaos, a need to help people see a different and more hopeful perspective, or an innate drive to build communities where people feel they truly belong. The specific expression of the thread is as unique as your fingerprint, but its presence is universal. It's the connecting tissue of your most meaningful experiences, the clear, resonant signal in the noise of your life. This golden thread is your why, expressed not as a single, sterile sentence, but as a living, breathing theme that has guided you all along, whether you were conscious of it or not. And as you trace this golden thread through your past, you will inevitably discover one final, crucial, and beautiful truth. Your why is never, ever just about you. It is always, without exception, about the contribution you make to the lives of others. The profound fulfillment you felt in those peak moments wasn't just about self-gratification. It was about the impact your actions had on someone else. The pride wasn't just in the task itself, but in the value it created for other people. This is the great paradox of purpose true. Lasting fulfillment is found not in what we get, but in what we give. Your why is the unique gift you were put on this earth to share. It's the positive impact you are uniquely wired to have on the world around you. It could be the way you make your family feel safe and loved. It could be the way you empower your colleagues to do their best work. It could be the way you create art that moves strangers, or build a business that solves a real human problem. The scale doesn't matter. The intent and the effect are everything. A why is a statement of service. It defines the value others receive from you being you. And when you can articulate that, when you can see that golden thread of contribution running through your entire life, you no longer need to look over your shoulder at the competition. You have your own compass, your own map, your own unshakable true north. You have discovered your why. We've established that your why is not something you invent. It's not a mission statement you craft in a boardroom or a clever tagline you brainstorm. It is a discovery. It is a process of uncovering a truth that has been a part of you all along, a consistent thread woven through the tapestry of your life. In our last discussion, we spoke of looking into your past to find the origins of this truth. And while that archaeological dig into your own history is profoundly valuable, it is not the only path. Sometimes the clearest reflection of who we are is not found by looking inward in isolation, but by seeing ourselves through the eyes of others, specifically through the eyes of those who love us. This brings us to a simple, practical, and deeply revealing exercise, the Friends test. The premise is straightforward, yet its potential impact is immense. We often have blind spots when it comes to our own greatest strengths and contributions. The things we do naturally, the value we provide instinctually, and can be so second nature that we fail to even recognize them as special. But our friends do. They don't just enjoy our company, they derive specific, consistent value from our presence in their lives. The Friends test is a method for asking them to articulate that value. So, how does it work? The first step is one of careful selection. This is not a task for casual acquaintances or a poll to be posted on social media. You must choose one, or perhaps a few, of your truest friends. Think about who these people are. They are the friends you love, and just as importantly, you know they love you back, unconditionally. They are the ones who have seen you at your best and stood by you at your worst. The ones with whom you can be completely yourself, without fear of judgment. The very foundation of your relationship is built on a bedrock of trust and mutual respect. Why is this selection so critical? Because you need honesty. Delivered with care, you need a perspective that is both clear-eyed and compassionate. These are the people who can speak your truth back to you, because they have experienced it firsthand, time and time again. Once you have chosen your friend, or friends, the next step is to ask. And the question you will ask is deceptively simple. You won't ask, "What do you like about me?" or "What am I good at?" Those questions invite generic compliments. Instead, you will look them in the eye with genuine curiosity and ask, "Why are we friends?" Then, after they answer, you can follow up with more probing questions like, "What is it about me that makes me a valuable friend to you?" or "What do I contribute to your life?" The phrasing is crucial. "Why are we friends?" forces a deeper level of introspection. It moves beyond superficial traits and asks your friend to access the very core of your connection. It prompts them to think about the role you play in their life, the impact you have, the fundamental value you provide that makes the relationship meaningful and enduring. This brings us to the most difficult and most important step of the exercise: to listen. And I mean truly listen. Your only job in this moment is to be a receptive vessel. You are not to speak, except perhaps to ask for clarification. You are not to defend yourself. This is paramount. If they say something that sounds like a criticism, or something that doesn't align with your own self-image, your instinct will be to correct them or explain yourself. You must resist this urge with every fiber of your being. To be defensive is to shut down the flow of truth. Your friend is giving you a gift, the gift of their perception. Do not reject it. Take notes. Write down the exact words and phrases they use. Pay attention to their energy, their tone of voice. Are they describing a time you supported them, a way you challenged them, a sense of safety or adventure you bring to their world? Listen without judgment, without ego. Your goal is not to agree or disagree. Your goal is to understand. As you gather this feedback, whether from one friend or several, the final step begins. You must look for the patterns. Lay out all your notes, all the words and stories you've collected. At first, they might seem like disparate observations. One friend might talk about how you always offer a different perspective that helps them get unstuck. Another might mention how they feel safe telling you anything, that you create a space of non-judgment. A third might laugh and recall how you always push them to try new things and not take life so seriously. Look closer. The pattern is there. The common theme is the golden thread of your why. Your friends, independently of one another, will be articulating the same core value. They might use different words and cite different examples, but they will be describing the same effect you have on them. They are defining your contribution. The friend who talks about your new perspectives and the one who talks about your encouragement to try new things are both pointing to a why rooted in helping others expand their horizons and break through limitations. The friend who feels safe and accepted is describing a why centered on creating sanctuaries for others to be vulnerable and authentic. Your why is the thing you do, the effect you have, without even trying. It is your unique contribution to the world, and your friends are the primary beneficiaries. Their answers, when woven together, don't just describe a good friend, they describe the very essence of your being, the tangible manifestation of your personal why. This is not an exercise in ego stroking. It is an act of courageous self-discovery, facilitated by the people who know you best. It's about finally seeing the value that others have seen in you all along. You have gathered the stories. You have collected the words. From the friends and colleagues who know you best. You now possess a collection of raw materials, the themes, feelings, and impacts that define you in the eyes of others. These are not just compliments. They are clues. They are the scattered pieces of a mosaic, and our task now is to step back, see the pattern, and assemble them into a single, powerful image. This is the moment we move from discovery to declaration. We are going to distill the essence of everything you've heard into a statement that will serve as your compass, your North Star. This is the craft of creating your why statement. The beauty of a powerful why statement lies in its simplicity and its structure. It's not a paragraph or a mission statement filled with corporate jargon. It's a simple, elegant sentence designed for clarity and action. The most effective format, and the one we will use, is this to your contribution, so that the impact. Let's break that down. The contribution is the action you take. It's what you do, consistently and naturally. It's the verb. It's the value you bring to a situation, a team, or a relationship. The impact is the result of your contribution. It's the future you want to bring about for others. It's why your contribution matters. The contribution is what you give. The impact is what that giving creates in the world. This structure forces a connection between your actions and their ultimate purpose. It ensures your why is not just an abstract ideal, but a tangible cause and effect relationship that you live out every day. So, how do we get there from the jumble of words you've collected? Let's walk through an example. Imagine that after speaking to your friends, you have a list of phrases. They said things like, "You always find a way to make complex things simple. You have a talent for connecting people who should know each other. When you're around, our team finally gets on the same page. And you helped me see my own potential." Now, look for the themes. There are two clear currents running through these statements. The first is about creating clarity and simplifying chaos. The second is about connecting people and ideas to unlock potential. These are the raw ingredients for the contribution part of your statement. You could phrase this as to connect ideas and people or to simplify the complex. Now, let's look at the impact. Why do you do this? What is the result? The phrase is, our team finally gets on the same page and helped me see my own potential point to the outcome. The impact is about collective achievement and individual growth. So, the impact part could be, so that we can achieve more together or so that others can realize their full capabilities. Now, we synthesize. We weave these themes together into the format. A first draft might be, to connect people and ideas so that we can achieve more together. That's good. It's clear. But maybe we can make it even more personal and resonant. Let's try another combination. To simplify complexity and foster connection so that others can unlock their own potential. This version feels a little deeper, combining both core themes of clarity and connection into a unified purpose. This is the process. It's a bit like being a sculptor. You start with a block of raw marble, all those words from your friends, and you begin to chip away, slowly revealing the form within. Don't rush it. Play with different words. Try various combinations. The goal is not to find the most impressive sounding words. In fact, it's the opposite. Your why statement must be simple. It must be utterly and completely unesoteric. It should be written in plain language. A child should be able to understand it. Why? Because your why is not for a resume or a business card. It is for you. It needs to be something you can call to mind in a moment of doubt or decision. If it's convoluted or packed with jargon, it will fail you when you need it most. It should feel like a simple truth. Something so obvious in retrospect that you wonder why you never put it into words before. It should be a statement of who you are at your best, naturally and effortlessly. Now, it is your turn. Take a clean sheet of paper or open a new document. Look at the list of words and stories you've collected. Start grouping them into themes. Identify the one or two core ideas that describe your unique contribution. Then, identify the one or two themes that describe the impact you have on others. Don't overthink it. Don't aim for perfection. The single most important step you can take right now is to write a first draft. Even if it feels clunky, even if it's not quite right, write it down. Your first attempt might be to help people so that things get better. It might be that simple. And that's a perfectly valid starting point. You can refine it later. The act of writing it down makes it real. It takes it from an abstract cloud of ideas in your head and gives it a form you can see, touch, and work with. This draft is your lump of clay. Over the next days and weeks, you will shape it, smooth it, and refine it until it feels true. The perfect is the enemy of the good, and in this case, a good enough first draft is infinitely more valuable than the perfect statement that never gets written. So, take a deep breath, look at your notes, and fill in the blanks. 2. So that write down the first thing that comes to mind. Congratulations. You have just taken the most difficult step. You have given your purpose a voice. Now that we've methodically walked through the intricate architecture of discovering your core values, your unique contributions, and your ultimate impact, it feels both necessary and profoundly fair that I step out from behind the narrator's curtain. It's one thing to guide you through a theoretical process on a map, But it's an entirely different matter to show you the weathered, dusty footprints from my own journey. The very exploration you've just mentally charted, sifting through the archive of your pivotal memories, identifying the shimmering golden threads of recurring themes, and finally weaving them into a coherent and powerful tapestry is a path I've walked countless times myself, often stumbling, always learning. It's a messy, deeply reflective, and ultimately liberating process. For me, years of this internal archaeology led to a single, resonant sentence that has since become the constitutional bedrock of my work, my choices, and frankly, my entire professional identity. It's the unwavering compass that orients me when the fog of uncertainty rolls in, and it's the high-octane engine that propels me forward when motivation inevitably wanes. So, with a deliberate act of vulnerability, here is my why, crafted using the very format we have so carefully examined to distill complex wisdom into its most essential and elegant form, so that others can gain profound clarity and build more meaningful, intentional, and self-directed lives. This phrase, I assure you, did not arrive in a sudden, cinematic flash of insight. It wasn't a mantra I discovered in a forgotten book or received from a guru on a mountaintop. It was forged in the quiet desperation and overwhelming heat of professional confusion. Many years ago. I want you to picture this, really feel it. I was a young, ambitious intern at a behemoth global consulting firm, an environment where intelligence was the undisputed currency, and unwavering confidence was the essential armor. I felt bankrupt on both accounts. I was completely, terrifyingly out of my depth. Daily, I was surrounded by minds that moved at the speed of light, but they all spoke a coded, exclusive language I couldn't decipher, a dizzying and alienating dialect of proprietary acronyms, impenetrable jargon, and sprawling 100-page slide decks that, in hindsight, seemed meticulously designed to obscure rather than to clarify. My days devolved into a stressful performance of competence. I would sit in sterile, glass-walled conference rooms, a silent observer in a sea of expensive suits, nodding with a feigned, scholarly understanding while my mind was a raging vortex of panic, screaming the relentless refrain, "I don't belong here. I am a fraud." I was drowning, not in a lack of information, but in a chaotic tidal wave of it, all presented with a suffocating, almost weaponized complexity. One dreary, rain-streaked Tuesday afternoon, a day that felt like 100 others. My project manager, a sharp, unusually perceptive woman named Sarah, found me at my desk. I was staring catatonically at a financial model on my screen, a sprawling digital labyrinth of interconnected cells and Byzantine formulas, a monster I was supposed to have tamed hours ago. She didn't have to be a mind reader to see the sheer, unadulterated terror in my eyes. She could see I was on the fragile verge of breaking. Instead of giving me another convoluted instruction, or worse, expressing her palpable disappointment, she did something unexpected and profoundly human. She pulled up a chair, took a blank notepad and a simple pen, and with a few clean, confident strokes, drew a diagram. It was just a handful of boxes and arrows. In less than 5 minutes, with no jargon, no corporate speak, and no pretense, she explained the single core economic principle that underpinned the entire monstrous project. It was as if a lightning bolt of pure, unadulterated clarity had struck the core of my mind. The dense gray fog of complexity that had been choking my intellect for weeks instantly evaporated. For the very first time, I didn't just see the what we were doing. I profoundly and spiritually understood the why behind it all. I saw my small, seemingly insignificant role not as a replaceable cog in an incomprehensible machine, but as a meaningful, essential contributor to a clear, elegant, and important goal. That single, humane, 5-minute interaction fundamentally rewired the very structure of my brain. It was a personal and professional epiphany. I realized that true genius, true lasting value, wasn't about making things sound complicated to appear smart. It was about possessing a deep, unshakable enough understanding to make them profoundly, beautifully, and accessibly simple. It was about the generosity of spirit required to find the essential truth and share it in a way that empowers and elevates others, rather than intimidating and excluding them. The greatest gift you could ever give someone wasn't a pre-packaged answer. It was a durable lens of understanding. That moment became my unshakable North Star. I eventually left that corporate world, deeply disillusioned with its perverse obsession with complexity as a status symbol. But I carried that singular lesson with me as my most prized possession. It is the sole, animating, life-giving reason that this YouTube channel, this audiobook series, and this specific chapter you are listening to at this very moment even exists. I see every book we explore here, especially dense and profound works like Ray Dalio's Principles, as a vast, intimidating, and often forbidding mountain range of wisdom. My purpose, my calling, my why, is to be your Sarah. It is to be your dedicated guide. My commitment is to do the hard, often tedious work of the ascent to climb that mountain for you, to navigate its treacherous intellectual terrain, to battle through the dense academic jargon and the convoluted prose. Then my job is to find the most precious gems, the most powerful, life-altering ideas, and to bring them back down to you, not as raw, uncut, intimidating stones, but as polished, multifaceted, distilled crystals of clarity. I create these audio experiences not merely because I have a passion for reading, but because I believe with every fiber of my being that clarity is the genesis of all human agency. When you truly understand the underlying principles of success, of failure, of human relationships, of life itself, you transcend a state of simply reacting to the world around you. You become its co-creator, its architect. You are equipped with the mental models and tools to build a life that is not dictated by random chance or the winds of external pressures, but is meticulously, lovingly designed with your own intention, your own values, your own spirit. My why isn't just a clever tagline I put on a website banner. It is my solemn promise to you, my listener, a promise to shoulder the arduous burden of synthesis, so that you are freed up to do the infinitely more important and personal work of application in your own unique life. This is my story. This is the human engine whirring, sometimes faltering, but always striving. Behind the voice you hear, your story, your crucible moment, will undoubtedly be different. It might be quieter, or louder, more dramatic, or more subtle. But the power source is exactly the same. The enduring and more resilient power of your why statement will not come from eloquent wordsmithing or clever phrasing. It will come from its unshakable, visceral authenticity. It will be powerful because it is tethered to the real, lived experiences that give it gravity, substance, and undeniable meaning. Think of it as the narrative thread that masterfully ties your past to your present, and then projects a clear and illuminated and inviting path toward the future you genuinely wish to create. It is so much more than a mission statement you hang on a wall. It is your personal operational manual for a life lived with purpose, on purpose. So there it is. My reason for being laid bare. Sharing that story, my why, feels like taking a deep, long overdue breath. It's vulnerable, yes, but it's also incredibly clarifying. It's like finally finding the North Star after navigating by flickering streetlights. And perhaps as you listened, you felt a flicker of recognition, a resonance with your own unarticulated purpose. That process of digging deep, of connecting the dots of your past to find that single golden thread, is a profound act of self-discovery. But I must be clear about one thing: that discovery and that beautifully articulated why statement is not the destination. It's not the finish line where you collect a medal and the credits roll. It is the starting line. It is the moment the real work and the real magic begins. Because knowing your why is one thing, living it is another entirely. The world doesn't pause to accommodate your newfound clarity. Every single day you will be presented with a barrage of choices, opportunities, and demands. Some will sing in harmony with your purpose. Many more will be discordant notes, tempting you with convenience, profit, or the path of least resistance. How do you choose? How do you navigate this cacophony without losing your way? You use your why as a filter. Imagine it this way. Think of your why as a fundamental commitment. Say, to live a healthy, vibrant life. You go to the supermarket. On your list, you might have things that sound good or that you've been told are good for you: celery, Oreo cookies, and rice milk. If you simply look at them as individual items, the decision is complex. But if you hold each one up against your why to live a healthy, vibrant life, the choice becomes instantly, effortlessly clear. The celery passes the test. The rice milk passes the test. The Oreo cookies, as delicious as they may be, do not. They are inconsistent with your stated purpose. This is the celery test. Your why becomes this simple, powerful tool that filters your decisions. It's not just for groceries, of course. It applies to everything. Should you take that job promotion? Hold it up to your why. Does it align? Should you agree to that project, join that committee, or even say yes to that social invitation? Hold it up to your why. When your actions and decisions consistently pass through this filter, you begin to build a life of integrity and authenticity. The small choices accumulate, creating a powerful momentum. You are no longer just reacting to the world. You are proactively shaping your life in the image of what you value most. This isn't about restriction. It's about liberation. It liberates you from the agony of indecision and the regret of inconsistent choices. It provides a quiet confidence, a certainty that even when a decision is difficult, it is right for you. As this filtering process becomes more second nature, you'll start to notice something else. You'll become acutely aware of your environment. You'll see, perhaps for the first time, how your surroundings either nourish or starve your purpose. A plant cannot thrive in the wrong soil, no matter how strong its seed. Similarly, your why cannot flourish in an environment that is fundamentally misaligned with it. This alignment extends to the two most critical areas of our lives: our work and our relationships. Consider your career. If your why is to foster connection and build community, but you work in a hyper-competitive, cutthroat sales environment where colleagues are pitted against each other, you will experience a constant, soul-draining friction. You might be successful by external metrics, hitting targets, earning bonuses, but you will feel a profound sense of emptiness. A dissonance between who you are and what you do every day. Living your why means having the courage to seek out or create environments that are in harmony with your purpose. It means finding a company whose own why resonates with yours. It means choosing to build a team that values what you value. The same is true for your relationships. The people you surround yourself with are the ecosystem in which you grow. Do they celebrate your purpose? Challenge you to live up to it and share similar values? Or do they dismiss your convictions, encourage your compromises and pull you back toward the status quo? Aligning your environment doesn't necessarily mean a dramatic, overnight overhaul. It doesn't mean quitting your job or cutting off all your friends tomorrow. It means starting to make conscious choices. It means spending more time with the people who energize you and less with those who deplete you. It means looking for opportunities within your current job to express your why, while perhaps planning a long-term transition to a role that is a better fit. It is the gradual, deliberate process of curating a life where the outside world reflects the truth of your inner world. And that word process is crucial. Living your why is a discipline. It is a practice. It is not a state of permanent enlightenment you achieve one day. It's more like learning to play the piano or training for a marathon. You don't just decide to be a pianist and then perform a concerto the next day. You show up at the piano every single day. You practice the scales. You stumble through simple melodies. Some days, your fingers fly across the keys, and the music soars. Other days, you feel clumsy and uninspired, hitting one sour note after another. The journey of living your why is exactly the same. There will be days of pristine clarity, where every decision flows effortlessly from your purpose. You'll feel in sync, powerful, and authentic. And there will be days where you forget. Days where the pressure is too high, the temptation of the shortcut is too great, or you're simply too tired to care. You'll make a choice that, in hindsight, feels off. You'll say yes when you should have said no. You'll stay silent when your purpose called you to speak up. In those moments, the goal is not self-flagellation. It's not about judging yourself for being imperfect. The goal is gentle course correction. It is to simply notice the deviation, acknowledge it without shame, and gently guide yourself back. That wasn't quite it. That decision didn't honor my why. What can I do next to get back on track? This constant practice is what builds the muscle of authenticity. Perfection is a myth, but progress is real. Every time you consciously choose to act from your why, you strengthen that muscle. Every time you catch yourself straying and guide yourself back, you deepen your commitment. It is in the persistent, so imperfect practice that the transformation truly occurs. I know this can all sound daunting. Aligning your career, curating your relationships, practicing a daily discipline, it can feel like a mountain too high to climb, and if you try to do it all at once, you will likely become paralyzed. So, don't try to climb the whole mountain today. Just take one single step. The power of this entire philosophy lies in its scalability, its application to the smallest moments of your day. The way to begin living your why is not with a grand, life-altering gesture. It's with one small, conscious decision. Just for today, make one choice, however minor, that is filtered through your why. It could be the way you start a meeting. If your why is to create clarity, perhaps you take 30 seconds at the beginning to state the meeting's purpose clearly. It could be how you answer an email. If your why is to empower others, perhaps you resist giving the direct answer and instead ask a question that helps your colleague find the answer themselves. It could be the 5 minutes before you go to sleep. If your why is to continuously learn and grow, perhaps you put your phone away and read one page of a book. One conscious decision. That's it. That's the starting point. Because that one decision is a declaration. It's a vote for the person you want to be. It's a single rep that strengthens the muscle. And tomorrow, you can do it again. And then again. These small, seemingly insignificant acts, when compounded over time, are what build a life of profound meaning and fulfillment. It is not the grand statements, but the quiet, daily choices that ultimately define us. Discovering your why gave you the map. Now, the journey begins, one step at a time. In our last chapter, we established a profound truth: discovering your why is not the finish line, but the starting gun. The real, challenging, and deeply rewarding work is living that why day by day, through the thousands of conscious choices that define our lives. But this idea, as powerful as it is, often collides with a cold, hard reality. A question I hear more than almost any other is this: that's wonderful for me. But what about where I work? What happens when my organization doesn't have a clear why? How can I live my purpose in a place that is relentlessly, unapologetically driven by what? This is not a theoretical problem, it is the daily reality for millions. It's the feeling of being a single, purpose-driven gear in a vast, soulless machine. So what do you do? Do you give up? Do you compromise your principles until you no longer recognize them? The answer is no. The path forward is not about changing the entire organization overnight. It begins with changing your perspective and your immediate environment. The first and most critical step is to find alignment between your personal why and your specific role. Stop looking for the company's mission statement to be your guiding star. Instead, look at the tangible work in front of you. Look at your desk, your responsibilities, your daily tasks, and ask within this sphere of influence, where does my why live? How does my personal cause, whether it's to empower others, to create clarity from chaos, or to build things that last, show up in what I do from 9 to 5? You may be an accountant in a massive corporation that only speaks of profit margins. But if your why is to create order and integrity, then every balanced ledger, every accurate report is a direct expression of your purpose. You are not just crunching numbers. You are a champion of truth in your domain. You have to find your pocket of purpose. Think of it as your internal compass, even when the ship itself seems to be sailing without a map. This alignment is your anchor. It's what gives you the strength and stability to proceed, because you are no longer dependent on external validation for your sense of purpose. Once you have found that personal alignment, you can move to the next stage, lead from where you are. You do not need a title to be a leader. You only need to be the first one to act with purpose. Start with your own team, your own department, your own small corner of the organization. Begin to change the conversation. Instead of starting a project meeting by discussing the what, the tasks, the deadlines, the metrics, start by talking about the why. Ask your team, why is this project important? Who are we helping? What is the meaningful impact we are trying to create here? By simply asking these questions, you shift the energy. You transform a to-do list into a mission. You create what can be called a bubble of why within the larger, what-driven culture. People are starved for meaning. When you provide it, they will gravitate toward you. Your team will become more engaged, more innovative, and more resilient because they are no longer just working for a paycheck. They are part of a cause, however small it may seem. This is how a movement begins, not with a company-wide memo, but with a single team that rediscovers its purpose. Now, as your team begins to produce better results, and they will, you will have an opportunity to communicate these ideas to leadership. This is a delicate process. You cannot walk into your boss's office and tell them the company lacks a soul. That approach will fail. You must speak the language they understand, the language of results. You go to them and you present the evidence. You say, "Look at my team's performance over the last 6 months. Our productivity is up, our turnover is down, and our client satisfaction has never been higher. And I believe the reason for this is that we've become relentlessly focused on why our work matters to our customers." You are not criticizing their leadership. You are offering them a new tool. You are presenting a case study from within their own walls that demonstrates the tangible, bottom-line benefits of a purpose-driven approach. You show. You don't just tell. You make the argument for why, not with philosophical ideals, but with undeniable performance. This can plant a seed. It might inspire them to test this approach in another department. It might be the beginning of a slow, gradual, but meaningful cultural shift. But we must also be honest about the final possibility. Sometimes, you can do all of this. You can align your role with your why. You can build a pocket of purpose with your team. And you can communicate your success to leadership, and still, nothing changes. The organization may be too entrenched in its ways, too resistant to change. In this situation, you are faced with the most difficult choice of all. And the principle here is unwavering. If a fundamental and unbridgeable gap exists between your why and the organization's values, the ultimate act of living your principles is to find a new organization. This is not an admission of defeat. It is a declaration of your own value. It is the brave recognition that your energy, your talent, and your purpose are finite, precious resources, and you have a responsibility to invest them where they can truly flourish. Staying in an environment that constantly forces you to compromise your core beliefs is a slow erosion of the self. Leaving is an act of integrity. It is the final, powerful choice that affirms you are not just someone who knows their why, but someone who is committed, above all else, to living it. So, how does an organization lost in the vast and confusing wilderness of the what find its way back home to its purpose? What does that arduous journey of rediscovery actually look like in the real world? Beyond the diagrams and concepts, to truly grasp the immense, transformative power of returning to a core belief, we need not look at a theoretical model. Instead, we can turn to one of the most dramatic, inspiring, and instructive stories in modern business history. It is a story that perfectly, almost painfully, encapsulates the golden circle, the devastating consequences of its neglect, and the triumphant, world-changing power of its reclamation. We revisit the story of Apple Inc. From its very inception in a humble garage, Apple was never just about making and selling computers. That was simply what they did. Their purpose, their fundamental motivating why, was profoundly human and beautifully rebellious. In an era dominated by monolithic, impersonal corporations like IBM, the big blue of the world, Apple stood for something entirely different. Their why was to empower the individual, to give the lone creative, the passionate thinker, the garage tinkerer, the everyday person, the tools to challenge the status quo. They believed in the power of one person to make a difference, and they saw technology as the great equalizer. Their first products, the revolutionary Apple II and later the iconic Macintosh, were not just beige boxes filled with circuits and wires. They were the physical manifestations of this deeply held belief. They were instruments of personal liberation, designed to be accessible, friendly, and empowering. This wasn't a business plan. It was a cause, a crusade. When they launched the Macintosh with their legendary 1984 Super Bowl commercial, a cinematic masterpiece directed by Ridley Scott, they weren't selling features, processing speeds, or RAM. They were selling a powerful allegory, a revolution. They were telling the world that one person with the right tool could stand up to the Orwellian conformity of Big Brother and change the world. People didn't just buy Apple products in those early days. They joined Apple's cause. They put Apple stickers on their cars. It was an identity. This astonishing clarity of why resonated from the inside out, attracting employees who were fanatical about the mission and customers who saw a reflection of their own values in the brand. Then came the Great Split. In 1985, Steve Jobs, the charismatic visionary, the passionate and often difficult keeper of the why, was unceremoniously forced out of the very company he co-founded. And with his departure, the clarity that had been the company's lifeblood began to blur. The soul of the company and its vibrant, rebellious spirit began to fade into a dull corporate gray, without its North Star, without its guiding purpose. Apple slowly but surely drifted from being a why company into just another what company. The primary focus shifted from changing the world to simply selling more computer units than the previous quarter. They began to define themselves by what they made, not why they made it. The conversations inside Apple's boardrooms, and consequently in their marketing, changed fundamentally. They became about megahertz, hard drive capacity, processor benchmarks, and competitive features. They engaged in a feature-for-feature war with the burgeoning world of PC clones. They launched a dizzying and incomprehensibly confusing array of products, like the Performa line, which had dozens of nearly identical models that served only to dilute the brand and utterly confound customers. They were no longer the vanguard of a digital revolution. They were just another competitor in the beige box PC market, desperately trying to beat Dell and Compaq at their own game, a game of logistics, price wars, and incremental upgrades. It was a game they were destined to lose because it was never theirs to play. By 1997, the company that had once promised to put a dent in the universe was just 90 days away from total bankruptcy. They had lost their way because they had lost their why. The magic, the spark, the reason for being was gone. The comeback, when it came, was nothing short of miraculous. And it began not with a new product, but with the return of the founder and the rediscovery of the company's lost soul. When Steve Jobs returned to a beleaguered Apple in 1997, his first major strategic act wasn't to sketch out the design for the iMac. It was to embark on a quest to remind the company, its demoralized employees, and the world why Apple existed in the first place. He launched the Think Different campaign. It is absolutely crucial to understand what this campaign was and what it was not. There were no products shown, not a single computer, It simply featured stark, beautiful black and white portraits of icons who had challenged the status quo in their own fields. Albert Einstein, Martin Luther King Jr., John Lennon, Mahatma Gandhi, Pablo Picasso. The narration, spoken by Richard Dreyfuss, was a manifesto, a direct and emotional address to the believers, the creatives, and the dreamers who had felt abandoned. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. This was not marketing in the traditional sense. It was a profound declaration of identity. It was Apple, at its absolute lowest point, planting its flag firmly in the ground and loudly proclaiming to the world, "This is who we are. This is what we believe. And we haven't forgotten." It re-established the why with breathtaking clarity and emotional force. And only from that renewed, solid foundation of belief could the legendary innovation of the next decade follow. With the WY firmly back at the pulsating center of the golden circle, everything else fell into place with remarkable speed and precision. The hows, our design philosophy, our marketing strategy, and the whats, our products, once again became authentic, powerful expressions of that core belief. The central question was again, why do we exist to empower individuals to challenge the status quo? How do we do that by making complex technology beautiful, simple, and incredibly intuitive to use? And what do we make? We make products that are the physical embodiment of this principle. The candy-colored iMac was the first stunning proof. It wasn't just a colorful, all-in-one computer. It was a defiant, joyful statement against the boring, complicated, beige world of PCs. Its clear, simple message was, the power of the internet is not just for the tech-savvy. It's for everyone. The iPod and iTunes came next. This ecosystem wasn't just a better MP3 player and a digital store. It was a complete reimagining of an entire industry, liberating music from physical media, putting 1,000 songs in your pocket, and empowering you to be the curator of your life's soundtrack. Then, of course, came the iPhone, which didn't just add new features to a mobile phone, it completely reinvented the category, putting the full, uncompromised power of a computer and the internet into the palm of your hand, fundamentally changing how we communicate, work, navigate, and live. Each of these products was a cultural and commercial blockbuster, not because of their technical specifications alone, but because they were an authentic and tangible piece of Apple's resurrected why. They weren't just selling phones, music players, or computers. They were selling beautifully designed tools for personal empowerment. The epic story of Apple's fall and rise is the golden circle in dramatic motion. It is a powerful, undeniable, real-world lesson. When their why was crystal clear, they inspired fanatical loyalty and created products that genuinely changed the culture. When they lost their why and devolved into just another what company, they faltered, lost their identity, and nearly vanished from existence. Their historic comeback was not a triumph of engineering, not a victory of supply chain management, and not merely a stroke of marketing genius. It was, at its very core, a triumph of purpose. It was the return to a simple, powerful, and deeply human idea that by creating tools to empower individuals, you can, in fact, change the world. If Apple's story illustrates the power of a why in the hyper-competitive world of technology, our next case study thunders onto the scene from a different landscape altogether, one of open roads, raw steel, and the unshakable spirit of rebellion. This is the story of Harley-Davidson, and to understand their phenomenal, enduring success, you must first accept a fundamental truth: Harley-Davidson does not sell motorcycles. That may sound paradoxical for a company whose entire identity is built around a two-wheeled machine, but it's the absolute core of their genius. What they sell is an idea. They sell a belief. They sell a ticket to a world that stands in stark opposition to the mundane, the predictable, and the conventional. They are in the business of selling freedom. More specifically, they sell a very particular, potent flavor of it, the rugged, unapologetic individualism that is so deeply woven into the American cultural psyche. They sell the dream of the open road, the feeling of the wind, and the promise that for a few hours, you are the master of your own destiny, an outlaw in a world of rules. The motorcycle is merely the vessel, the tangible artifact that allows you to access this intangible feeling. It's the key that unlocks the door to a community, a tribe, built around this shared belief. And there is no greater proof of this profound connection than a phenomenon unique in the corporate world. We're talking about the tattoo. Think about it. What other company on earth has managed to so deeply embed itself into the identity of its customers that they willingly, even proudly, brand themselves with its logo for life? This isn't just brand loyalty. It's a tribal marking. It's a permanent, public declaration of belonging. It's a person raising their hand and saying, "This is who I am. I am one of them." People don't get tattoos of their favorite washing machine brand or their preferred brand of toothpaste. Those are products that serve a function. They are what's. But a Harley-Davidson logo tattooed on a bicep or across a back is the ultimate physical manifestation of a deeply emotional connection to a why. The person with that tattoo isn't saying, "I believe in the superior engineering of the V-twin engine." They are saying, "I believe in freedom. I believe in non-conformity. I believe in the brotherhood of the road." Your why has become their why. What you represent has become what they represent. This is the holy grail of branding, the deepest level of connection a business can ever hope to achieve. And it is not an accident. It is the result of decades of unwavering, almost fanatical consistency. Every single thing Harley-Davidson does is a deliberate reinforcement of its core belief. Consider the sound. The iconic, patented, earth-shaking rumble of a Harley engine is not just an auditory byproduct of its mechanics. It is the sound of power. It's the sound of rebellion. It's a deliberate, guttural roar that announces your presence and your refusal to be ignored. It doesn't purr. It explodes. It's a sound that perfectly communicates the brand's why without a single word being spoken. Then look at the design. The bikes are heavy, laden with chrome, solid and substantial. In an era of lightweight composites and aerodynamic plastics, a Harley feels like something forged from the earth itself. It's not designed for the highest top speed or the quickest lap time. It's designed to be an icon, a piece of rolling sculpture that speaks of durability, authenticity, and a rejection of the disposable culture. Every line, every piece of polished metal reinforces the idea of rugged, timeless individualism, and the ecosystem extends far beyond the machine itself. The leather jackets, the branded gear, the Harley Owners Group, or HOG, which is one of the largest and most organized brand communities in the world. These aren't just marketing afterthoughts. They are essential pillars that support the entire belief system. They provide the uniform, the social structure, and the organized events like rallies and rides that transform individual owners into a cohesive tribe. When you buy a Harley, you're not just buying a motorcycle, you're buying into a subculture. You're gaining access to a brotherhood and sisterhood of like-minded individuals who share your values. People don't buy what Harley-Davidson does. They buy what Harley-Davidson represents. They are purchasing a piece of an identity, an outward symbol for an inner feeling of rebellion and a yearning for freedom. This is why they can command a premium price. This is why their customers are evangelists. And this is why, for over a century, through economic downturns and massive cultural shifts, the call of the Harley-Davidson why remains one of the most powerful and resonant cries in the entire landscape of modern commerce. We left off with the thunderous roar of a Harley-Davidson, a powerful and visceral testament to the idea that people don't just buy a motorcycle, they buy an identity, a symbol of rebellion, a tangible piece of a larger cause. They rally to a flag that represents what they believe about themselves and the world, a belief in the untamed spirit of freedom. This is the magnetic, almost gravitational force of a clear and authentic why. But what happens when two such powerful flags, each representing a similar belief, are planted on the same hill? The traditional business playbook offers a simple, brutal, and unimaginative answer conflict. One flag must be torn down, its fabric shredded so that the other can fly higher, unchallenged against the sky. This is the world viewed through the lens of a zero-sum game, a finite pie where every slice you manage to carve out for yourself is a slice someone else unequivocally loses. For generations, this has been the dominant narrative. We've been indoctrinated with the belief that business is a battlefield, a modern-day coliseum. Competitors are enemies to be vanquished. Market share is territory to be conquered and ruthlessly defended. Resources, talent, and customer attention are the spoils of an endless war. In this narrative, every interaction becomes a cold calculation of gain versus loss, a constant, exhausting struggle for dominance where trust is dismissed as a naive liability and vulnerability is a fatal weakness. We construct elaborate moats around our corporate castles. We hoard our knowledge like precious dragon's gold. And we view anyone else with a similar offering not as a peer on a similar journey, but as an existential threat to our very survival. This relentless adversarial mindset has certainly fueled bursts of innovation, to be sure, driven by the fear of being left behind. But it has also bred a culture of paranoia, fostered dangerously short-term thinking, and created entire industries where the primary goal is no longer to create profound value, but simply to outlast the other guy, often at the great expense of the customer, the well-being of employees, and the very spirit of purpose that started the enterprise in the first place. But what if this entire premise, this foundational assumption of scarcity and conflict, is fundamentally flawed? What if the pie isn't finite after all? What if we could bake a bigger pie, or even a completely different kind of pie altogether? What if the ultimate goal isn't to win the game, but to perpetuate it, to enrich it, to make it a more beautiful and meaningful game for everyone involved? The moment you truly understand, internalize, and operate from your core, why, your perspective of the world and your place in it radically and irrevocably shifts. The map of the supposed battlefield transforms before your eyes. The stark, black and white lines demarcating us versus them begin to blur, soften, and ultimately fade into irrelevance. You lift your gaze from the suffocating confines of the trenches and see, perhaps for the very first time, That the company across the field isn't an enemy combatant dressed in a different uniform. They are another organization, populated by people just like you, who just so happens to believe what you believe. They are building their own distinct vehicle, yes, but you're both trying to drive toward the exact same horizon, guided by the same North Star. This is the profound revelation that unlocks a universe of new possibilities. Your why ceases to be a weapon of division and becomes a powerful tool of connection, both a compass and a magnet. It's a compass that keeps you, your team, and your entire organization true to your own path, especially when times get tough. And it's a magnet that attracts others to your cause, the most loyal employees, the most passionate customers. And yes, even other organizations who are pointed in the same direction. When you know, with unwavering clarity, what you stand for, you can easily and almost instinctively recognize others who stand for the same thing. Suddenly, the driving question is no longer, how do I beat them, but transforms into how could we help each other get there faster, better, together. This is where true, meaningful collaboration is born. It's not the superficial, transaction-based partnership of convenience, the kind where two companies temporarily team up for a joint marketing campaign and then immediately retreat to their respective corners, eyeing each other with suspicion. This is something far deeper, far more resilient. It's a collaboration rooted in a shared set of values and beliefs. It's a partnership built on the rare and precious currency of genuine trust. Because the foundation of real trust isn't shared commercial interests. It's shared human values. When you believe what I believe, I inherently trust that your decisions and actions will be in service of that shared belief, even when no one is watching. This trust changes absolutely everything. It acts as a lubricant for commerce and creativity. It dramatically accelerates decision-making. It eliminates the soul-crushing need for cumbersome oversight, endless legal reviews, and verification at every step. It creates a psychological safety net that allows for genuine creativity, bold experimentation, and the kind of productive risk-taking that leads to breakthroughs. From this solid bedrock of trust, powerful ecosystems of innovation begin to organically emerge and flourish. Consider the open-source software movement. Landmark projects like the Linux operating system or the Python programming language weren't built by a single, monolithic company jealously guarding its secrets. They were built by a global, decentralized community of developers, many of whom worked for competing firms by day, who all believed in the powerful why of accessible, collaborative, and transparent technology for all. They contributed their time, their intellect, and their passion not for a direct paycheck from the project, but because they were part of a cause, a movement that they deeply believed in. They saw each other not as competitors for a finite number of programming jobs, but as dedicated collaborators in building a better, more open digital world for future generations. These thriving ecosystems are not just limited to the world of technology. Imagine a vibrant city neighborhood where a farm-to-table restaurant, a local organic farm, a community composting service, and a vocational culinary school all see each other not as separate entities in a supply chain, but as essential partners in a shared mission. Their collective why is a deeply held belief in sustainable, healthy, and community-focused food systems. The farm doesn't see the restaurant as just another customer account to be maximized for profit. The restaurant doesn't see the farm as just another interchangeable, commoditized supplier. They are conscious co-creators of a local food culture. They share knowledge about seasonality. They enthusiastically promote one another's work, and they innovate on menus and growing techniques together. Their collective success strengthens the entire community, creating a value chain that is resilient, authentic, and profoundly attractive to customers who, in turn, share that same belief and want to be a part of it. This is the future that awaits us, if only we have the courage to choose it. A purpose-driven economy is not a utopian fantasy. It is the next logical, necessary step in our collective evolution. It's an economy where organizations with clear eyes see the world not as a collection of competitors to be defeated, but as a brilliant constellation of potential collaborators in a shared human cause. It is a world where the ultimate measure of success is not just the profit we generate for shareholders, but the positive progress we inspire in our communities. A world where our greatest innovations are not the products we build in isolation behind closed doors, but the elegant solutions we co-create for the common good, out in the open. The journey begins with a simple but profound shift in our internal mindset from asking, "What can I get?" to asking, "What can we give?" When you lead with your why, you send out a signal, not an invitation for others to join you. You stop building walls and you start building bridges. And you will inevitably discover that in a world of shared purpose, the greatest and most lasting opportunities are not found in competing against each other, but in rising together. We've spoken of a future where organizations, guided by a clear and powerful why, see the world not as an arena of competitors, but as a landscape of potential collaborators. A world where shared purpose builds bridges that were once walls. This isn't a distant utopia. It's a reality being forged in the crucible of our time. And the catalyst is a force we all interact with every single day, the incredible connectivity of the networked age. The principles of starting with why are not just relevant today, they are more critical, more potent, and more essential than at any other point in human history, precisely because of the transparency the internet has woven into the fabric of our society. Think of our modern world as a global village, but one with glass walls. Every action, every product launch, every customer service interaction is visible. Social media platforms and review sites have become the new digital town square, where reputations are built and dismantled not by expensive advertising campaigns, but by the collective voice of millions. In this environment, authenticity is the new currency. You can no longer simply declare your values. You must live them, breathe them, and demonstrate them in every facet of your organization. The public is the judge, jury, and broadcaster, and their verdict is swift and far-reaching. This brings us to a fundamental truth of the networked age: it is virtually impossible to fake a why in the long run. A why is not a marketing slogan you can paint on a wall. It is the core of your being, the foundation upon which your culture, products, and services are built. If there is a disconnect, a chasm between the noble cause you profess and the daily actions you take, that inconsistency will be exposed. It might not happen tomorrow, but the cracks will appear. An unhappy employee's tweet, a customer's one-star review detailing a broken promise, a video revealing unethical practices, each is a tremor that weakens the facade. In the networked age, these tremors are not isolated events. They are amplified, shared, and analyzed by a global audience. The web of accountability is intricate and inescapable. An organization trying to fake its purpose is like an actor who has forgotten their lines. The audience will quickly realize the performance is hollow, and the trust will evaporate instantly. But we must not view this new reality as a threat. for the disingenuous, the manipulative, and the artificial. It is indeed a terrifying landscape. But for those people and organizations who are genuinely driven by a clear and authentic why, this era represents the single greatest opportunity in history. The internet becomes your most powerful ally. It is a great amplifier for your truth. When your why is real, your customers become your most passionate advocates. They don't just buy your products, they enlist in your cause. They share your story on social media, defend you in forums, and become a volunteer marketing army fueled by genuine belief. The network does the work for you, connecting you with people who believe what you believe. It filters out the noise and draws in your tribe, creating a community bound by shared values and not just by transactions. In this world, your authenticity is your ultimate competitive advantage. So, as we look to the future, it becomes clear that it belongs not to the organizations with the biggest budgets or the loudest voices. It belongs to the authentic. It belongs to those whose what and how are a perfect and unwavering reflection of their why. The networked age is not just a technological revolution, it is a human one. It is a return to the power of belief, trust, and genuine connection. And for those who have the courage to start with why, to live their truth transparently and consistently, the future is not just bright, it is boundless. In our radically transparent, networked age, the ground has irrevocably shifted beneath our feet. Every decision, every statement, every corporate action can be scrutinized by millions in an instant. This isn't just about public relations. It's a fundamental change in the rules of engagement. The old playbook, built on finite victories beating a quarterly target, outmaneuvering a competitor, winning a news cycle, is becoming obsolete. Why? Because the network has an infinite memory. It rewards consistency, authenticity, and long-term vision. It exposes those who sacrifice their values for a short-term gain. This new world doesn't just suggest a different strategy. It forces us to recognize we are playing an entirely different kind of game. This brings us to a profound distinction, one articulated by the philosopher James Carse and later popularized by Simon Sinek: the difference between finite and infinite games. A finite game is familiar to all of us. Think of a basketball game. There are known players, a fixed set of rules, and a clearly defined objective: score more points than the opponent before the clock runs out. When the objective is met, the game ends. There is a declared winner, and consequently the loser. We are conditioned from childhood to see our lives and careers as a series of such finite games. Get the best grades, get into the best college, get the highest paying job, beat the competition. For the finite player, the world is a landscape of contests to be won. But then there is the infinite game. In an infinite game, the players can be known and unknown, and new players can join at any time. The rules are malleable and can change as the game progresses. And most importantly, there is no finish line. There is no such thing as winning an infinite game. The sole objective is to continue playing, to perpetuate the game for as long as possible. Think of friendship. You don't win at friendship. You nurture it to keep it going. Think of marriage. The goal isn't to beat your partner, it's to stay in the marriage, to keep the game of love and partnership alive. Global politics, education, parenthood, these are all infinite games. The finite-minded parent wants their child to win the science fair. The infinite-minded parent wants to instill in their child a lifelong love of learning. The goal is not the trophy, it's the perpetuation of curiosity. This is the critical lens through which we must view our lives and our work. When leaders treat business as a finite game, disaster often follows. They become obsessed with beating the competition. They make decisions that boost short-term metrics at the expense of long-term health, laying off loyal employees to make quarterly numbers or compromising product quality to hit a launch date. They see their employees as resources to be managed and customers as transactions to be won. They are so focused on the scoreboard that they fail to see the game is changing around them. Kodak was playing the finite game of selling more film than Fuji. They won that game for decades, but they missed the infinite game of preserving people's memories, which was ultimately disrupted by digital technology. They won the battle but lost their place in the game. Life, in its magnificent complexity, is the ultimate infinite game. There is no winning. There is no final scorecard. The markers of success we are often taught to chase wealth, status. Accolades are the ghosts of finite games. They are trophies from battles, not testaments to a life well lived. A person who lives a finite life is in a constant state of comparison. Am I richer than my neighbor? Do I have a better title than my colleague? This mindset is exhausting, fragile, and ultimately somewhat unfulfilling, because even if you win, the victory is hollow. The game ends, and you're left asking, what's next? This is the source of so much modern anxiety. We are trying to win a game that has no end. The infinite player, however, but he understands that the goal is not to be better than anyone else, but to be better today than they were yesterday. Their competition is their own potential. Their goal is growth, contribution, and the advancement of a purpose larger than themselves. So, if there is no finish line, no ultimate prize, what compels the infinite player forward? What provides the strength to endure the inevitable downturns, the moments of doubt, the painful setbacks that are part of any journey worth taking? This is where the power of why becomes the central, animating force. Your why is the deep-seated purpose, cause, or belief that is the source of your passion and inspiration. It is the very reason you are playing the game. For the finite player, motivation is external, the bonus, the trophy, the applause. For the infinite player, motivation is internal and inexhaustible, the unwavering belief in their cause. It is the North Star that guides them through the darkest nights. This brings us to the ultimate human desire: legacy. A finite mindset views legacy as the sum of its wins, the wealth left behind, the company sold, the name on a building. It's a static monument to a game that has ended. But an infinite mindset understands legacy in a completely different way. Legacy is not a monument you build, it is a garden you tend. It's the living, breathing result of the infinite game you played. It's the people you inspired, the ideas you championed, the positive change you set in motion that continues to ripple outward long after you are gone. Your why is the seed from which this garden grows. It is the code of conduct you follow, the values you embody, the vision of the future you strive to build. Think of the medieval stonemasons building a grand cathedral. They knew they would never live to see it completed. They toiled daily, laying stone upon stone with meticulous care. Their finite task was laying stones, but their infinite game, their why, was building a house for God. Their legacy is not just the finished cathedral, but the spirit of purpose that was passed down through generations. The collective effort to create something beautiful and enduring. Your why is the foundation of this kind of legacy. It's what allows you to find joy in the process, not just the outcome. It is what gives you the resilience to get back up after being knocked down, because the game must continue. The cause is too important. The products we create will one day be relics. The companies we serve will evolve or disappear. The records we set will be broken. All of these are finite. But the purpose we serve, the why that drives us, that can be infinite. It is the story that is told about us when we are not in the room. It is the inspiration we provide for the next generation of players to pick up the mantle and continue the game. So we must stop asking ourselves what we need to do to win. We must stop looking at our colleagues, our neighbors, and other companies as rivals to be vanquished. Instead, we must ask ourselves a much more profound and vital question. We must look inward, past the noise of quarterly reports and social media likes, and connect with the belief that truly moves us. I ask you to reflect on this, not as a fleeting thought, but as the defining inquiry of your life's work. What is the infinite game you are playing? We've journeyed through the abstract, wandering the high-altitude plains of philosophy where we touched upon the profound, uniquely human need to leave a legacy. We spoke of the desire to know that our brief, beautiful time here on this earth mattered, that our lives were a meaningful thread woven into the infinite tapestry of a game much larger than ourselves. This, in its purest form, is the ultimate why, the unwavering North Star that guides not just our career choices or financial decisions, but the very essence of our being, the core of our character. It's the silent, persistent question that echoes in the cathedral of our quietest moments, often late at night when the world is asleep. What is all of this truly for? To grasp this concept intellectually is a powerful, necessary first step. It's akin to being given a beautifully detailed, antique map of a distant mythical land. You can spend hours studying its intricate contours, admiring its hand-drawn geography, and even vividly imagining what it would feel like to stand on its highest, sun-drenched peak, breathing in the clean, crisp air of clarity. But here is the crucial truth: knowledge alone, no matter how profound, does not transport you there. Possessing the map is not the same as undertaking the voyage. The chasm between knowing our purpose and actively living. It is where the vast majority of us remain stranded. It is a wide and daunting canyon, filled with the deafening noise of daily obligations, the relentless current of responsibilities, the hypnotizing rhythm of routines, and the constant, overwhelming pressure to just keep moving, to keep producing, to keep up. So the question transforms. It is no longer just, what is my why, but how do I build a bridge across that chasm? How do we take this grand, unintimidating, philosophical concept and make it a tangible, breathing, operational part of our day-to-day reality? The answer is not in a single, dramatic, Hollywood-style leap of faith. It is in the patient, deliberate construction of a bridge, built stone by stone, through a series of small, consistent, intentional steps. It's about the sacred alchemy of turning theory into practice, contemplation into committed action. Welcome to day 1 of our 7-day journey. We call this day the Story Harvest. Before we can chart a course for the future, we must first understand the landscape of our past. Think of your life as a vast, fertile field. Over the years, you've planted seeds of effort and intention, weathered storms of doubt, and enjoyed seasons of brilliant sunshine. Today, we're not just going for a nostalgic stroll down memory lane. We are purposeful archaeologists, carefully brushing the dust off the artifacts of our most meaningful moments. These stories, these memories, are not just pleasant recollections. They are the raw, organic material from which we will distill the very essence of your why. They contain the undeniable proof, the genetic code, of your purpose. So let's begin this excavation. Find a quiet space where you can be alone with your thoughts, undisturbed. You will need a way to capture what you find: a pen and paper, a journal, or a blank document open on your computer. The first task is simple in its instruction, yet profound in its depth. I want you to travel back in time, through the rich archives of your mind, and retrieve 2 or 3 of your most powerful, positive life memories. What do we mean by powerful and positive? I'm not just talking about moments of fleeting happiness, like a pleasant vacation or a fun party. I'm talking about the moments that fundamentally shaped you. Moments when you felt truly alive, fully engaged, and intensely proud of who you were and what you were doing. These memories can come from any chapter of your life. Think back to your childhood or school years. Was there a time you stood up for someone, or solved a puzzle that stumped everyone else? Consider your early career. Was there a project where you poured your heart and soul into it and saw it succeed spectacularly? Think about your personal life, your relationships, your hobbies. It could be a moment you taught someone a skill and saw their eyes light up with understanding. Or maybe it was a time you created something from nothing: a piece of art, a business plan, a beautiful garden, a family dinner that everyone still talks about with a smile. It could be a moment of profound connection, where you helped someone navigate a difficult time, not out of obligation, but because you felt a deep, intrinsic pull to ease their burden. Don't rush this process. It is an act of gentle reflection. Close your eyes if it helps. Let the memories surface naturally, like bubbles rising to the surface. Which moments make your heart swell, even now? Which stories do you find yourself retelling, not to brag, but because they represent a core truth about who you are? The size of the accomplishment doesn't matter. A quiet conversation that changed someone's perspective can be just as powerful as a public award. Choose 2, or at most 3, that resonate most deeply. Now write them down. Don't worry about perfect prose or literary flair. Just capture the essence of what happened, who was there, and how it felt in that moment. Give each memory a title, if you like. The graduation project, the time I comforted Sarah, the breakthrough idea. This is your personal harvest, the first fruits of your discovery. Once you have your 2 or 3 stories documented, we move to the next, a crucial layer of our work. We will now shift from being a storyteller to being an analyst. For each story, I want you to dissect it with the precision of a scientist looking at a specimen. We're going to ask 2 specific questions. First, what was the specific, unique contribution that you made? This is absolutely critical. We have a tendency to generalize our successes. I want you to resist that. It's not about what the team did or what happened by chance. It's about your specific role. What action did you take? What idea did you voice? What skill did you apply that nobody else did? Be forensic in your detail. Did you organize the chaotic data into a clear, understandable format? Did you listen with unwavering empathy when no one else would? Did you have the courage to ask the uncomfortable question that unlocked a new solution? Isolate your singular input. This is about recognizing and honoring your own agency in your most meaningful moments. The second question is this: What was the tangible impact your contribution had on others? Your why doesn't exist in a vacuum. It is defined by how it affects the world around you. How did your action ripple outwards? Did it make someone's job easier or less stressful? Did it give a team a renewed sense of purpose and direction? Did it make a friend or family member feel seen, understood, or valued? Did it solve a customer's nagging problem and bring them a sense of relief or even joy? Again, be specific and don't just say, I helped people that, how precisely, did you help them? My detailed spreadsheet allowed the team to finish the project under budget, relieving everyone's financial stress. Or you shouldn't. By taking the time to truly listen to my friend without judgment, I gave her the confidence she needed to leave a toxic situation. Connect your specific action to a specific outcome for someone else. This linkage, from your unique contribution to its positive impact, is where the magic of your purpose lives. Do this for each of your chosen stories. Now, take a step back. Look at what you've written. You should have 2 or 3 stories, and for each one, a clear, 2-part description of your contribution and its resulting impact. This is your data set. The final step for today is to begin the vital process of pattern recognition. I want you to read through your analyses and ask yourself a simple but powerful question. What are the common themes or feelings that connect these seemingly separate stories? First, look for the verbs. What were you doing in these stories? Were you organizing, creating, teaching, protecting, building, healing, simplifying, or connecting? Do you see a pattern in the actions you were naturally drawn to take? Perhaps in every story, you were the one who brought order to chaos. Or maybe you were always the one who fostered collaboration between divided people, building bridges where there were walls. Next, look at the impact. What was the consistent result of your actions? Were you consistently bringing people a sense of relief? Were you helping them achieve clarity in the midst of confusion? Were you inspiring them to see a bigger, more hopeful future? Were you making them feel safe and secure? The patterns in the impact you create are powerful clues that point directly to your why. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, consider the feelings. As you reread these stories, what is the dominant emotion you feel inside yourself? Is it the quiet satisfaction of solving a complex puzzle? Is it the warm, expansive glow of deep human connection? Is it the exhilarating thrill of innovation and bringing something new into the world? Is it the profound sense of peace that comes from serving and helping another? Try to name the core feeling that these peak experiences share. This emotional signature is your internal compass, and it is almost always pointing directly at your purpose. The goal for day 1 is not to have a perfectly articulated why statement. Far from it. That's not how meaningful discovery works. The goal today was simply to gather the data, to complete the story harvest. You have unearthed precious artifacts from your past. You have examined them for clues about your unique contributions and the impact you are naturally driven to make. This work can be surprisingly emotional, and that's a good thing. It means you're connecting with what truly matters. These stories, these patterns, these feelings, this is the solid foundation upon which we will build for the rest of the week. You have successfully gathered the essential raw materials. Let them sit with you. Don't analyze them further for now. Just appreciate them. Tomorrow, we will begin to refine them. Yesterday, we journeyed inward. We became archaeologists of our own past, carefully excavating the stories that shaped us. searching for the raw materials of our purpose. It was a solo expedition, a deep dive into the archives of the self. But a map drawn from a single perspective, no matter how honest, will always have blind spots. Our self-perception is a powerful but notoriously unreliable narrator. We see our intentions, our struggles, our private victories. But the impact we have, the way our presence truly resonates in the lives of others, often remains a mystery to us. To truly understand our value, we cannot only look in the mirror, we must also have the courage to see our reflection in the eyes of others. Today, we step out of the solitary echo chamber of our own minds and invite the most trusted cartographers of our hearts, our friends, to help us draw a more complete map of who we are. This is day 2, the Friends Test. This is not an exercise in seeking validation, but in gathering data. It is a practical application of the principle of radical truth, a commitment to seeing reality as it truly is, not just as we wish it to be. The first step requires thoughtful selection. Open your phone, scroll through your contacts, and I want you to identify 5 people, not casual acquaintances or colleagues, but your inner circle. The ones who have celebrated your triumphs and, more importantly, have sat with you in your failures without judgment. The ones who have answered your call at 3 a.m. The ones whose honesty you trust implicitly, even when it might be difficult to hear. These are your truth tellers. They hold the pieces of your reflection that you cannot see on your own. Once you have your 5 names, you will perform an act of profound vulnerability. You will send each of them a message. The message is simple, and its power lies in that simplicity. You will ask this exact question, in a single sentence: what value do I bring to your life? Before you send it, add this crucial preface: I'm doing a personal growth exercise, and I would be deeply grateful for your honest perspective. This preface is key. It frames your question not as a plea for compliments, but as a serious request for data. It gives them the psychological safety to be candid. It signals that you are not seeking to have your ego stroked, but to have your understanding deepened. It transforms your vulnerability from a point of weakness into an act of strength and courageous self-discovery. Now, take a deep breath and press send 5 times. For a moment, there will be silence. In that quiet space between sending the message and receiving a reply, you have handed the pen to someone else. You've asked them to write one true sentence about your soul's impact on theirs. Sit with that feeling. Acknowledge the flicker of anxiety, the anticipation, the raw exposure. This discomfort is not something to be avoided. It is the friction of growth. It is the feeling of your worldview expanding to let new light in. Then, the replies will begin to arrive. A notification will light up your screen. A name you cherish will appear. Your heart might beat a little faster. This is a moment of truth. Open the message. Read the words they have chosen. And before you react, before you analyze or judge, simply receive it. Let the sentence land. This is a gift of perception, a direct glimpse into how your existence benefits another human being. It is precious, unvarnished data. Now, open the journal you used yesterday. On a new page, title it The Friends Test. As each of the 5 answers arrives, transcribe it carefully, word for word. Let their perspective sit there on the page, right next to the personal stories you unearthed yesterday. You are now assembling 2 critical data sets: your internal narrative and your external impact. Once all 5 responses are recorded, take a step back, read them all together, and then read them again. Your task now is not to judge, but to find the pattern, the golden thread that weaves through them. What are the recurring words or ideas? Does the word listener appear, or perhaps calm, energy, or perspective? Maybe one friend says you bring clarity, while another says you cut through the noise. These are 2 different descriptions of the same core value. Look for these thematic echoes. Perhaps you've always seen yourself as the funny one, the entertainer. But your friends consistently highlight your role as a stabilizing force or a source of profound advice. This is not a contradiction. It is an illumination of a blind spot. It shows you where your perceived value and your actual value may differ. This is the entire purpose of the test. It's designed to pierce the veil of our own self-narrative. We might think our greatest contribution is our professional success, but those closest to us might value the way we create a sense of belonging. We might pride ourselves on our problem-solving skills, but our friends might cherish our ability to simply be present in their moments of grief. The Friends test provides the objective, external data we need to build a life based on a true and complete understanding of our impact. It helps us see ourselves not just as we are, but as we are received. So tonight, your work is to simply sit with these 2 powerful collections of truth. On one hand, you have the stories you tell about yourself. On the other, the value that others see in you. Let them coexist. Don't rush to synthesize them or force a conclusion. Allow the resonance and the dissonance to exist. These 2 threads, the internal and the external, are the raw material for the next stage of our work. Tomorrow, we will begin the delicate and powerful process of weaving them together into a single, unbreakable cord of purpose. Yesterday, you reached out. You listened. You gathered the reflections of your life from the people who know you best. How did that feel to hear your strengths, your impact, your essence described in someone else's voice? Some of it may have surprised you. Some of it probably felt like coming home, a deep confirmation of a truth you've always known about yourself. That was the Friends test, an essential step in gathering the external data points of your existence. But data, without synthesis, is just noise. Today, we turn that noise into a signal. Welcome to Day 3, Drafting Your Why, version 1.0. Your mission for today is to take the rich, complex tapestry of insights from the last 2 days, your personal stories of triumph and flow from Day 1 and the heartfelt words of your friends from Day 2, and forge them into a single, powerful statement. We will use a beautifully simple format, 2 contributions, so that impact. Let's break that down. The contribution is your what. It's the action you take, the verb of your purpose. It's what you build, what you create, what you share, what you teach. It's your unique gift offered to the world. The impact is your why. It's the consequence of your contribution. It's the change you want to see, the feeling you want to evoke, the problem you want to solve. It's the so that which gives your what its soul. To build bridges so that communities can connect. To tell stories so that people feel less alone. To organize information so that knowledge becomes accessible to all. The contribution is the vehicle. The impact is the destination. Now, here is the most important instruction for today. Do not overthink this. I want you to read that again. Do not overthink this. This is version 1.0. It is a first draft. It is not a lifelong vow etched in stone. It is a sketch, not a masterpiece. Perfectionism is the greatest enemy of progress. And today, our only goal is progress. Your only job is to get a version down on paper. Look at your notes. What themes keep appearing? What words leap off the page? Combine them. Play with them. The right statement won't necessarily come from intense intellectual effort. In fact, it will likely come from a place of intuition. It should feel simple. It should feel clear. And here's the real test: it should give you goosebumps. That feeling, that slight shiver, the raising of the hairs on your arms, that is your body telling you that you've struck a chord of truth. It's a physical resonance with a deep, internal alignment. Don't aim for a statement that sounds impressive to others. Aim for one that feels true to you, the kind of true that your own body confirms with a visceral response. Once you have a sentence, or even a few options, I want you to perform a simple but incredibly potent act. Read it out loud. Don't just mumble it under your breath. Stand up, if you can. Find a quiet space, take a deep breath, and speak your why into existence. Say it as if you were declaring it to the world. And then, listen. How does it feel? How does it sound in the air, outside the echo chamber of your own mind? Does your voice feel strong and steady? Or does it waver? Does the statement energize you? Or does it fall flat? Words have power, but words that are spoken have a physical presence. When you hear yourself say it, you are testing its integrity against your own being. You are closing the loop between the mind that conceived it and the body that must carry it out. This isn't about performance. It's about authenticity. Does this statement feel like you? If it doesn't, that's okay. That is valuable information. Tweak a word. Change the phrasing. Try again. Speak it until it lands, until the sound of it feels like the ring of truth. And that brings us to the ultimate goal for today. It's not to discover your perfect, final, immutable why. The goal is simply to get a tangible statement on paper. That's it. To move from the abstract world of feelings, memories, and feedback into the concrete world of written words. This draft is your lump of clay. It's the raw material we will begin to shape and refine in the days to come. Having a version 1.0, no matter how imperfect, is a monumental victory. It means you have a starting point. You have an anchor. You have something real that you can react to, test, and improve upon. So release the pressure. Embrace the imperfection. Your task is to synthesize your findings and write your first draft using the format 2 contributions so that impact. Let it be simple, make it clear, and chase those goosebumps. When you have it, read it aloud and feel its power. Let's begin. Yesterday, you laid the cornerstone. With courage and introspection, you drafted the first version of your why statement, giving a name to the central purpose that drives you. It likely feels both exhilarating and perhaps a little daunting, like holding a compass that points to a distant, magnificent star. That star is your destination, your ultimate contribution. But a destination alone doesn't chart the course. Today, we build the bridge to that star. We define your hows. Your hows are the guiding principles that describe how you operate when you are at your natural best. They are not what you do, but the manner in which you do it. If your why is the message, your hows are the unique voice that delivers it. They are the verbs that bring your noun of a purpose to life. Think of the most respected or impactful people you know. You can likely describe not only what they believe, but how they consistently show up in the world. They might operate with relentless curiosity, or with profound empathy, or with disciplined creativity. These are their hows in action. And now, it's time to articulate yours. Take a clean page in your notebook, or open a fresh document. At the very top, write down your why V1.0, the statement you crafted yesterday. Let it be your anchor for this exercise. Now, below it, we begin the first and most expansive task to brainstorm a list of verbs that describe how you bring your why to life. This is not a time for judgment or precision. It is a time for exploration. Cast your mind back to moments of genuine pride and fulfillment. Think of a time at work when you lost all track of the hours, completely absorbed in a project that felt meaningful. What were you doing in that state of flow? Were you organizing, simplifying, innovating, connecting, teaching, building, challenging, defending, beautifying, discovering? Write down the verbs that come to mind. Now, shift your focus to your personal life. Think about the role you play among your friends and family when you feel most yourself. Are you the one who encourages, who listens deeply, who plans adventures, who creates harmony, who asks the tough questions? Capture these actions. Don't filter anything. Let the list grow wild and long. Think about your hobbies, your passions. When you are engaged in them, what is your mode of operation? Do you analyze, experiment, persevere, master, refine, share? Every verb you write down is a clue to your innate operational style. Your list might contain words like empower, create, simplify, challenge, connect, build, discover, teach, harmonize, lead, serve, innovate, protect, elevate, clarify, inspire, organize, master, explore. Keep going until you feel you've exhausted the possibilities for now. Pause and look at the collection of words you've gathered. This is a beautiful, raw self-portrait of your strengths in action. Now, we move to the second task: refinement. From this rich list, you must select the top 3 to 5 verbs that feel most authentic and essential to you. This is an intuitive process. Read each word aloud. How does it feel? Does it resonate in your chest? Some words will feel true, but perhaps situational. Others will feel like they are part of your very DNA. We are looking for the DNA-level words. Which of these actions are non-negotiable for you? If you were to be denied the ability to act in this way, would you feel like you weren't truly being yourself? Circle those. A great way to test a word is to see if it differentiates you. For example, many people might say they work hard, but perhaps your unique way of working hard is that you persevere through immense complexity, or you master a craft with singular focus. Find the words with the most energy and specificity for you. These top 3 to 5 verbs are the pillars of your operational code. They are the hows that will support your why. Now for the third crucial step. We need to turn these single verbs into actionable principles you can use to guide your behavior. A verb on its own is a direction, but a principle is a full navigation system. Take each of your chosen verbs and build a simple statement around it. The goal is to create a set of values that actively support your why statement. Let's walk through an example. Suppose your why is to help people unlock their potential and one of your chosen verbs is simplify. As a principle, this could become I simplify complex ideas into clear and accessible paths for growth. Notice how this statement is now a filter for decision-making. If faced with two ways to teach a concept, you would choose the simpler, more accessible one. It guides your behavior. If another of your verbs was connect, your principle might be, I build genuine connections by listening with presence and empathy. This isn't just a value, it's a direct instruction on how to interact with people to fulfill your why. For each of your 3 to 5 verbs, and craft a short, powerful I statement that defines how you put that verb into practice. Once you have your list of principles, ask yourself the final prompt. Are these actionable principles I can use to guide my behavior when I have a difficult choice to make? Can I look at this list and find guidance? Does this set of principles, and when practiced together, they naturally lead me to express my why? The answer should be a resounding yes. This is the ultimate goal. What you have created is more than a list of values. You have defined the very mechanics of your purpose. Your why is your destination. Your hows are your unique, repeatable, and reliable methods for making that journey. They are the cause, and living your purpose is the effect. These principles are your personal constitution, the laws you choose to govern yourself by, because they align with your deepest nature. Read your why, and then read your hows aloud. Hear how they fit together, how one flows into the other. This is the operating system for you at your best. This is the framework that turns intention into impact. Cherish this work. It is the architecture of an authentic life. Yesterday, we took the time to articulate the principles that guide you when you are at your absolute best. We gave a name and a shape to your hows, the unique ways you operate that lead to success and fulfillment. These principles are powerful, but like a beautifully crafted map stored in a drawer, they are only useful when you use them to navigate. Today, we take that map out. We put it to the test in the real world. We move from knowing your principles to living them. We do this by running what I call a personal celery test. The name might sound simple, but the concept is profound. Imagine for a moment that your why, your core purpose, is to live a healthy and vibrant life. Sourcing energy only from natural, unprocessed foods. With that why clearly in mind, you walk into a grocery store. An employee offers you a free sample of a rich, chocolate candy bar. It's tempting, it's free, and it offers a moment of pleasure. But you hold it up against your why. Does this align? The answer is a clear, immediate no. A few aisles later, then another employee offers you a sample of crisp, organic celery. It's simple. It's not flashy. But does it align with your why? Absolutely. It passes the test. The candy bar fails. This is the celery test in its most basic form. It's a filtering mechanism. It's a simple question you ask to determine if a choice, an opportunity, or an action is in alignment with your fundamental purpose. Your why isn't just a feel-good statement. It is the ultimate decision-making tool. So, let's run this test right now, with a decision that actually matters in your life. I want you to bring to mind one decision you need to make this week. It doesn't have to be monumental. It could be as significant as whether to accept a new job offer, or as seemingly small as how you'll spend your Saturday afternoon. Perhaps it's a decision about a difficult conversation you need to have, or what to spend your savings on, or even whether to commit to a new project at work. Just pick one. Hold it clearly in your mind. See the different paths this decision could take. Feel the weight of the potential outcomes. Now, bring your why statement to the forefront of your consciousness, the one you've worked to define, the one that articulates your core contribution and impact. Place that decision you're contemplating right next to it. Hold them up together, side by side, against the light. And now, ask the critical question. Does this choice, this path, this action, does it support and align with your why, or does it contradict it? Does it feel like a step toward the person you aspire to be and the impact you want to have, or a step away from it? Be brutally honest with yourself here. There's no right or wrong answer, only an aligned or misaligned one. Sometimes the choice that looks best on paper, the one with the higher salary, the greater prestige, the easier path utterly fails the celery test. It creates a subtle but persistent feeling of dissonance, a quiet hum of internal conflict because it pulls you away from your core. Conversely, a choice that seems harder, riskier, or less conventional might resonate perfectly with your why. It feels right in your gut. It energizes you, even if it scares you, because it is an authentic expression of your purpose. This is the entire goal of today's exercise, to transform your why from a beautiful, abstract idea into a practical, indispensable tool. It's about building the muscle of discernment. Every time you consciously filter a decision through your why, you are strengthening your internal compass. You are training yourself to hear the signal through the noise, to choose the resonant over the dissonant. Over time, this practice becomes second nature. The filter becomes almost automatic. You begin to navigate your life with a newfound clarity and confidence. The anxiety of decision-making starts to fade, replaced by a sense of integrity. You're no longer just making choices. You are making choices that are true. You are building a life that is a coherent, authentic expression of your deepest values. This is what it means to live by your principles. It's not about being rigid or inflexible. It's about having a clear internal North Star that guides you through the complexities and uncertainties of life. So, for the rest of this week, I encourage you to use this test. On small decisions and big ones, before you say yes, before you commit your time, energy, or money, run the celery test. Ask, does this align? The answers will not only guide you, they will build you. They will forge a life not of accident, but of intention. Yesterday, you put your why to a private, internal test. You held it up like a lens, filtering the small and large decisions of your day through it, feeling its internal resonance. That was the celery test, a quiet conversation between you and your purpose. It was about feeling the rightness of it in your own gut, the silent click of alignment when a choice either fit or didn't. It was an essential first step in validating the truth of the words you've crafted. Today, we build upon that internal foundation by taking a step that requires a different, and perhaps greater, kind of courage. We move from the safety of the internal monologue to the vulnerability of an external dialogue. We're going to take this precious, nascent statement of purpose and expose it to the light. We are going to share it. The goal today is not to seek approval, but to gain clarity and confidence through the simple, powerful act of articulation. Your task for day 6 is this: choose one person you trust and share your draft. Why statement with them? Just one. This isn't a task for a committee or a focus group. The feedback of many can dilute the message and pull you in different directions. What you need right now is not a flood of opinions, but a clear, trusted mirror. So, think carefully. Who is this person for you? It should be someone who knows you well, someone who has seen you navigate both triumphs and challenges, a person whose judgment you respect and in whose presence you feel safe to be truly yourself. This could be a spouse, a best friend, a sibling, a mentor, someone who isn't just a cheerleader, but who will offer an honest reflection. Once you've chosen this person, find a natural, unforced moment to connect. You don't need to stage a grand presentation. It could be over a cup of coffee during a quiet walk, or in a comfortable moment at home. Then, with as little preamble as possible, simply speak your why. Say the words out loud to your contribution so that your impact. Let the sentence hang in the air between you for a moment. Resist the powerful temptation to immediately explain it, to defend it, or to apologize for its imperfections. Just let it be. After you've shared it, ask them one simple, direct, and incredibly revealing question: does this sound like me? That's it. Notice the precision of this question. You are not asking, do you like it, or do you think this is a good why? Those questions invite opinion and judgment. But does this sound like me invites recognition and reflection. You're asking them to hold up their perception of you against the words you've just spoken. You are asking if your stated purpose aligns with your demonstrated character, with the person they have come to know. While they are considering their answer, your second, and equally critical, task begins. You must turn your attention inward. Notice, with acute awareness, how it feels to say these words to another human being. How does your body react? Does your voice feel strong and clear? Or does it catch in your throat? Does a wave of grounded confidence wash over you? A sense of, yes, this is it? Or is there a subtle, nagging feeling of imposture, as if you're trying on an identity that doesn't quite fit? This physical and emotional feedback is raw, unfiltered data. It is your intuition speaking to you, telling you how deeply these words are integrated into your being. The feedback you receive from your trusted person is invaluable. They might affirm it instantly. That's exactly you. It's the thing you've always done, but you just never put it into words before. Do you know that this is a powerful confirmation? Or when they might offer a gentle refinement. It does. But the word you used here, I've always seen you more as a builder than a connector. This kind of feedback is gold. It doesn't invalidate your why. It helps you sharpen the language until it is a perfect reflection of your truth. The ultimate goal of this exercise is to build conviction. Articulating your purpose to someone you trust transforms it from a private hypothesis into a public declaration. Even if it's just to an audience of one, it makes it more real. It tests its resilience. The vulnerability of sharing is the very thing that forges its strength. You are taking a risk, and in that risk, you discover a deeper level of ownership. So today, be brave. Choose your person. Share your words. Ask the question. And listen with your whole self to their response, and to the quiet, certain voice within. Yesterday marked a profound threshold. You gathered your courage, that quiet strength residing deep within. And you took a leap of faith. You transformed your why from a private reflection into a shared reality. You gave it voice. You gave it air. And in doing so, you gave it life outside the confines of your own mind. Let's pause and honor that act. It required vulnerability to expose such a core part of yourself, to risk misunderstanding, to invite another person into your inner world. But in that vulnerability, you found a new kind of strength. Perhaps the conversation was awkward. Perhaps it was enlightening. Perhaps it was simply quiet. It doesn't matter. The alchemy happened in the act of sharing itself, hearing the words leave your own mouth. Seeing them land with another person has already subtly reshaped and solidified your understanding. Your why is no longer a fragile seedling. It has been exposed to the elements and has proven it can stand. It is more real, more tangible, and more yours than ever before. And so we arrive here, on day 7, not at a finish line, but at a grand gateway. This entire week of introspection, of digging through memories, of wrestling with language, has been a preparation for this moment. This is the day of commitment. Today, we forge the bridge between the profound internal discovery and the practical, everyday, external world. It's about ensuring this powerful statement of purpose doesn't become a beautiful sentiment stored away in a journal, but rather a living, breathing compass that actively guides your every choice, your every action, your every day. We are going to build simple, unbreakable systems to integrate your why so deeply into your life that living it becomes as natural as breathing. Our first act of commitment is humble, yet immensely powerful. Find a simple sticky note or a small card. Now, take a moment to select a pen, one that feels right. This is a small ritual, an act of intention. As you write your why statement, do so not as if you are completing a task, but as if you are signing a treaty with your future self. Write each word with care, feeling its weight and meaning. Let the ink bleed into the fibers of the paper, a physical manifestation of your internal declaration. Now, we will place this small beacon in the stream of your daily life. Think about your personal geography, the paths you trace from morning to night. Where does your gaze land when you are unguarded? Is it the cool surface of the bathroom mirror, reflecting your face as you prepare for the day? Is it the corner of your laptop screen? The last thing you see before diving into the digital world? Is it the dashboard of your car, the silent companion on your commute, or perhaps the front of the refrigerator, a place of nourishment? Choose one such place, a place you cannot help but see. Go now and place it there. This isn't just a reminder, it's an anchor in a world that constantly bombards you with distractions, with the urgent, with the trivial. This small note will be a steadfast whisper of the important. When faced with a difficult decision, your eyes will find it. When feeling lost or overwhelmed, it will be there to recenter you. It will silently pose the essential question, again and again: does this path align with your purpose? It becomes your personal lighthouse on the shores of your daily life. A constant visual anchor is the first step. The second is creating a rhythm of conscious reflection. A purpose that isn't revisited can become stale. So let's now turn to your calendar. Open it. Whether it's a sleek app or a paper-bound book, navigate forward 1 month from today. Just 1 month. I want you to find an open space and schedule a 15-minute appointment. You are the only attendee. Title it, My Why Check-In or Purpose Alignment. Protect this time as you would a meeting with the most important person in your life, because that's exactly what it is. This is not a session for judgment or for creating a scorecard of successes and failures. It is a sacred pause. It is a moment of compassionate accountability to yourself. When that day comes, you will sit quietly for these 15 minutes and ask gentle questions. Where did I feel my why come alive this past month? What choices, big or small, made me feel vibrant and on purpose? Were there times I acted out of alignment with my why? What was happening in those moments? What can I learn? This appointment is your early warning system. It's your dedicated time for recalibration, ensuring the signal from your inner compass doesn't get drowned out by the static of a busy life. It is the structure that supports your intention, turning a fleeting inspiration into an enduring practice of self-awareness and growth. We have an anchor for the present moment and a system for future reflection. Now, we must ignite the engine with action. Purpose is a verb. It demands expression. The grandest journey is, after all, just a series of single steps. So right here, right now, I ask you to consider this question: what is one small, tangible step you can take today to actively live your why? The key here is the word small. We are not trying to change the world in a single afternoon. We are trying to change your trajectory, to build momentum. Momentum is built on small, repeatable wins. So what could it be? If your why is about fostering creativity, could you spend just 10 minutes sketching, writing, or playing an instrument today, instead of defaulting to your phone? If your why is about empowering others, could you send one unsolicited email praising a colleague for their great work? If your why is about lifelong learning, could you watch a 15-minute educational video on a subject you're curious about? Think of it. One tiny action. It should feel almost too easy. This isn't about adding another overwhelming task to your to-do list. It's about making one conscious, purpose-aligned choice. Identify it now. And more importantly, commit to doing it before your head hits the pillow tonight. This single act is a vote for the person you are becoming. It is proof to yourself that your why is not just a collection of nice words. It is a directive for living. And that is the essence of today's commitment. A simple, three-part system, a visual anchor for constant awareness, a scheduled appointment for intentional reflection, and an immediate small action for building momentum. This is how a profound discovery avoids becoming a forgotten memory. This is how you turn a week of introspection into a lifelong orientation. The goal was never merely to unearth your purpose. The true goal was to begin the practice of living it. Day in and day out. You are creating a feedback loop where your actions reinforce your beliefs, and your beliefs guide your actions, creating an upward spiral of clarity and fulfillment. You have done the hard work of looking inward. You have found your North Star. You have shared its light. Now on you build the vessel to navigate by it. This is not the end of the journey. This is the true beginning. Your principles are clear. Your purpose is defined. The path forward is lit. Go and live it. After a week of deep immersion, of committing to live and breathe your purpose, we arrive at the point of distillation. Imagine taking everything we've explored, all 500 minutes of insight, strategy, and reflection, and boiling it down until only the purest, most potent essence remains. What you're left with are not just ideas, but beacons. 3 golden takeaways that will serve as your compass long after the details have faded. These are the core truths to carry with you, to share, and to build upon. First, and most fundamentally, remember this. People don't buy what you do. They buy why you do it. This is the paradigm shift that changes everything. For so long, we've been taught to lead with our features, our benefits, our credentials, our what. But these things don't create connection. They only create transactions. True loyalty, the kind that weathers storms and transcends competition, is built on a shared belief. The goal is not to sell to everyone who needs what you have. The goal is to do business with people who believe what you believe. Your why is a magnet. It pulls in the people who see the world the way you do. It's a silent language understood by the heart, not just the head. When your why is clear, your what simply becomes the tangible proof of that belief. Apple doesn't just sell computers, they sell the idea of challenging the status quo. People line up for that belief, and the computer is the souvenir. Find your tribe by broadcasting your belief, not just your product. This leads us directly to the second golden takeaway: inspiration. Not manipulation builds trust and loyalty. Once you understand that connection is paramount, the tactics change. Manipulation includes things like dropping prices, running promotions, using fear, or peer pressure. These are short-term tactics that might generate a sale, but they never create loyalty. They are levers that work on the what and how. Inspiration, however, works from the inside out. It starts with the why. It is the art of communicating your fundamental belief so clearly and consistently that you attract those who share it. This is the essence of the golden circle. By starting with why, you speak directly to the part of the brain that controls decision-making and emotion. The limbic brain. You bypass the analytical part and connect on a human level. This isn't about tricking someone into buying. It's about inviting them to join a cause. When you inspire, you create a following. People don't just become customers, they become advocates. They stand with you not because they have to, but because they want to. They see your success as their success. This form of loyalty is priceless and cannot be manufactured. It must be earned through authenticity. And that brings us to our final, and perhaps most personal, takeaway: your why is discovered, not invented. In a world of branding and marketing, it's tempting to think of a why as something you can brainstorm in a boardroom or craft like a clever tagline. But this is a profound mistake. An invented why has no roots. It has no power. Your true why is not an aspiration. It is a declaration of who you already are at your most authentic. It is found by looking backward, not forward. It's an archaeological dig into your own past. It's born from the patterns and pivotal moments of your life, the triumphs and the tragedies that shaped you. It's the unifying thread that connects your greatest contributions and your deepest passions. This discovery process is one of uncovering, not creating. Your why is the source of your most authentic passion and contribution. When you find it, it feels less like an invention and more like a homecoming. It's the reason you get out of bed in the morning. The purpose that fuels you when things get tough. It is your unique gift to the world, and once discovered, it becomes the unwavering foundation upon which you can build not just a successful business, but a meaningful life. These three principles, connecting through why, leading with inspiration, and discovering your authentic purpose, are the heart of it all. They are simple, but not easy. They are your guide. Carry them, live them, and watch as you begin to start with why in everything you do. We have journeyed together through the vast and intricate architecture of Ray Dalio's mind, a mind that has systematically codified a lifetime of learning into a set of actionable principles. We've distilled this monumental work, this 500-page treatise on reality and results, down to its very essence, the three golden takeaways. Embrace reality and deal with it. Use the 5-step process to get what you want out of life. And operate within an idea meritocracy. These are not just phrases to be memorized, they are operating systems for a more effective and meaningful existence. But knowledge, as we've learned, is only potential power. Its true value is only unlocked through application, through the messy, challenging, and ultimately rewarding process of turning theory into practice. And that is where our journey together pivots. It moves from a monologue, from me speaking to you, into a dialogue, a conversation that extends far beyond the confines of this screen and this moment. This is where the principles cease to be Ray Dalio's and begin to become yours. The next step isn't about listening to more content, it's about creating meaning from what you've already heard. It's about beginning the work. And this work, like all meaningful work, is best done in collaboration with others. So let's begin that collaboration right here. Right now, in this digital space we are sharing. I want you to pause for a moment and reflect. Sift through the hours of discussion, the complex diagrams, the deeply personal anecdotes from Dalio's life, and the synthesized lessons we've explored. Somewhere in that wealth of information, a single idea likely resonated with you more than any other. It might have been a quiet click of understanding, a sudden jolt of recognition, or a profound reframing of a problem you've been wrestling with for years. That is your anchor point. That is the thread you must pull. It is your aha moment. And this is my invitation to you. What was your single biggest aha moment from this video? Share it in the comments below. This isn't just about engagement metrics. It's about building a collective intelligence. It's our chance to create a micro-scale idea meritocracy. When you articulate your insight, you do two things. First, you crystallize it for yourself. The act of translating a feeling or a complex thought into written language forces clarity. It moves the idea from the abstract realm of your mind into the concrete world. Second, and perhaps more importantly, you offer that insight to everyone else who is on this journey. Your breakthrough in understanding radical transparency might be the exact perspective someone else needs to navigate a difficult conversation at work. Your sudden clarity on the importance of an error log could inspire 100 others to stop fearing their mistakes and start learning from them. The comments section can transform from a simple list of reactions into a dynamic, living repository of wisdom, a tapestry woven from hundreds of individual epiphanies. So please take a moment to contribute your thread, write it out, and then take the time to read what others have shared. You may find your second or third aha moment waiting for you in the words of a fellow seeker. This commitment to collective learning and shared growth is the very soul of this channel. If the journey we've taken through Dalio's principles has sparked a desire in you to build a more robust mental toolkit, to explore other transformative ideas with this same level of depth and dedication, then I invite you to make your participation more permanent. This is more than just a video, it's a classroom, a workshop, a digital campfire around which we gather to share the blueprints for a better life and a more effective way of operating. By joining us, you are signaling your commitment to this ongoing process of learning and self-improvement. So, if you want more deep dives like this, make sure you subscribe and hit the bell. Subscribing is your way of saying, I'm in. I want to be part of this community of thinkers, doers, and builders. Hitting that bell is your way of ensuring that you don't miss the next critical piece of the puzzle. We will be exploring other titans of thought, other foundational texts, and other practical frameworks for success and fulfillment. Each video is designed to be a chapter in a larger curriculum for life, and your presence, your perspective, and your participation are what bring that curriculum to life. It's an ongoing dialogue, and we want you to have a seat at the table for every single conversation. This is your invitation to the front row of your own education. Now, let's talk about the ripple effect. The most powerful ideas are not the ones we hold on to, but the ones we give away. The principles we have discussed here have the potential to not only transform your own life, but also to radically improve the effectiveness and health of any group you are a part of, be it your company, your team, or even your family. Think about the power of creating a small pocket of radical truth and transparency in your workplace. Imagine the progress your team could make if it adopted a systematic 5-step process for achieving its goals. These ideas are not meant to be kept secret. They are meant to be shared, debated, and implemented. That is why I ask you to think of one person, right now. Who in your life is wrestling with a major decision? Who is leading a team that feels stuck? Who is a fellow seeker of wisdom, always hungry for a new mental model? Share this video with one person or one team you know who needs to hear this message. When you click that share button, you're not just sending a link. You are offering a tool. You are starting a conversation. You are planting a seed that could grow into a more honest and effective organizational culture. You could be providing the key that unlocks a colleague's potential or helps your entire team find a new, more principled way forward. The principles of an idea meritocracy cannot be practiced alone. They require a shared commitment. By sharing this exploration, you are taking the first and most crucial step in finding others to build with. You are creating allies in the pursuit of truth and excellence. And so we arrive at the beginning, not the end of our video, but the beginning of your work. We have dissected the mechanics of Ray Dalio's machine, the systems, the habits, the principles. But every great machine, every powerful system, is built to serve a purpose. It is driven by a powerful engine, a core reason for being. Dalio built his entire empire at Bridgewater on 2 pillars: meaningful work and meaningful relationships. That was his purpose. That was his why. Before you can build your own set of principles, before you can diagnose your problems, before you can design a path forward, you must first get radically honest about your own fundamental purpose. What is the meaningful work you are here to do? What are the meaningful relationships you seek to build? Your principles are the how, but they are empty vessels without a deeply understood why. The why is the North Star that guides every decision. It's the source code for your integrity. It is the ultimate principle upon which all other principles must be built. Answering this question is the most important work you can do. It is the foundation. Now go out there and start with why.